why do you have that icon? Okay, why? Why are you trying to provoke me with that very disgraceful, horrible icon? Why? For what reason? For what reason? So, guys, look, man, guys, welcome, man. This is something a little bit new, man. Let me pump up the slide. Let me pump up the slide, man. Let me pump up so you can see me in my full glory, man. Internationals, man. I think it's been a while since we've talked internationals and so forth, and I felt that based on the World Cup qualifiers that has happened in the international break, I thought rather than focus on the qualifiers, because shout outs to San Marino, shout outs to Luxembourg, shout outs to Azerbaijan, I can't really analyze games involving those countries because I feel that UEFA is bullying those countries to take part. So this is going to probably be a more general international talk with regards to the Nations Cup, the Euros, the Copa America, and where different countries are at and where different nations are at. So we're going to talk about Brazil. What are Brazil's chances? How good are Brazil now? And I think I even said this before that I think this might be the weakest Brazil team that we've seen. So in what stage are they in to try to say what's up moving forward with regards to a Copa America or a World Cup? Argentina, has Messi's chance gone? How much can a Dybala help him? How much can a Lautaro Martinez help him, and so forth? We'll talk about our boys, Nigeria, African nations as a whole, looking at Nigeria, Senegal, and so forth. What African nation is closest to saying what's up at the World Cup? And of course, we'll look at Europe, maybe take a look at Asia, even look at America as well. The US, is this America's best ever team? Yes. And by them being America's best ever team, what do you think they can do? What do you think that they can pull off? So there's lots of stuff to break down, guys. Lots of stuff to break down. So guys, settle yourself in. Remember to like the vid. Get a meal. Thank you. Get a meal. Subscribe. Like the vid. Do all that beautiful stuff, man. And get yourself fully ready as possible, man. So, first things first, man. Because I'm biased. All right? I'm biased, man. So I'm gonna come first to Ben with this, man. So I want to talk about, I want to start with in the motherland of Africa. In the motherland of Africa, man. So I do some post work, sports correspondence stuff. And I was talking to this guy from this news network about, Nigeria and so forth. And he was saying about how, Gernot Rohr has done a really great job by helping them qualify and so forth. And I'm like, how far things have fallen? Because, guys, let me tell you something about Nigeria right now. I emotionally detached myself from the Super Eagles after the Denmark game in France 98. Because I said to myself that if I continue this way, I will have a heart attack. So, of course, I'm still there. I still root for the team and so forth. But I think the emotional investment was a health risk to me. But when you look at what this team was from 94 to 90, because that team died. That night, the Super Eagles died. They were born at the 94 World Cup. That night, the Super Eagles, as we knew them, died. And then came the complete barren crap spell that happened through the decades. And I always felt this. No offense to Ghana, no offense to Cameroon, no offense to Algeria, Egypt. Africa's best chance at winning a World Cup came through Nigeria. That was their best chance. Their best chance, because Nigeria, that's 94 and 98 team are the best teams before. I'll keep it a stack. I have many Ghanaian friends. My favorite teacher of all time, Mrs. Ganza, Ghanaian. That's my favorite teacher of all time when I was 6 years old. So I have a close affiliation to my Ghanaian people. That Ghana team in 2010 were doing nothing. I'm sorry. Because they were going through their penalties. Of course I supported them. Of course I rooted them. As an African, the nation next door, of course I rooted for them. But they were never going to do anything. The best chance they had was Nigeria in the 94 to 98. So, Ben, I'm going to come to you right now. The states of African football, the states of Nigeria, and because I'll keep it real with you, Africa are not winning a World Cup anytime soon. It's never happening because all of the best talents are going to play for Europe. So in your view, what chances do you think African football has, and what do you think the state of football is with Africa right now, where arguably the best team is where the best teams are Senegal and Algeria.
Maybe Egypt. Anyways, okay. The problem for me is it's you know what they call Kolo mentality. You know what fella called Kolo mentality.
Is that
And
colonialism?
yeah, it meant colonial mentality. So for me, it rubs off on many things and including football as well because you cannot you can't take the style of football of Europe and you can't beat them at their style really. I don't think if it doesn't fit, it doesn't fit. You can't start playing tiki taka and beat Spain at that. So I believe if the moment you think about Brazilian football, there's something that comes to your mind. It's inbuilt. When you think of Argentine football, there's actually something that comes to your mind.
It's cultural. It's see, now you're getting to the core. Now you're getting to see, this is the conversation I want to have right here because you're not getting to the core of cultural identity with regards to football. Continue, please.
Yeah, I'm just going to call some nations which have had success, and because the truth is when it comes to international football, you're not buying players. It's not club football, so you have to find a way, and so you have to dig in. And all the teams that have won, most of the teams that have won World Cup, they won based on their own style. If you look at the great Brazil team, you look at the Spanish team that dominated, it was their own identity. German football has an identity for sure, particularly the 2014 German team has a particular identity that was different. And yeah, even the Italian teams they play differently. Even the Argentine teams they love to dribble. And I don't mean skillfully dribbling. I mean they like to run. You can see that in Maradona. You can see that in Messi. You can see that in Tevez. You can see that in many. It's just kind of there. It's kind of even Aguero. They just have this low gravity ability to just run at people. And so Nigerian football now, you bring in European coaches, and you know what? Can someone talk? Can someone jump in right now? I think someone is knocking at my door. I'm
Oh
so
god.
sorry. Yeah,
Look at this man.
I could jump in.
Okay. I'm gonna actually because I was gonna cut up live, but let me just say this right now. I think because I think it was going to a very key point, and I think this is what I've always said. The beauty of the Euros, the World Cup, and so forth is cultural identity. I told you I used the example when I play with English people, like when I play with English people, it's very different from when I now play with Italians or I play with Spanish or I even play with North Africans like Egyptians. And that identity is very important.
back
Nigeria's
you, bro.
identity was based off a very unorthodox way of playing that was
Okay.
really heavily on the ability of players on the ball. But again, speaking to what Ben just said, because of colonial mentality and so forth, African says, man, we need these Europeans to come through because since Europe have won the trophy so much, we need to hire them. But then you now think to yourself though, look at the under 17s or under 2021s. A lot of I think Nigeria hold the record for most under
Nigeria.
17 World Cups, and
Yeah,
Ghana always do very well at those. So what that shows is the talent is there, but there is a difference between under 17 level and senior level because there are lots more difference. But you have the talent. The talent is there because look at France. France and Africa won the last World Cup. It was a hybrid of France and Africa. So, but the issue is if, as Benjo says, you can't beat the Europeans at their game. So you hiring a European manager to now play European football and so forth, you think you can outpass Spain? You think you can out Catenaccio Italy? you know, you think that you can outbalance Germany? No. But how do you beat these guys? You beat these guys. You're coming up with a approach and style that they don't understand. Because when Nigeria came in
exactly.
94, 98, they're like, "It's what? What is this?" Because we don't understand what these guys are doing. Because the way that the ability that these guys are doing and how they're dribbling, how they're interpreting the game, the decision making they're making, we're not used to this in Europe. Because this is from Obalende under the bridge. So, Ben,
Yeah, so I'm sorry for that. So basically, really, it's so important that we try. But now, I think the ship. I think it's far gone. I
It's
think it's
gone. It's
far
gone.
gone.
It's gone, man. It's gone.
And because the core right now, the core of the teams is the problem now is I don't think it's just the coaches anymore. Most of the players who we call up are players who probably grew up abroad. Like for example, he will be living in Nigeria. Let's be frank, he didn't. So we have some of these players who they're born of Nigerian parents, but they're probably born in England or born somewhere abroad. But because they started shining, and they're not really probably the best players in the world, or they're just some good players. And now, but they already have that European understanding of the game already. So I mean, you understand what I'm saying? The moment you bring them to the countries and you try to merge them together and try, I don't think it's just the coaches now. I think um it all doesn't it all just doesn't work together. But I think as far as we've come, really, if you want to spend the money, and again, I'll tell you, there's a lot of corruption in the system. I'm talking
Mm.
from here because I know a couple of footballers, good footballers. I mean, I live in the capital of Nigeria, Abuja. So
Mm.
I know footballers, and I know people who don't merit it, who get into the
Ben. Let me just say one thing because I had because once I had to go to Abuja to do some work over there. Guys, let me tell you right now. The I think it's is it the Sheraton or something? The hotel. The
yeah.
buffet in that hotel, I don't care what anyone says, is the best food you'll ever have in your life. That buffet in that place is a godsend. Please continue. Please continue.
Yeah, so really, there's a lot of bribery. There's a lot of stuff like that that go into it. So you really cannot sieve out the best players. Really, the best players, it's not you're not sure that they are the ones who are going to get into the team. Some people pay. Some people's parents are big, so you understand they have you know somebody, and that's how you get into the
So,
team. So that
so, so,
there's
so,
some corruption.
but before I come to apply with this, so do you feel, realistically speaking, next few World Cups, do you see an African team getting either to the semi or the final in the next few World Cup editions?
Semi of the final. You know, to be frank, with you, if I'll be honest, in the last 15 years, the team that I've been most impressed with, or the two teams I've been most impressed with, is Egypt and um Ivory Coast. And now this is even before Salah. If you watched the way these Egyptians were playing football, they were. I mean, I literally just used to think like I was wanting to see them play with Brazil. I actually was, I was too
But
small to
how come
understand.
they never qualified for the World Cup? They were this good and
That's what I'm
everything, but
saying.
they never
No,
qualified.
I think I think they had some. Somebody
Oh,
should help me
political
cross check
issues.
that, but I think I think there were some issues that they were banned on some. I think even if you watch them play, I actually used to suspect that these guys were on drugs or something. Man, these
Oh no, no,
guys were.
no, no. I tell you, like, because actually, because in Switzerland we used to live near some Egyptians, so we used to play with Egyptians. I told you, those Egyptian guys, they know how to play, and I think
They
Egypt have always they've always needed just a superstar because the team they know how to play, but all they needed is a superstar. And now, if they have the right manager and so forth, Egypt, those guys can do something. Those
Yeah.
guys can do
So
something,
in the
man.
Nations Cup, there was a time they were sweeping it, and like you had to see Drogba was so frustrated. Like I think Ivory Coast and Egypt met twice in the finals, and I think
Yeah,
they
yeah.
beat Ivory Coast two times. I'm not sure now, but I mean Drogba did his best. But these guys are machines. I
Oh
mean,
no, no, no,
I
no, no,
can't
no, no,
forget.
no, no,
I
no. So,
can't
so
forget.
Egypt beat them once in the semis, then beat them once in the final.
AJ,
Okay,
those
okay,
are
I know
the
that.
Benjamin.
Okay,
Those are the years of Abu Treka, Mohamed Abu Treka, the years of
there's one guy called Armazaki. The
Amazak.
guy,
There's Abu
that
Treka too.
guy.
There's Mohamed
Yeah.
Abu
If you
Treka.
check out that guy is scary. I'm telling you. Have you seen Shakiri
But let me ask
now?
you this then, because I want to. So, next few World Cups, do you see an African side either making the semi or making the final? Realistically speaking,
I do, but it would only be for me. For me, I see things from the realistic point. I'm here, so I know what I'm talking about. It will have to be the teams, the Algerian teams, the like
so no
Algeria, the
matter.
Eastern. What I call it is Eastern. Is it Eastern Africa now? Chap, Algerian teams, Egyptian teams, some of those teams.
Oh, North
Because
Africa.
the
So,
reason is because Northern Africa. The reason is because there's take it from me, there's a lot of politics. And I don't know, people here on this panel may not know, but I'm a journalist by profession. So I work with, I actually interview guys. So I'm in the system. I see politicians. I see a lot of politics in this thing here in Nigeria, here in Africa. So I know how bad it is in Western Africa, at least in Ghana and all those things. The best players, you're not seeing them. The best players are here. This is a problem.
They are there. They are there.
They are
They
here.
there.
They are here. I mean the best Nigerian players. What I mean is, let me not go and say the best players in the world. I mean the best Nigerian players are not the ones you see on TV. Are not the ones you see representing the shirt. That's what
It's
I mean.
not.
I mean,
I've already known it's not. It's not.
They are. Yeah. So that's a problem, and that's my take.
Okay. So Abdullahi, states of African football, how well do you think that these guys can do? How far are they from performing better at the World Cup?
AJ, World Cup is a long shot. We as an Africa, I know that because I was born in Nigeria. Why before even Nigeria, I know how that system in the country it works. It's all about corruption and politics, especially the NFF. If Nigerian football want to go forward, the NFF needs to look into themselves in the mirror and look way forward. We have very talented teams in that Nigerian team that we can go far in the Nations Cup, we can go far in the World Cup. But because of corruption, politics, like after Stephen Keshi 2013, no manager in Nigeria, no, I've not seen any manager.
So rest in perfect peace.
Oh, man, please, peace, man.
After him, I've not seen any manager that can take us forward in terms of this. I said it on my show with Marvelous yesterday. We were talking about the state of Nigerian football, and as a Nigerian, I'm hot inside me because we have a very talented squad. We can go easily way forward in terms of the way we play, the way we kind of ability as a team. Like we can go, we can't beat maybe France or Germany, but at least we can go toe to toe with the likes of Senegal, Algeria, Morocco. Those kind of team can kind of.
Okay, so what do you think the African sides are missing from competing with Europe and South America?
The problem we are missing is, let me take out Senegal, Ivory Coast, because those countries are properly run very well. Let me come to Nigeria now. In our country, we're not properly run in terms of sport because if you look at the NFF is not kind of helping the situation of Nigerian football and themselves because instead of them to appoint the right person to the right job, they're appointing the wrong person to the job, which makes it difficult for the country. Look at Alex Iwobi, Victor Osimhen, Samuel Chukwueze. Look at those players in Europe. But when they come to Nigeria, they play like a superstar. My name is Osimhen. I want to do this. What the hell is going on? This is Nigerian football. You don't do this when you're in your club. You play for your shirt. So when you do that kind of stuff in your club, do the same thing for the country. But the problem is, it's all about money. It's all about money. If the money doesn't come in, that's the problem. I can remember very well the last under 17 under 20 World Cup. I'm not sure in which the hotel Nigerian football wanted to use. The NFF did not pay the money. It was John Obi Mikel that kind of that sponsored the whole entire Nigeria to that tournament. That is a disgrace. A disgrace to the whole nation in Nigeria. That as a Nigerian now I'm down because I'm like, we have a leader who doesn't even understand.
Abdullahi, sorry to cut you. To be sure, for people to understand what's going on, so they don't think Nigeria actually doesn't have the money. Nigeria is the richest country in Africa. So Nigeria, there's a lot of money, but I'm talking about serious embezzlement going on. I mean, all of these things. So that's what's going on. Yeah, go on.
Yeah, you are right, Benjamin. We have money, but the problem is we are spending the money on the wrong place instead of the right place. We really spend the money. Let's take out sport, football entirely. If you see in Africa now, people finish as a doctor, as a nursing, as an engineer 5-6 years ago. No job. So what does that tell to my country? We have a leadership in our country, but poor management is going on in our country, which is the leaders are seeing what is going on, but they don't want to help out. What I can say is,
Abdullah, but I just want to mention a quick point over there. But you cannot tell them, like, because if you see Nigeria, the amount of output they give in terms of education, it's like immense. Like, look at the doctors, engineers,
bankers.
Yeah, bankers. Every year, Nigerians, like throughout the world and even the West, like, they're in the topmost position. So you cannot tell them to not focus on education sector and just focus on sporting sector. So I believe that's unfair, what you said. Other than that, I totally agree with you.
I think you're missing it, bro.
You are missing something, Muta.
Those are the Nigerians abroad, and those investments are by the nations abroad. You know what I'm saying? It's not the Nigerian government investment in education.
So Abdullah, because we need to get everyone to speak.
Exactly.
So, how far are African teams from doing better at the World Cup after that embarrassment in 2018, where not a single African side made it through the group stage? What is missing?
It will take time, because it's all about before we can even say an African in the semi-final and the final. I don't know when. I don't know how we're gonna make it, because if there's a poor management and a poor leaders in our country entirely, we can't go far in terms of the way we play. We can brag, yes, we are the best team in Africa, but do it in Europe. Let's see how good you are as a player, as a continent or as a country in Europe. We can do it, because we lack the infrastructure as a country. That's laying us back.
So before I come to Undisputed Man, let me just hit these dubs, man. So from Adash3, thank you for the dub. Adash3 says, Algeria may go far at the next World Cup. I don't know about that, because you say that how good is the standard in Africa? Yes, the African champions. How good is the standard in Africa? We just don't know. Nigeria still need a Nabon keeper. It was Victor Eyema, but he fell out with Sunday Olise. It is what it is. Ghana fell off. Senegal need a creator. You could argue it is Mane and so forth. And Egypt aren't great outside Salah. I think, so basically, let me just break this down. Algeria, we can't see how good Algeria are, because we don't know how good the standard of Africa is, which I think has fallen compared to what it was back in 2002. Nigeria need a lot more than a keeper. They need actually a manager and a coach, and they actually need the best team, because those are not the best 11 in the country. Ghana, yeah, it is what it is. They have fallen off major. Senegal need a creator. Senegal I think they need a different psychology. I think they have a good setup, and I love that they actually have a local coach. They just need a far more incisive personality, because they had no business not making it through that group. They had no business not making it through that group. And the thing with Egypt is, if Salah was with Egypt in 2006, 2010, when they were winning those things, and if that 2006, 2010 Abu Trika Egypt side had this Salah and they made it to a World Cup, they'd be very dangerous. They would be very, very dangerous. Just as Salah is in a group that isn't as good as that golden generation. And Adams 3 again says, the idea that Europe are stealing African talents is a myth. They are developing them. CAF nations need to get serious about grassroots infrastructure. Oh, no. I will never use the word steal. No, Europe are not stealing anything, because you are a grown man and you have they're not forcing you to say, no, you must play for Belgium, you must play for England. No, you have a choice. But I'm sorry, if I see structure, coaching, organization, and I look at a country with embezzlements, bribery, disorganization, not paying for hotels and so forth, wait, what am I doing here? And also, I grew up, you see, Zaha is rare, because Zaha is maybe conscious and so forth, and feels, you know what, Ivory Coast, let me go on this whole Africa thing and so forth. But I don't blame Saka. I don't blame Sam Abraham, because they grew up in England. England is a better structure, and look at all the messed up stuff and the disorganization from Nigeria. So what are you going to do? Infrastructure and grassroots. Good luck waiting for these guys getting that stuff right, man.
Hey, like, I have a quick point with there. Can I say that?
Yeah.
Bro, I mean, I don't know how you blame players, because to be honest, they have to showcase their talent ultimately. Let's be honest, right?
No,
okay.
I was never blaming players. I was never blaming players.
Oh, okay. Then my bad. I took it wrong.
No. I said, like, players. A guy that chooses to play for Pogba, or these guys that choose to play for France over an African nation, how can I hold it against them? This African nation that is going through, have I lived in this country? Do I know the infrastructure? Do I know the support system as well? And if I'm a top player, They now feel that I have a stronger and a better chance to win a Euros, to win a World Cup with France than with this country over here. So those countries in Africa, you have to show that, first of all, you actually are going after these players, which you are not. And you have to actually have better organization and infrastructure, which you do not. Undisputed, talk to me.
Let me jump in.
sorry.
Undisputed, talk to me. Undisputed.
I'm looking at this Nigeria team right now. It's got some good players, and Didi, Oshima, this Chucky guy from Villarreal. But anyway, I don't think African team is gonna reach a semi-final or final anytime soon, because here's the thing: England has like 4 right backs, right? So Wan-Bissaka decided to play for Congo because he's too shit to get in the England team. And this is what you end up with. You end up with only with the players who are for sure confident that they can't get in their own European team, wherever they grew up in, going to Africa, and it just creates a huge imbalance. I do think Egypt could have done something if that devil in Muntaha's picture didn't break Salah's arm just before the World Cup.
Relax.
That piece of crap. Anyway, moving
Lucifer
forward.
Ramos. You're talking about Lucifer Ramos?
Yeah.
I mean, I'm just still you're crying about that, right? Still, you have nightmare of that, bro. Please accept that, bro. Admit it, bro.
Continue.
Anyway, I do think I don't think it's gonna happen anytime soon. Maybe not in the next 20 years. When Africa actually grows, like as a continent, gets better infrastructure, I think that's because they do. It is eventually going to improve. I think because Africa's creating so much talent that within 20 to 30 years from now, eventually, but not anytime soon, but eventually I do think they'll win a World Cup.
But the issue is, I don't want to be a pessimist, but if any young up-and-coming African player, they look at Pogba, they look at Lukaku, and they're like, yo, mom, dad, can we just move to Belgium? Let's move to France and so forth. You work through the youth systems and so forth. Why would they now go to play for the African side? So the best African talents who feel that if my best chance to be a World Cup winner or to be a European winner, let me go to France, let me go to Belgium, let me go to England, let me go to Italy. So it is what it is. Damien, talk to me.
Yeah, I mean, pretty much, I'm gonna echo, what everyone else is gonna say. I mean, what happened, in 2018, like not like a single one, African nation to not make, to the knockout stage, like that was just
embarrassing, man.
I was in shock, especially, what happened to Senegal, like losing because of what, fair play, like not having more yellow cards than Japan.
But they should have beaten Japan. Like you should have never been in that situation where you brought fair play into it. So
but I don't really see another African nation sniffing quarterfinals, semis. Like I just don't see it happening. I don't feel like the teams in Africa right now, Algeria, Senegal is just not good enough to make that. But maybe, but I highly doubt it.
Okay. Chimere, talk to me, man. Chimere, talk to me.
Have hope. You're a Nigerian man like me, right?
Mm-hmm.
You come on. Me and you both know no African club is doing anything.
Nah.
Probably for the next 10 years.
Yeah, or more.
Because there's a lot of issues with African. There's some African teams on the right path, but I could be here all day, so I'm gonna just cut it short so other people can talk. But I mean, when it comes to as far as Nigeria is concerned, this team we have, I think it's a team that should be able to do something. The key word is should, because they have talented players. And also I look at Senegal. Senegal is they have talented players, but Mane is off form. So the only team that I will say for sure that is better than this Nigerian team should be Algeria. 100% better than Nigeria. But there's a lot of things, coaching, the infrastructure, there's so many things wrong, and politics also. Because why isn't Nyama the goalkeeper anymore for Nigeria? The last goalkeeper.
Well, basically, it was a falling out between him and Olise that happened. So it's a
It
personal thing.
is. No, this is the problem.
Wait. Don't wait. Let's Chimera finish, man. Chimera, finish.
Because the goalkeeper that we had for the last African Cup was trash. He let in that free kick, So, and Yama would have saved that, in my opinion. So there's so many issues with African football, and the teams just aren't good enough in general,
So what do you think is missing? Is it a talent issue? Is it a coaching issue? Is it an organization issue? Just as a whole. So let's say we put Algeria, Egypt, Senegal, Ivory Coast, and so forth. Why is there such a gap between them and South American thing? Is it just that you just don't have the talent, or you're not developing the talent better?
I think it's a combination. Honestly, I think it's a combination of a little bit of everything. Because the coaches, they get the wrong coaches. I don't think, this is my opinion, I don't think that I don't know why you're coaching European style coaches and putting them and making them coach African players, because it doesn't work. Because you can't impose the European style on African players. It doesn't work. And then also the talent isn't good enough. Because
no. Let me ask you this: when last did a team who won a World Cup? When last did that country who won it, were they coached by someone from a different country?
Let me think. Because Spain was Del Bosque.
Spain was Del Bosque. Italy was Lippi. Brazil was Scolari. And I can't remember the other guy who was in 1994. 98, he was French. 1990 was Beckenbauer. Most of the time, the country that wins...
Funny. As in, you're right. As in, I'm thinking about it, and I think it's so stupid. It's like, when last did you see a guy from a different country with a different? Because remember, England tried. Because we'll talk about Europe afterwards. But England tried, because they're gonna say, "Oh, look, let's get Eriksen, let's get Capello," and Capello is an amazing manager, but you can't get an Italian style to coach these English dudes. Because these English dudes don't understand what this Italian style is. And this Italian style is going to be hard for him to translate. So my thing about it is that, you see, when we had Bonfred, John, and Westerhoff, I sat next to Westerhoff's wife on a plane. She's Nigerian, So I sat next to her wife. So Westerhoff, yeah, he's white, he's Dutch, but he's so ingrained into Nigeria and Nigerian culture, he really understands what these Nigerians are about. But Gernot Rohr is just a guy, it's just a reject from Europe. It's like sloppy seconds. We're just getting sloppy seconds. So sorry, continue. It's like getting Lampard right now, man.
I know it is. Chimera, continue.
Yeah, you look at like, if you're a top African player, like let's say like you're born in because even players like Benzema, I don't think, was Benzema born in France? Or is he born in Algeria?
Benzema is a Nigerian.
No. But I mean, I'm not sure where he was born. I think he was born in France.
Was a Nigerian. He has a Nigerian tribes in him.
No. He said where he was born, not where he's from. We know he's from Nigeria. It's where was he born? I need to check that. But continue.
Because even some
he
players
was born in France, bro. He was born in France.
Born in France. Okay, born in France. There you go.
But even Thierry Henry, he wasn't born in France. He wasn't so. But they're gonna he was born in an African country, but they're gonna like to play for the big nations because it gives them a better chance to win. So the talent is still going to be lopsided, regardless.
Zidane was born in Algeria, by the way.
Yeah, he was born in Nigeria. Zidane was born in Nigeria.
Yeah,
Rano, how close do you see an African team being able to say what's up with regards to making something happen at a World Cup?
They're saying like a semi?
Yeah, like a semi or like a final or something.
And I could see a quarter in the next 10 years, but I can't see a semi. So I'll say 15 to 20 at the earliest.
The quarter can happen anytime, though.
God damn, 15 to 20. Okay, so let me bring in Z-Man. Z-Man, talk to me, man. From the outside, then you're looking at African football, how they're doing, and so forth. Because I want you just to be real here. See, I don't want to any sugarcoat anything, because what I really hate is when people are like, oh my gosh, let's this African. No, keep it real. What is the issue? Is it a case of, these guys are not very good, or Drogba? We saw Mikel, like these players are around. Like, do they need to just be much more forceful in getting this African talents or so forth? What? Zima, talk to me.
It's more complicated than that. The problem with, as everyone pointed out, the problem with Africa in general is that they have a problem of having these structures in these organizations in a stable environment. If the economy is not stable, if the country's not stable in general, you can't expect an organization to run, to have a sense of identity and structure behind it. And African nations have lost their identity. They've lost what made them unique, and they've succumbed to the European standard. And I feel like majority of this is down to the coaching. It's down to many aspects, but I would say more so than ever, it's down to the people that are appointed to certain positions in leadership within these African FAs and in general these coaching positions. Because a nation that has over 1 billion population compared to Europe, who only has around 700, you're telling me it only has around 700 million. You're telling me that they can't produce a manager, they can't produce a coach to manage this side. So yeah, it comes down to just the whole organizations, and you have to question, what are these organizations' real ambitions? Do the FA really want to win any trophies? And that's what it comes down to. I mean, you look at, and when it comes to players choosing a foreign nation, like everyone said, I don't blame these players. I mean, they look at other teams and they look at organization and structure. Even players from Africa, like Isak. Isak chose Sweden because he knew Sweden had a better organization compared to Ethiopia.
Oh, okay, there you go.
Okay. Yeah. So this guy chose. Players always make these type of decisions. They even make these decisions in youth. I mean, you look at players like even Ansu Fati. Ansu Fati, he had the options of, I believe, Portugal and Spain. So that's even happening within Europe. And so these players will always look out for what's best for them. In terms of again, this team has no identity, and not to mention some African nations suffer from. It's kind of pity. They suffer from, to a certain extent, tribalism, and it's like certain nations in Africa, they choose their players based on tribes. What tribe did you come from?
Yes.
Who's this guy connected to? Let me give this guy the job. I don't care if the other guy's more qualified. It comes down to that, and that's just lazy infrastructure, and that's what's going on in Africa. In terms of does Africa have a chance of producing a World Cup winning or semifinals? I can't see it. I can't see it, because if you don't have identity, let's even look at broader outside of Africa. England's been struggling because they have no identity. They have no place. They've been struggling to have their sense of identity. And this nation, and we're far off.
We'll get to England because we'll get there. No. But see, Ben, you say that, but Ben, I live in England.
Yeah,
they've chosen pace and power, but I go onto these pitches, I see these players, and I know what England can be, but because of their archaic mentality, they won't choose these skillful players.
Not to go to Europe, but when it's like, even look at Spain. Before the Xavis and Iniesta arrived, the manager at the time, before the Bosque arrived, he was more in tune with having players that had a certain physicality about them. And then that totally changed and revolutionized, and they decided to induct what their culture, what La Liga's been producing, what Spain's been producing, and we don't seem to be ingrained with that, because again, there isn't a stable environment in order to do that. So I don't see Africa doing anything. To be honest with you, it's a sad state.
Okay, so before I come to Wilton, let me just hit these dots before I come to Wilton. From your boy Yassi Said, thanks for the dub, who says, it will take an African team who invest in their team, player facilities, and their players, and their own style of play. It will be a random team. Yassi Said, when you look at previous World Cups, it is very, very difficult for like a random team to come through. And you have to look at, for instance, China have the highest population in the world, but China cannot. China have 60 times, 100 times the population that Italy have, But for some reason, those people from that place of Italy are just more adept and better at football than people in China. So it's not just a thing of pumping in money. Like, I just think that East Africans are not as good at football as they are at athletics. East Africans are superb at long distance. At football, they're not so good. West Africans, obviously good at short distance, but are much better at football than, let's say, the East Africans. So you have to pretty much look at what is the conveyor belt that your country breeds. Because Brazil, the Netherlands, Italy, Spain, Argentina, these guys are a conveyor belt of quality for football players. And I believe as well, Nigeria, but they don't get picked. From Miss B Nation, who says, what about DR Congo HH? Lukaku, Benteke, Company, Kimpembe, and more could have been playing for us. I was looking at this, and I think DR Congo, I think they're currently third. So I think they actually missed out on the Nations Cup thing. And you see, that's where I'll pause. I don't blame Isaac for choosing Sweden over Ethiopia. But guys, Lukaku, Benteke, Company, Kimpembe, because DR Congo were actually a really exciting team. Because when I watch them at Nations Cup, no, these guys are good. Now, if you add Lukaku, Benteke, Company, Kimpembe to these dudes, bro, that is an extremely good team. So, again, I hold nothing against these dudes because I'm not here to call you a traitor or so forth. So it is what it is. I will never do that to you guys. But I just think that it would have been nice if you know that, guys, as a country, look at how good we all are. If we all band together, we can produce a golden generation, which is what Ivory Coast did. So it is what it is. Vilton, talk to me.
Okay. I know you want Africa to win a World Cup.
Wait. No, Vilton. Easy. I'm not here to be like a cheerleader. I'm like blah blah blah. Vilton,
listen.
I'm always a realist. I would like to.
No, yeah, that's what I'm saying.
Come on, I'm realistic.
No. I'm not saying like you like to, of course. Who wouldn't? But in 1977, the GOAT said Africa would have won the World Cup by 2000. Pelé. When I'm in the group, Pelé in 1970, he said Africa would have won the World Cup by the year 2000, and we know it hasn't happened. I think in 1990, Cameroon made it to the quarter. 2002, Senegal, and 2010, we saw what happened with Ghana. So yeah, in total, there's 7 continents in the world. Let's be real, it's only 2 continents has won the World Cup. Only 2, and there's 7: South America and Europe. And to make matter even worse, after when Maradona won the World Cup in '86, Brazil pretty much been the only competition to Europe. If we don't win the World Cup, Europe pretty much wins it. So you have the likes of North America, Africa, Antarctica, Australia, Asia. None of those continents haven't even made it there. I'm not saying, obviously, in football-wise, you would say Africa, I would say they're better than USA. The most African team, like when you look at Senegal, you have the likes of Mane, Koulibaly, Keita, Kouyaté, and I think even Senegal, Cote d'Ivoire, I think has the likes of Pepe and I don't remember Zaha. So in 2022, those teams that I just mentioned, I hope the plan for this team is to at least make it past the group stage, because we saw what happened in 2018. No African team made it past the group stage. And to be fair with you, which is, I think Senegal can actually do something at that World Cup. I think they're good enough.
Vilton, I told you, we have to be real here.
I'm being real. I'm being real because they have a really good coach. Alicia Cisse, he's a pretty good coach.
Very good coach.
And they have Mane, Koulibaly, Keita, Gueye, Kouyaté. Those players are in their prime right now.
It depends on the group.
Yeah, it's gonna depend on the group too.
True. But if they meet a Brazil, Germany, Italy, Spain,
true. It's gonna depend on the group. But I'm saying they have a good chance to make it out of the group. That should be the goal. And the other thing too, I don't know if you know this, in 2026. The World Cup is going to be expanded, so there's going to be 9 teams actually from Africa that's going to be able to compete. But the other,
They're sick to expand the World Cup. But anyway, go on.
But the thing about Africa, which is weird, is that Africa, Africa have like one of the world class. I don't know if you guys know cricket, but they have a really good world class cricket and rugby team. But it's just in football, maybe the way they invest in cricket and rugby.
Wilson now is he built? Wilson now we're going into very interesting waters.
Because
Cricket and rugby. Look at the racial makeup of the South African rugby team. The racial makeup of the South African cricket team.
Just leave this matter. Go to another matter.
because if the way you guys invested in cricket and rugby, because the way you guys invested in cricket and rugby, if you guys did the same for football, you guys probably be like the football in Africa could have been even higher than what it is. But they have I'm guessing the FA of Africa or whoever runs it down there hasn't been really doing it. And I don't ban players like Pogba or Mbappe or anybody that's from Africa to play for other nations. Because at the end of the day, they want to compete. Because why? It's not that they betray. You can't
no, they're not.
They're not.
I just say that as a joke. I said that as a joke. So, but
because you can't really blame those players. They have to show the world that they're good enough. Because what's the point of me staying at that team if I know I'm good enough to actually win this? It just I don't have talent around me to help me. At the end of the day, you need talent to win the World Cup. Yes, it's a team game. We know that, but at the end of the day, you need talent. Abdullah said, "Can you bring him in?"
Oh yeah, no. Abdullah, I'm keeping you back here because you keep on interrupting people. So I'm putting you in that sin bin here, just to kind of because you always interject. So this is my thing for you, just to chill out with us because you're always interjecting, always.
And as for Cote d'Ivoire, that coach, I don't remember his Renard, I think his name is.
Everett.
Yeah, he's a pretty good coach because doesn't he? He has 2 AFCON, doesn't he? I think.
Wilson. How good is he? How good is he really?
How good is he really? By the way, Isak is actually from Eritrea. My bad.
Eritrea. Yeah.
My bad.
So let me bring in more. Talk to me. More. Mr. Mo. All right.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you. Go for it.
Okay. So me personally, I'm also not African. I'm Arab, which is even worse than Africa in terms of football right now. Way worse. So I can kind of relate to your struggle. I'm not an expert on African football. Okay, I see the stuff that everyone else sees. You know, I don't see the guys who play in Nigeria and in Cote d'Ivoire and that kind of thing. But when I compare, for example, I'm Lebanese. When I compare Lebanon, or when I think of
food
Lebanon,
and great women, by the way, great food, great women in Lebanon.
That's about it, bro. That's about it. When I look at the state of football in Lebanon, like a few years ago or like before, so 2014, that was the closest Lebanon ever came to making it to the World Cup. And then they lose a big game and they're out basically, and it's done. A few years later, a few players got arrested because apparently they took bribes from other teams to lose. And they took like 4 or 5 players got arrested. So, and I feel like, I'm not sure if this happens in Africa, but like, as you guys have said, there's a lot of corruption. I'm not saying the players themselves, but the FA is corrupt, I feel like, in many cases.
Mm-hmm.
And like you said, you know, when it comes to like, so when the government invests into sport, they tend to invest into other sports for some reason, even though talent-wise, Africa has a lot of talent in football. And Zoltan makes a very important point that the only real contender for Europe right now is Brazil over the past like 20, 30 years. And that's because Brazil is a very special place when it comes to football. But Europe have been so successful because they invest and they invest and they invest. They have proper facilities, training, gyms, rehabilitation centers, everything. Even like just things as simple as like a plane for the team. You know, they don't have to struggle in flights, and you know, when they arrive, they're not so tired because they have the most comfortable planes possible. So just the amount of investment is really what gives Europe the edge over everyone else. And when I look at African countries themselves, honestly, I feel like the most complete team right now is Morocco. But then, you know, even in the African Cup, in terms of players, like you have a decent player in almost every position. But then you look at the African Cup of Nations, they obviously underperformed. And the 2018 World Cup, I think if they're in a different group, not with Spain and Portugal, they probably could have qualified to the round of 16, but you know, it's just the way the cookie crumbles sometimes. But even them, like they're good individual-wise, but when you compare them to European teams or South American teams, can you really put them on the same level? No way. And it's just like, for me, it just comes down to investment. You know, the investment isn't being made in Africa, just like it isn't being made in the Middle East. And that's why our teams don't succeed. Ghana in 2010 was a special case, really. Again, like, they shouldn't have made it that far, to be honest. It's the coaches is another big point. Like, why do they keep insisting on getting foreign coaches? I don't get it. It just doesn't make sense. It's just, you know, playing without identity, like a real identity for most teams. Coaches that don't suit.
So realistically, how long will it be before an African side makes a semi or a final?
To be honest, I don't think it's ever gonna happen. Like, the way things are, I can't give you a specific time frame, but it's definitely not gonna be in the next 30, 40 years. Definitely not. Something drastic needs to happen, and I just don't see it happening.
Okay, that's fair.
I'm sorry, like, I don't mean any offense to anyone.
Mo, don't you ever say sorry. I'm here for the real painful truth. I don't want any sugarcoating. I don't want anything. I'm here for the real painful truth. 30 years, thank you. So, if it's going to take 30 freaking years, what the hell is going to happen? So, and that's the reality, because if nothing changes, make it 50, make it 60. How about you make it never? If these guys don't do anything, Africa are never sniffing a freaking World Cup. That's a fact. Because everything else is a pride. Because you have to walk to get to that trophy, because it is a very difficult trophy to win. Muntaha, round us off, man.
Yeah, bro. What's the question?
So basically, Africa, man, how many years do you think it will take before an African side gets just better in the World Cup? And what do you think the issue is with African football and why they perform so badly at these tournaments?
No, yeah, like I just don't want to repeat like what other people said. So I pretty much agreed what like Undisputed and Zeem and all these guys said. It's infrastructure ultimately, and when you see like how some of the African teams, like, they prioritize football, so I don't think so. They should have done it, and it's more for politics at the same time. But if you tell me when Africa will win the World Cup in the future, actually they've won indirectly in 2018 in France. That's stacked African team, to be honest. Yes, they are not directly like playing for representing nations, African nation, what I believe. But yes, I think so. That's a massive contribution if you see, and I believe in future other European countries might do the same thing. You know, in order to what they saw, what happened with the France and the French footballing FA. So I believe that's a perfect template to extract as much as talent you can get it from Africa, and then like play in your favor and win the trophies. I believe that's the perfect format for top European nations. And lastly, I just want to touch one more thing over here. I believe if you see the continent of Africa, the talent they're producing, they're way ahead of other continents, including Europe. Look at the last 5 years. Look at the talent they produce. Sadio Mane, Salah, Mahrez, Benzema. Okay, I know Benzema was not born in Africa, but still he's an African. Then you have like Pogba, Aubameyang, yeah. Bro, if you name these stars, right? Like look at top footballing nations, right? Clubs. You have likes of Barcelona. You have likes of Madrid. They're representing there. Look at Folamondis. You have Ousmane Dembele. You have Elias guy. Elias Moriba.
But Muntaha, they are going to these European nations as opposed to African nations. So if Africa keeps losing all this talent, how the F are they supposed to compete if they don't?
No, they
cannot.
You
need the freaking talent to freaking win the stupid trophy. You can't just, I hope and pray. Oh, please. No, you need quality. You can't just hope and pray and yes, come on, we'll support you. No, you need to have players. You need to have talent.
No, I agree, 100%. I agree. But hey, you think from this perspective, right? Footballer of playing football is a profession. It's not anymore like a sport. Like, let's be honest, this is more than a sport now. So, for example, you're as a banker or as a doctor, as an engineer, you want to go to West working for one of the biggest firms, right? Why don't you just stay stay in your own country. It's a story of every Asian or African people, right? It's nothing new. Why won't you move west? Because you see a development faster over there, right? Because those are developed nations, and your talent, you go there and you work for those top-notch firms, right? So this is also a profession of footballer where they want to work for the play for the top-notch football clubs in the country. So I believe that will take a long. It won't happen in a decade or something like that. It will take more than that. And specific, what I believe is that there should be some African country or a specific African country. Let's assume that Ghana. If Ghana takes initiatives, right, to rebuild their footballing structure and infrastructure, develop like government started investing, the state starting investment into the structure of football, I believe there will be chances there. Ghana can set an example for other African nations, for example, and that can start a domino effect in all over Africa, and even in the other countries as well. So I believe that will take a long. And what I see right now, football and Africa as a continent, when it comes to the talent they possess, I think it's the best in the world right now. And this trend will continue of going to Europe and playing for the top clubs and representing the countries over there.
So wait, let me just quickly take these dubs, and then we'll then move. So from Adash3, who says, half of Ivory Coast's golden generation came from one academy. We have a long way to go, but we overcomplicate some of the solutions. Invest in the youth. Adash3, 100%. The talent is there. The players are there. But these moronic, corrupt pieces of crap federations pocket the money, lack organization, and they don't care. As Ben just said, do you know who Dangote is? Dangote is the richest man in Africa. And there are many rich people that exist there. So the money is there. But the people, it's not from the lack of funds or so forth. It's just, they just don't want to. They don't want to invest in the youth. And they don't realize, specifically for the optics, because the World Cup, this is the most viewed competition in the world. Do you know what it would mean for a country if your country comes out there and actually performs well? Brazil. Why do people know about Brazil? People know about Brazil because of what Pele did. Before Pele, Brazil was like, oh yeah, there's a country in South America. Oh yeah, they were involved with slavery and so forth. But when Pele did what they did, and they did that at the World Cup, they now had a more positive stance on Brazil. So when most guys think of Brazil, oh yeah, they're the guys that play that Hoga Bonito football and everything. So it can be a great kind of advert for what your country is about. People who maybe didn't even know what Croatia was about. 11-year-old kid will be like, hey mom, let's go to Croatia because of Modric, because of Mandzukic and so forth. Because it really puts your country into the eyes of the world. So if you mess up and you play wretched football, and what happened with Ghana, where they refused to turn on because they weren't paid. Then there was a video showing, I forgot what the name of this guy's called, Atsu, kissing a wad of cash. I was like, what? Rodrigo Roda says, Vilson, my man, you're talking as if Africa is one country, man. Some countries invested in rugby and cricket, but not everyone. Africa needs infrastructure. Well, no, but Rodrigo, we covered that. Rugby and cricket mostly played by white people.
Leave that matter. Leave that matter.
Now, they talk. So yeah, rugby and cricket. Look at the racial makeup of that. Look at the racial makeup of football, which is why, again, I don't want to get into my whole thing with South Africa and everything. That has always been my issue, which is why I've always hated the South African rugby team. I've always hated that team based on, okay, you're going to invest so much into that rugby team. But what about your football team? But again, that's for a different situation. Antonio Barnett says, can I come into the Hangout HH? Antonio, if there is space, I will try and create space for you. But we are currently full. But if there is space, I will make sure that I will get you in on the space. So guys, South America, man. Wilson, what up?
HH, are we going to talk about Asia? Just
no. We're going everywhere. We're going to go everywhere, man. So, Wilson, what up? Is the mic there, Wilson?
Yeah.
Now, we sort of hinted at this last night. Now, guys, if you want to take things back, so guys who are the old school guys, and also guys, by the way, I'm not lying. On my mom's side, the Da Silvas, I am a 16th Brazilian on my mom's side. So it is true. So yeah, what's it called? Bahia. That's where my people are from, Bahia. So look, and also they actually speak Yoruba in Brazil. If you didn't know, so that's the thing. They actually speak Yoruba in Brazil. So Vulton. So if you take things back, one of my very first videos on this channel was Dunga, that the bastard was picked to the 2010 World Cup team, and he didn't pick Ronaldinho. That was my first video on this channel, was me clowning Dunga for not picking Ronaldinho. That, at the time, was the worst Brazil team I ever saw. But remember what we were saying to begin with. Every country has a cultural identity. This dumb psychopath was trying to make Brazil a counter-attacking team. So for me, I was like, please don't you dare let this Brazil team win this way. And thank goodness for Snyder and Robin for putting those guys in their place. Dunga was sacked. We all know what happened in 2014. It was bloodshed. But the thing right now is that, Vilton, I look at this Brazil team, and apart from Neymar, who else is there? Because when we look at 94, look at 94, Romario, Bebeto. You look at 98, Ronaldo, Rivaldo. You look at 02, Ronaldo, Rivaldo, Ronaldinho. You look at 06, my God, Adriano, and Ronaldo, Ronaldinho, Kaká. There's always been at least 2-3 guys, and also some pretty good as well. Dunga, crap manager. Dunga was an incredible player back in his day. That guy was a superb DM. I look at this Brazil team now. Outside of Neymar, so Wilson, you look at the states of Brazil's team now. How good are they? Especially when compare them to the 82 generation, the 70 generation, the 94, 98, 02 generation. It's pretty weak.
All right. First of all, it's just Dunga was an amazing manager. The 07 Copa America, nobody gave us a chance to win that Copa. Everybody thought Argentina was going to win it, and we won it with that crap Brazilian team. Because I remember, too, during that Copa America final, everybody was saying it's going to be a 5-6-1 because Argentina literally give birth to either they give birth to you or they sacrifice you. They beat everybody, and we beat them by our defense. That team wasn't that amazing, but we won it. In the 2010, you say he should have brought Dino. Dino was already finished by then, bro. Like, what was Dino going to do? To be honest, no, I disagree. I disagree.
Dino was ready.
No.
Wilson, this was his last ride.
Bro, Dino was... Bro.
Remember Zidane?
He didn't do anything in 06. Let's keep it real. That was Dino. He didn't do anything in 06. What makes you think Dino was going to do anything in 2010?
Wilson, let's look at the Zidane parallel. Fair enough. He was injured for, I think, the 2 games. But let's even look at Zidane in Euro 04. That's why he retired. Because Greece said what's up to him. And guys are like, Zidane, I think you're finished. But for specific players, give them one last ride. 35, 36, because I was like, you know what? Because Dino knew what happened in 06, just give him one last ride. I swear to you, Dino would have done something in that World Cup.
I don't think so. But to be honest with you, though, it's not like, yes, we lost to Netherlands. I don't want to look like a sole loser. Yes, we lost to Netherlands, but let's be real. We lost to like defensive mistake. It was just, especially the second goal. That was just a defensive mistake. Because Julio Cesar was trying to go for the ball, and I think Filipino, he headed the ball, but that was just
Felipe
Melo. He misheaded the ball, and Julio Cesar didn't get the ball. To be fair, yes. And Kaká missed a clear opportunity chance to tie the game. Yes, we lost, but Dunga did his best with that 2010 team. The team I was surprised, though, was the 2014 team. Yes, we beat Spain in the Cup Confederation, but, bro, that team was then as good as people thought it was. It was just Neymar had a very, very good tournament, and Fred was from the road, and he had a very good tournament in that Cup Confederation. But then again, our problem is it's during that entire 2014 run in the World Cup, besides the group stage, let's not count the group stage. Every time you go against, because you have to beat Europe to win the World Cup. It is what it is. If you don't beat Europe, you're not going to win the World Cup. During that entire 2014 run, yes, Neymar was injured against Colombia. Yes, Neymar was definitely a key factor. Like I think the team just lost. Like mentally, they were finished when Neymar got injured. But the one time we go against a freaking European team, it was a sacrifice, bro. It was bad. Like it was bad. But then again, I never thought we are gonna win the 2014 World Cup. I just thought it was just an amazing run because the moment we went against a European, it's been happening since 06. France, Netherlands, Germany, 2018 Belgium. But again, you keep on saying that yes, it's only Neymar. This team only has Neymar. But let's be real, it's in Europe right now. There's really not a fear team that you're afraid of because let's be real. In 2018, we're favorites to win it. Let's keep it real because we're the first team to qualify for it.
No, because you see, Wilson, again, hindsight is 2020. But guys, let's do some math here. If Neymar was fully fit, Brazil beats Belgium.
Because
guys, let's
I don't want to bring hypothetical into it because
no. But
to be honest with you, in the second half we dominated the second half. The ball just didn't want to go in.
It's true. Because look, I don't want to take anything away from Belgium because they deserve it, and also
they deserve it.
It's led to my Eden Hazard narrative.
Whatever.
One man stood against Brazil. Kevin De Bruyne.
And Courtois, you forgot about Courtois. Courtois, that was one of his best games ever.
That was a crazy save. But see, my thing about this is that I still think France beat them, but I'd have loved to see Brazil against France. Because remember, this is France without Zidane. This is France as a team.
But the declining been happening since 06. We saw it. But what I'm saying, I'm not giving up on the team yet because this is 2022 is Neymar's last chance. And Neymar said he's gonna give everything he has. Hopefully. What's funny? I don't get it. Because it's when you look at it, right? I don't want to bring this up because people say Brazil are always favorite to win the Copa. But when you look at it, that Copa we won, that was because of our defense. We didn't concede one single open play goal. The only goal that we conceded.
Are you talking about the last one?
Yeah, the last one.
Yeah,
the last tournament. The only goal we conceded was that penalty in the final against Peru, and it was a penalty. It wasn't an open play goal. So that the defense is there. When you have the likes of Marquinhos, well, I don't know. I don't think Thiago Silva is gonna be there, but I'm worried.
I think you have a chance if Neymar doesn't play.
No. As much as I hate on Neymar, no, we need Neymar, bro. Like you need a Neymar.
Of course, they need Neymar.
Let me ask you a question as a Brazilian. In 2014, in that 7-1, I know Neymar was a big loss, but don't you think Thiago Silva was a bigger loss?
Yeah, definitely, because he was a captain. But I still think we would have lost to Germany, though, even if Neymar. Not seven. It would have been a competitive game.
I don't even think it was about the personnel. I think it was you guys were passion merchants. That's what I'm concerned. You were playing very well, but you were too passionate because you were hosting. And you have to see these Brazilians. They almost were just behaving like. And so the moment Neymar was.
They were crying every national anthem.
Do you know?
Bro, we have never won the World Cup at home, bro.
No. You see, I'm not here to predict that it would have been 7. But do you know when I knew that Brazil lost to Germany? Was when
he brought the shirt, right? When David Luiz showed the shirt to the crowd. I said the same thing too. I knew we were gonna lose the game, but not 7-1.
Too passionate. Not 7-1. That's what I'm concerned.
Not 7-1.
So okay, but because I want to combine them into Argentina. So we have the Copa America this year, which is hosted by Argentina and Colombia.
I can't wait. I can't wait.
Do you see? Because here's my thing. I'll keep it real with you. I'd like Messi to just.
Let's be honest, HH. Come on. Let's be honest.
Let him land.
You see, let me keep it real with you. I don't want Messi to retire without never winning a major trophy with Argentina. Anybody that mentions the Olympics, screw you. And also, by the way, Mikel didn't foul him. Mikel didn't foul Messi for that penalty as well. So Nigeria would have won that. So my thing is this, is that I don't want a situation where Messi retires without never winning anything with Argentina. And I'll say this right now. Ask Messi in the privacy of his home, he'll say that I will trade everything I've won for one major trophy with Argentina. But my thing about it is that, you see, here's the
I asked him, he said that's trash.
Shush, man, Mr. Mike, man. I spoke to him this morning. So, see, my thing is that there's only one stumbling block, and that's Brazil. Uruguay are on their way down.
No, you can't say that. Damian and Colombian might do something.
Colombia are there, but they're always flat to deceive. And I think James Rodriguez, he's past his peak. So I think Colombia are still good, but I think, let's see, a true threat, like a stumbling block, is Brazil. Uruguay are not as good as they were in 2010, 2011, 2012. Colombia, they're there. Chile, their peak was when they said what's up to Argentina twice. So, in your view, Wilson, do you think Messi can do it this summer?
To be honest with you, I don't know if you guys been watching the World Cup qualifiers. Messi been playing really well for Argentina in the World Cup qualifier. It seems like he's more at ease with the team, like more than he was in the last qualifier, because he had to literally score a hat trick to help them qualify in the 2018 in the 2017-2018 qualifier. But at the end of the day, I just think that Messi just lacks. If Messi just had that just a little bit Maradona in him, just that will his team to win it. Because let's be real, bro. Messi has done everything right just in the final. It's just the final. Because 2016, that was one of his best tournament ever, that Copa America. I think he was what? You guys can help me out. I think he's scored 5 goals and like 4 assists, like something like that. Then for you to miss the penalty like that in the penalty shootout.
So do you think it's a case of his teammates have let him down, or he needs to step up in the final and be
it's beta both. It's both. It's both. 07, I don't really. Yes, he was part of the pitch of that game, but I'm not gonna put the blame on Messi that much. Messi was what, 19 or 20 in 07. Arguably he was the best player on the team because you still had Riquelme, Sorin, Varane, and stuff like that on the team. But 2014, yes, Higuain definitely should have buried that. But at the same time, though, Messi should have also scored that 1-on-1 against Neuer. So it's a bit of both. 2015, I don't blame Messi that much because it was a penalty shootout. Messi scored his penalty shootout against Chile. But 2016, you gotta score that. But again, hypothetical speaking, let's say Messi does score that penalty. Who says they're gonna score? They were gonna score. But at the end of the day, since you are the best player, the blame's gonna be on you. And as for Messi chances this summer, so as with you, I you guys know I always like trolling Messi. I love trolling the Messi fanboys and everything. But to be honest with you, it'd be pretty sad for Messi not to ever win something with Argentina because it's so sad. Like it'd be so sad because this guy done everything right to help Argentina win. It just
and also it will never sit well with.
It will never sit well. It will never sit well
because in Argentina they were like, okay, you've done all this stuff for Barcelona and so forth. You couldn't give us one Copa America,
especially
one Copa America,
especially with the Maradona passing away and everything. So maybe that might be a motivation for the Argentina team this summer. Just do it because this is Messi's last Copa America. Let's be real. I don't think he's gonna be in the 2024 one. He's gonna be, I think, 37 or 36 in that one. So I think this might be his last Copa America. So to me, obviously, we were favorites to win it, but just because I'm going by track history, I don't think Argentina gonna win it. Even though the semifinal is gonna be in Argentina Stadium, I just don't think they're gonna win it. They have that will because. And what's sick about it, when you have a striker like Aguero that hasn't done anything for the Argentina team, when you see Lautaro Martinez been balling in the qualifier for Argentina.
No, see, again, I don't want to bring up excuses and so forth because I never will. But one little thing I'll say is you have Sergio Aguero. Look at all you've done for Man City. And you've never come to the aid of Messi when he has just needed a little bit of support. Just a little
but most of the time he wasn't playing though. So let's be
true. That's true.
Injury.
But at the end of the day, though, he just has to.
There's one man that Messi fans need to assassinate. His name is Higuain. That's the guy.
Oh, easy. That's what promotes violence. So Wilton, round off before I come.
Yeah, my round off. I'm just saying, to be fair, even if he wins the Copa, most Argentinians gonna say, okay, you did that, but they want the World Cup more. But he missed his chance in 2014 because I don't think in 2022 the Argentina team's gonna win it. So my thing, I don't think Messi's gonna win the Copa. I think we're gonna win it again, sadly to say. Yeah. And Colombia might say, "What's up?" You never know.
Okay. So before I come to Undisputed, man, let me just quickly hit this, man. So, wait, bear with me 1 second. Let me just get up to do with my L dubs. All right. From Rodrigo Rodgers, man, thanks for the dub. It says, South America style is more European these days. I would have agreed during the era of Dunga, but Tite, because I watched Brazil in the Olympics and even at the World Cup, no, Tite has brought back that South American style for sure. He's brought it back. So I would say Brazil and even Argentina as well, they still play like how you expect from Brazil and Argentina. That may have been true maybe 5, 6, 7, 8 years ago, but not so now. From Natsa, who says, this is why Vilton hates on KDB. He knocks out his country and disgraced them out of the World Cup. All makes sense now.
Bro, I don't hate on KDB because of that. I just like trolling you.
Are you sure?
I'm pretty sure, bro. I'm pretty sure.
Okay,
Did he win the World Cup, by the way? Did he win it in 2018? Okay.
All right, Undisputed, talk to me, Undisputed.
First of all, this Brazil, I don't think this is that bad of a Brazil team, to be honest. I think it's definitely better than the one they had in 2010.
Apart from Neymar, who is the other World Cup?
Bro, we went third in the world, bro. We weren't third. Relax.
They didn't have a single world-class player in 2010. Ronaldinho was on the decline. Kaká was on the decline. They had nothing. And plus, I think the spine of this team is probably a bit better, like defensive midfielders, goalkeeper as well. I think it's better now than it was in 20.
Also, they had Robinho.
Dude, he was finished and he didn't even play there. Anyway, I need to talk about Argentina. I think one of the most common myths that I think a lot of people will probably say it here, so I'll just dispel it now, is that Argentina don't have good defenders. Let me tell you something. Liverpool was in the group, right, with Atalanta and Ajax. We played Ajax, and Tagliafico didn't give Salah a sniff. And then there's this central midfielder. I think it was Lisandro Martinez. Never heard of him before. He was really, really impressive. Basically, didn't give our attack a sniff as well. And we have one of the best attacks in the world. And those two, they didn't give them a sniff. Then we play Atlanta. And this guy, Christian Romero, I had no idea about this guy either. He looks like Van Dijk. Literally, every single aerial duel, this guy wins. So, but the problem with these guys, Argentina, is that they would rather play a 36-year-old geriatric Otamendi instead of giving their young players a chance. And it's the same with their goalkeeper. Like Emi Martinez, he's one of the best in the Premier League, right? But apparently they want to play this guy from Argentina. I don't even know what the hell his name is. So I think one of the biggest problems with Argentina especially is they literally don't know how to pick their best players. I do think if they did pick their best players, in my opinion, and this is just me, I think Argentina beats Brazil. I think, at least from what I saw, out of the defenders they do have, the ones Liverpool we played, those Argentinian defenders, I think they're really, really good, especially for their age. They're really, really impressive. Paredes is a baller.
The Brazil-Argentina matches are always really close, though. So, yeah, they may not give them much of a sniff.
It would be 50-50, in my opinion. It would be 50-50. Paredes is really good as well, and then they've always had a good attack for as long as I can remember.
Do you think Messi will win a Copa America for Argentina before it's done? Because on his position, he has to, bro. You can't have that on your legacy, bro. You can't. I'm sorry, you can't.
I think 2021 final, Argentina-Brazil, will go to penalty shootout. If Messi misses one again, if that happens again, I think I would be really worried for his mental health. I think he should check into rehab if that happens again. But I actually think Argentina will edge Brazil in a Copa America final. 2021. You can book this. You can mark this now.
I don't know, bro.
From what I saw of the qualifiers, they both looked equally good, but I just think that being at home will give Argentina the edge over Brazil in 2021.
You say give them the edge. When they were at home the last time, I think they lost on penalties to Uruguay. And do you want the pressure of the home ground with Messi on the pitch? We know how Messi deals with pressure. Was that?
I'm saying, will there be fans?
Yeah, half.
That would still give him. That Argentina team was complete garbage, by the way. We were terribly coached. That was right after Maradona's disaster class in 2010. This one, I
Easy,
think
relax.
there's more. Sorry, HH. Maradona is a 10 out of 10 player and a 0 out of 10 manager. I'm sorry
Okay,
to say
all right,
it.
thank you. So basically, so you're saying Argentina edged this summer then?
I think Argentina will edge Brazil in the summer, just because I think the teams are pretty much equal. If Argentina actually pick their best players, like pick the young defenders that they have, and they pick Emi Martinez in goal, and they actually pick their best players, I think the teams are equal pretty much. And I think Argentina will edge it just because of the home crowd.
So wait, I'm going to come before I come to Damien. Make it so from Sam Jovi. Thank you for the job, Sam Jovi. It was in Russia at the World Cup against Nigeria and France. Oh, sorry, I think he says I was in Russia at the World Cup against Nigeria and France. My ex was speaking Spanish with Argentinians who didn't follow Barcelona, saying Messi was average. Oh, damn. I remember reading an article from people that said if you go to the streets in Argentina, people in Argentina don't rate Messi. And I think they just don't rate Messi because they just resent him because he doesn't. They say, wait a minute, this crazy amazing player, why doesn't he do this crazy stuff for us for Argentina? So if Messi retires and he's people calling the GOAT,
I don't think they resent him though.
Okay,
I don't
no.
think so.
They do, bro.
No,
They
no,
actually-
They don't.
Especially
He's
after-
done a lot.
Nah, some of them do.
It's different from the treatment France gives Thierry
especially
Henry.
after the 2016 when Messi retired from the Argentina national team. That was the nail of the coffin.
No,
Yes.
I talked
he's
to
been
an
playing-
Argentinian. No, I've been talking to I remember I was going to school and I was talking to these Argentinian guys and they were like they don't rate him at all. They're like we want you to bring a major trophy. That's the only way we're gonna rate you. So they do hold some type of resentment. They're like, you're doing all these great things, but I need you to bring it to our nation. So they do hold that.
You see, for Argentines, they're like, wait, what's our connection to Barcelona? Okay, cool. You're putting Argentina on the map as an
Interrupt quickly. I just want to say quickly one thing, right? Because I just read the NASA tweet, like KDB destroyed Brazil. No, it was Lukaku who destroyed Brazil. It was Lukaku who dribbled past from the center of the mid and who
But that was a
destroyed
great goal
the guy.
by De Bruyne, though. It was a great
No, bro. But the Lukaku was everything in that.
No, he was key.
Bro, Lukaku was the best player on the pitch, man. Let's be honest, bro. Because people
Courtois.
And Courtois.
disagree.
Courtois
Bro,
was
that's
amazing
just one
in that
save.
game.
Bro, just one save.
What's that?
Don't bring Courtois.
Second half.
Do not bring Courtois. Do not bring Courtois.
Go watch the entire second half.
Go, you watch, bro. Lukaku destroyed you from left. Bro, look at how the dribbles he completed that game. What are you talking about?
The second half, bro. Go watch the entire second half. Belgium didn't create anything, bro. Courtois, bro. It was Courtois.
Okay,
he was man of the match for a reason.
Bro, you're done. Bro, look at the bro. I mean,
I'm not saying Lukaku was bad.
What's that guy named? Bro, Lukaku pretty much forced the second goal as well. Remember?
No, that was Marcelo. That was Marcelo.
No. But did you watch the second goal?
Easy.
Come on,
yeah, that was Marcelo.
Oh man, Lukaku was the best player on the pitch, man.
No, good after easy.
Some respect, man.
Wait, Damien, talk to me. I don't message your boy and so forth. Can Messi bring back some gold for Copa America? Because people in Argentina, they ain't feeling him, bro. They ain't feeling him, man.
Well, to be honest, what I saw from Argentina from the qualifiers, I mean, the teams they beat was just, Bolivia and Ecuador. So, I mean, to be honest, I don't really, take those wins seriously. I mean, they're second place, but they haven't faced the big dogs, Colombia, Uruguay, Brazil. So I can't really take those wins, very seriously. For the Copa America, I mean, well, the groups have already been made, and Argentina are going to play, the South in the region of South America. So they're definitely better than Uruguay and Chile. So I expect them to finish first. But it just depends on, can they really just go that extra step, for the full distance to that Copa America. I also want to talk about a little bit about my boys, my countrymen, Colombia.
Okay.
To be honest, I mean, we are hosting it, but I mean, I would love to see us, lift that Copa America trophy. I mean, I never seen it before. Our only international trophy is from 2001. Yeah, obviously, yeah, they're definitely gonna finish first. So I would definitely love to see.
So do you still think James Rodriguez can still have a major impact on Colombia, or do you think that his peak was at that 2014 World Cup where he was the best player at that World Cup, or you still think that he can still be influential for you boys?
Yes, I feel like he does have at least one tournament left in him. You saw that, you seen it on Everton, that he still has it in him. But I feel like it's also gonna have to depend on the other attackers like Duvan Zapata, and those guys to really like help him, because in the last Copa we finished first in front of Argentina, and I thought like, what, maybe we can make it to the final. But I thought like, with the second best team, we're looking good. But then we lost the penalties to Chile, so I got very pissed off by that.
So why? What chances do you give you guys as co-hosts of maybe winning this thing? Because again, look, let's just not assume that's going to be them. What if Colombia, using the power of the home crowd, because I think a lot of their games will be on home soil if they're fans there. Do you think that could be a major impact for them, maybe being the surprise winners?
Yeah, definitely. I feel like Colombia right now is definitely the third best team. Is Uruguay. They have a bunch of old heads. They still rely on Suarez and Cavani, so I don't really expect them this year to really like say much anymore. So I hope that we can at least make the semis, and whoever we face, whether that be Brazil or Argentina, we'll get there when hopefully we get there. But I just want us to make the semis at least. Just make the semis at least.
Guys, 1 second, HH. Did you know that in 2010 Maradona left Zanetti at home, treble-winning Javier Zanetti, and brought Jonas Gutierrez with him instead because he saw him in his dreams?
Oh, you stole my point. You stole my point.
How high is Maradona?
Oh my God.
Hey, as we said, we're going to be respectful to a horseman. Please, be respectful to a horseman. Thank you. Z-Man, talk to me, man. The state of
like he said, man, the problem with Argentina is their selection. It's complete garbage. Like Javier Zanetti not being a part of your World Cup side. That's what I'm waiting for the squad announcement, because I know Argentina always has a capitulation problem when it comes to actually choosing players for the role that you need them. They kind of have the same problem as, like, I would say kind of Brazil used to have, like, not like probably 5 years ago or whatnot, in terms of like, choosing these like superstars or these players that play for like these big clubs, and not choosing the players that that fit your role, that fit your role, that the team you need them to. So in terms of defense, bro, if Otamendi's there, he's gonna have a masterclass of scoring hat tricks against his team. Like, this guy, he's a horrible defender. And I think that their defense is going to be leaky because of their choices. I don't think their midfield is going to be strong enough to compete against Brazil in general. And I think Brazil just have so much different attackers. As much as I don't know if Coutinho is going to be a part of the squad, as much as I don't rate Coutinho that high, he seems to only do well when he's like in a Brazilian team.
But how well is that, though? I mean, who else is on Neymar's level though in that Brazil team?
Yeah, no. There isn't that much players. There isn't that much players in Neymar's level, but Neymar has a supporting cast. Players that could pull on their weight. You have Jesus. As much as you don't want to rate him, this guy was putting up great performances in the last Copa America. And then you have the likes of Casemiro, who's a dependable center defensive midfielder. So they have those type of players inside their squad. So I do think that Brazil are most likely going to win, even though I need Messi to win it for my own agendas. But I do feel like Brazil just have the edge. Something just tells me they're gonna.
So are you then telling me that Messi is going to retire without having ever won a major trophy with Argentina?
Yes.
No. There's a chance. Like I said, I have my own agendas. There's always a chance. But I would say that Neymar. If Neymar doesn't stay fit and they win another Copa America without him, we're gonna have to start questioning this guy, because how is he not staying fit like all the time?
No. But see, my thing about it is that I still feel that, because I just think with the state of South America, Brazil are still able to win it without a Neymar, which was a great indictment. Brazil don't stand a chance of doing anything in the World Cup without a Neymar. With Neymar, we saw what Belgium said to them. So World Cup is a whole different ballgame from Copa America, bro. So let me come to Ben, man. Ben, talk to me, man. Messi, Brazil, Colombia, South America. Can Messi give me a Copa? Yes or no? Is he going to leave this game without giving me at least a Copa America?
Bro, I don't know. I don't know anymore, man. I've been heartbroken over and over and over again. I feel like an Argentine. I supported Argentina. I supported Argentina against Nigeria. 2 consecutive
Ben,
World
What?
Cup.
Ben,
You're kidding me, bro, Ben.
What
Ben.
over your country, bro? You sick, bro.
Ben,
Oh
Thank you,
God.
thank you,
Oh,
Bro,
thank
you're a
you.
God. Messi bad boy.
psychopath.
Ben,
Bro,
Ben, you
you're
said
a
Thank you.
psychopath,
wait,
bro.
Ben,
wait.
Thank you,
Ben,
thank you,
Ben,
thank you, thank
Ben,
you.
Never
please.
over,
I couldn't
bro.
care
Ben,
less.
Ben,
My
you're
country.
qualified. Bro,
Wait,
you know what?
wait,
You're the Sean's level, bro, when it comes
wait,
to
wait,
Muslim
wait,
boys.
okay. Wait, Ben, let me ask you this thing, Ben.
You're
dare
hating,
you.
man.
Wait, Ben, I dare you to go with your black face to Argentina and go and make friends with them. Go with wear an Argentine shirt and let's see how they
I
treat
didn't
you
say
with
I'm
black
friends
face.
with them. I didn't say I'm friends with them. All I care about is Lionel. If Higuain had any pride in his life,
Oh,
if he had any pride, who knows what we could have been talking about now, man. Every day, I'll lord it over you all. I'll just say Messi, World Cup, World Cup. But one idiot called them Higuain. What can I say?
relax,
Anyways,
man.
I literally celebrated when he scored the free kick against Enyama. I celebrated. Anyways, I mean, I was literally shouting. They said he can't score against Nigeria. You know the funny thing? Prior to then, he had not scored against Nigeria. They said they're just 2 keepers that Messi hasn't scored against. Czech and Enyama. I literally was celebrating, shouting at my countrymen. Who said he can score against Enyama?
You are
Who said he can score against Enyama?
bro. Oh my
Yeah, so
goodness.
proudly,
Bro,
proudly,
you're
proudly.
a psychopath, bro.
No, bro.
Oh, this guy is sick,
Benjamin,
man.
you're going too far. You're sick, but I respect it. Keep it up, man.
Yeah, I cried. I cried after the final. I cried, man. I cried. It was hurtful. But what can we say? What can we say? So I'm not even going to give any kind of thing for this Copa America stuff. He's broken my heart too much. Yeah, years and years and years and years.
So are you then saying that you don't believe he will win? You don't believe that he'll win a Copa America then?
Truth of the matter is that this guy is getting older. Him and Cristiano as well. So the older they get, the harder it is for them to influence the team individually. Like when you see the way Cristiano was doing 6 years ago, and Messi was as well. Those times, like there was a time where Messi could literally just carry the ball and dribble. He could just carry the ball and dribble and score. He was doing those things, but now I don't even think the confidence is there as much anymore to do that kind of thing. So you're not confident in your body.
I say confidence in his body, or do you think that he just doesn't believe? Because I think
no, you're not confident in your body. I'm not just talking about Argentina. I'm talking about even in Barcelona. It doesn't do that anymore. So the older you get, you're not confident.
No. But what I ask is, what mental damage do you think it took losing 3 finals in a row? Because
if there is anybody that has faced mental damage, it's Messi. Actually, we're talking about with Argentina. Then in the latter times, in latter parts of his career with Barcelona now.
2012.
So that's no mental.
Hey, look, my friend, 2012.
8-2, 4-3-0, 8-2. Those Champions League stuff where that's what you call mental stress. I literally feel for this guy, man. I literally feel for this guy. I don't know, man. I don't want to comment on this. I just pray. I'll pray. I'll pray.
But what about Brazil? I mean, how do you compare this Brazil team and their chances, specifically for the World Cup, compared to previous ones? Because I think that Neymar is the only world-class player they have.
Bro, you lie, man. You lie. They
Who
got
else?
They have two world-class goalkeepers. If you want to start, they have two world-class DMs, Fernandinho and Fabinho. I don't know which football you're watching, brother.
Casemiro,
And
Marquinhos.
what am I
Which
even
is-
saying?
bro.
My
Casemiro.
friend,
Marquinhos.
the attacking.
Jesus.
Who is
See,
helping
I'll
Neymar?
tell you,
No,
brother. I'll
Okay,
tell
right.
you.
Everton was amazing at Copa America.
Who
too.
is helping
Come on,
Yes, he
Neymar
will.
in attack? Who is helping Neymar in attack?
Gabriel
Them-
Jesus.
Now they have a man. Listen.
Gabriel
Let
Jesus.
me tell you. Let me tell you. They have a man called
Everton
Firmino,
Soares.
who
Wait, let me land. Let them
is
land. Let them land.
Firmino is a what do you call it?
World Cup winner.
A
Defensive striker.
a right back striker. You know, he has a lot of names. I don't know. Liverpool
False
fan.
five. He's a false five.
He's a four. Oh God. Anyways,
Alves.
but I think they have what do you call this guy's name? Jesus, and they have Firmino, and I think he can do something about. I can say what's up as well. They have Coutinho who's trying as well on international duty. So, and Neymar, I think they have better chances of winning the Copa America at least without Neymar,
of
because
course.
I've seen
Of
Neymar.
course.
I've seen Neymar in the last two in short the last three international duties after 2014 World Cup. 2014 World Cup was Neymar's best international
Yes.
tournament.
Yes.
The next was it Confederation
Confederations Cup,
Cup?
That was in
The
2013.
next no.
No,
There was one that happened after I think 2016 or 2015 where he fought
that was the
somebody and got a
Copa.
red card.
They can't
That was the
speak.
Copa America.
Copa
That was the
America,
Copa
Copa
America.
America.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Against
So
Colombia.
this guy loses his head. I don't understand. The passion merchants, man. They just love too much. Calm down. It's not that serious. Play.
What?
That's why I like
It is,
Germany.
it is,
It's World Cup, bro.
No, I'm talking about What I mean is, have you seen these Brazilians, guy? These guys, they will just cry. But anyways, they have a history of football. They take it too personal. No, I'll tell you the truth. Brazilians take football more personally than any country when it comes to the World Cup.
Nah.
Ben, have you seen
Colombia has
Italy?
something to say about that.
Ben,
Colombia
have
has
you
something
seen?
to say
Ben,
about
have
that.
you seen Italy?
Have you heard of the story where they have you heard of their female national team when they were losing during the halftime? Famous story. You heard about that? They're losing during halftime, and they got reports that they're gonna literally be.
Bro, did you hear what
So,
happened to
guy.
Colombia?
No. Did you
Wait.
did you hear what happened to the Colombian dude?
Escobar.
Yeah, did
Escobar.
you
Yeah,
hear
this
what
guy-
happened?
This guy got
Yeah,
shot in the
they-
street.
Yeah, because of it.
Because
It's in 94. Also,
Bro.
Ben, I'm sorry. See, we'll get to Europe. Italy. They were waiting at the airport for the team to arrive after they got knocked out. They were waiting. So don't mess with Italy. And also in Italy, they told Lippi that you better
No,
give
I think
back
they
those
just
World
like
Cup medals in
they just like
06.
crime. Italy just likes violence normally.
Relax,
So let's leave that
chill.
matter.
Ben,
So-
just
Okay.
focus on Brazil.
Okay. Yeah. So Brazil, yeah. I think they to be frank with you, I think they've got good chances if without Neymar, because I think if they have that guy, he has some very toxic traits. When I mean toxic traits now, he could it's not somebody you know the way football is now. We're talking about. I think was it you guys? You were talking. Was I don't know if it's this hangout or yesterday. Some people were talking about how the game has evolved to more coaching.
Yesterday, yeah.
Yeah, so the truth of the matter is that if you want to win anything in this era of football, you need coaching. You need everybody to play as a team. Look at Spain. Look at Germany. You can also argue France. Now they played the teams that won the World Cup last 3 times. They were playing as a team. They didn't have one. No, everybody played as a team. Everybody helped the other person. So I think Neymar is the and that's why I don't even have confidence in PSG as well. I think they can do better. For me, I think they did better. Look at the way they played Barcelona. I think if Neymar was in that game,
let me ask you: are Brazil gonna do something at this World Cup? Yes or no?
Yes.
World Cup or Copa America?
World Cup. They're gonna win the Copa America. World Cup. I said World Cup.
Bro, it's just
brother,
we winning
World
it, bro. We winning it, bro.
Bro,
I'm telling you, it's gonna win the World Cup. I'll tell you who's going to win the World Cup.
Okay, don't tell me now.
International football has declined, man. It's really declined.
I shouldn't tell you. Why don't you want me to tell you?
I'll tell you. No, I'll tell me afterwards. Tell me afterwards. Wait, let me bring this boy in. What's this guy? Mo, talk to me, man. Mo, talk to me. Brazil, Argentina, Messi, the whole shebang.
Okay, let me start off with Argentina and Colombia. I'm going to talk about those two kind of in the same vein.
Okay.
Earlier, Undisputed, you were mentioning all the talented Argentinian players, which I agree with. Alexa, Romero, you named them. I'm not going to name them all again. They have a lot of talented players. But Argentinian players in general, they play better for their club than they do for their country. They just don't seem to gel together. No matter who they take, they just don't seem to gel together for some reason. I don't know why. I don't know if it's too many egos. I don't know if it's just because their styles don't match. And, you know, Argentina is the proof that a player, in order to succeed, you need a good team around you. Like, Messi doesn't do it on his own in Barca, and that's not something that should be held against him because, you know, it's football, it's a team game. So, you know, the fact that he's not able to do anything with Argentina proves that, you know, you need a good team around you. And even though he has good individuals around him, they just don't seem to gel together. There seems to be political reasons as well, like not taking Icardi because of the whole, you know, story with him and his wife. You know, it's too, like, you know, did you guys remember in the 2018 World Cup where, you know, we read the story that the manager asked Messi for permission to bring on Aguero? Like, how does that happen in a professional team? That shouldn't be happening.
Wait, Mo. What about 2014, 2015, 2016? They've been to 3 straight finals. You can't be bad as as a team if you go to 3 straight finals. You can't be bad. You can't be bad.
I'm not saying they're bad. I'm not saying they're completely awful. But I'm saying they're not good enough to win stuff.
Wait, I just want to clarify.
No. Wait, quickly, more. I've got to stop you there.
I just want to clarify.
I understand Germany and so forth. I understand that. You are given 2 cracks of the cherry to beat Chile. Let's keep it real. Argentina were favorites in both of those finals because Chile had never won a major trophy in their history. Never. So Argentina being World Cup finalists, having Messi and the kind of team you had, you were favorites to beat Chile in both of those finals. How do you lose to Chile twice, back to back?
See, that's the thing. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like, Chile, at that time, they played well as a team. Argentina, they didn't really face anyone tough in those Copa America, if I'm remembering correctly. They didn't face anyone tough until they faced Chile. So, like, and Chile played with real teamwork, passion, and I just don't see that in Argentina.
Even if they played with teamwork and so forth and everything, I can understand if it's Colombia, I can understand if it's Uruguay, if it's Brazil. But this was a team who had never won a major national crown, ever. So,
but to be fair, they did have, you know, the likes of Vidal and Sanchez. You know, they still have talent.
There've been many talented sides. I'm sure Peru and all these guys are talented, but the fact of the matter is that they had never won. They didn't know what it meant to even win any trophy of some sort. Argentina, you're the better team. You have a history of winning. You have the better players, more experienced players. There was no excuse. So that's why in those games, I don't want to hear, I want to hear the guy who scored 92 goals in a calendar year, bro, I'm deciding this game.
That's the thing. He disappears. He disappears like the 1v1 on Neuer, the penalty versus Chile. It just seems to me, to be honest, like whenever Di Maria gets injured, Argentina lose. I don't know why. Maybe there's something to that.
Relax.
All I'm saying is every time he gets injured, they lose. That's what I'm saying. I forgot what I wanted to say. Oh yeah, with Chile, look, for me, I know Argentina have the history on their side. Once the referee blows the whistle, bro, no one cares. Because even though Argentina have won World Cup and Copa America, this group of players have Messi hasn't, Aguero hasn't, Di Maria, Otamendi, all of those guys, they haven't won. They don't have experience in winning to an international tournament. So, like, I don't care about Argentina's history. It's 11 men versus 11 men. It just comes down to who wants it more. And Argentina, they just don't gel to me as a team. Colombia, on the other hand, they just seem to play well for, like, Ospina. He bricks it with his clubs, and then he goes plays for Colombia, and he absolutely falls. Yeah, and most Colombians, James, like he's a pretty good player, obviously, but he plays better for Colombia than any of his clubs. Same with every time I watch Colombia, I see a bunch of players that I've never heard of, and I'm like, wow, why are they so good? Like, and this is, kind of it ties back to the whole Africa discussion. They don't pick their best players. Colombia, they just pick the guys who play for the bigger teams. Colombia, they don't care. They'll pick the players that no one has heard about. As long as you can play, you're in. So that's why for this.
So does Messi retire having given Argentina a Copa America? Yes or no?
No. No, I hate to say it, and it's a sad story. I just don't think they can beat Brazil, and I don't think they can beat Colombia. And versus Uruguay, I don't know. It's a toss-up for me because I don't know why everyone's hating on Uruguay. They have a decent team.
Okay, so before I
But when it comes to I just want to say, when it comes to the World Cup 2022, I don't see any South American teams doing anything. Even like
Mark my
Brazil,
words,
as talented
Messi
as
will
they
win the
are,
World Cup.
even as talented as Brazil are, if we really think about it, Brazil have the history on their side. They've won 5 World Cups. 3 of them were won by Pelé. And that also says something. Like the fact that Argentina's only World Cups were won by Maradona, and then 3 of Brazil's 5 were won by Pelé. I don't know, bro. It's not looking great for anyone besides Europe in the next World Cup.
Well, that's the thing. So before I come to Chimera, man, so Rodrigo Roders, man, thank you for the dub. Thank you for the dub. He says, HH, respect Richarlison. Please, Don Carlo rates him. Rodrigo Roders, Richarlison, ain't Ronaldo, ain't Rivaldo, ain't Fabiano, ain't Romario. He ain't great. Don't you dare compare Richarlison with some of the great Brazilian strikers.
Where do you rate Gabriel Jesus? What is he?
Jesus is better than Richarlison. 100%. He is. Now, I don't rate Jesus super highly, but I do rate him. Jesus can play just like Pep. What's it called? Ben's boy, Pep Guardiola, is restricting him. So, by rating him above Richarlison...
Why do you have to call me? Why do you have to involve me in Pep's matter?
What big team would Gabriel Jesus play for?
Wait, let me just read this down. So, Rodrigo Roders again, thank you for the dub. So, Rodrigo Roders says, Richarlison, future Ballon d'Or, Jolinton, top centre forward. Rodrigo, you're smoking crack cocaine. Richarlison will never sniff. He'll never even be allowed in the vicinity for the rest of his career. He's a decent player, decent striker. He's nowhere near a top dude. So what were you going to ask me, Z-Man, before I come to Chimera?
No. You see, my problem with Gabriel Jesus is to a certain extent, I feel like majority of people rate him where he should be, not in terms of like being world class or being amazing, but Gabriel Jesus by himself, he's not necessarily a striker. You can't depend on him to be a striker. He's a winger, but is he as effective? So it's like I feel like this guy couldn't nail a spot in a big team, in like the big European sides. So like I feel like sometimes people kind of rate him higher than he is. That's all I want to say.
Okay, so but I still think that he should be given a chance, and I still think that there is a very talented striker that is waiting to be revealed from Jesus. He just needs to be given the confidence and the chance to show it.
Chimera, just go and play left wing. That's all, bro.
Mute. Chimera, talk to me.
So am I talking about Argentina or just Copa in general?
So combine them into Argentina, Messi. Will you give us a Copa? Brazil, how good are they outside of Neymar? Colombia, talk to me.
Well, I guess I'll start with Argentina as a whole. I don't see them winning just because their best players are on the decline. Di Maria is declining. Aguero is declining. I don't even know if he still plays for City. Who else? Paredes, I mean, he's up and coming, but I mean, he's not on that level to me to control midfield by himself. Messi, obviously, he's declining. He's going to be 34 when the Copa America hits. So so we don't know if he's still going to be. I mean, still going to be the best player probably in the world, but is he going to be able to take over a game by himself and win it consistently? And then as far as I don't see them winning it because I think Brazil is more complete than them as a team. Now, as far as Messi's legacy and whatnot, this is the thing. See, this is the thing that annoys me when it comes to stuff like that because the thing is, I don't like it when people give somebody all the praise when things go well, but then as soon as something goes bad, they blame all his teammates. It's got to be 50-50 when it comes to that aspect. You can't have your cake and eat it too. Because if Argentina wins the World Cup, Messi's going to get all the praise. But now you can't now blame all his teammates when they lose. Because
that's so true.
Because against top 10 ranked international teams, Messi hasn't scored 1 goal in any major tournament. Now that might not be all his fault. That might not be all his fault. But you can't. But if you ask Messi would be the first one to tell you, I haven't played well enough. That's my point. Like, I'm not even blaming. I'm just saying he has to take some blame in that.
Bro, mute your mic, man. Mute your mic.
Because he hasn't played well enough, and for them to win. But as far as the team as a whole, they're imbalanced. I feel like that's part of the reason why also they haven't come up short, because they never have that right balance between defense, midfield, and attack that you need. Like, how France had it in the last World Cup. They had a good defense, they had a solid midfield, and the attack was good enough when the midfield and defense struggled.
But Chimera, they had that in 2014, 15, 16, which is what makes it so aggravating, because that's why my fear is the footballing gods gave Messi 3 opportunities to win a trophy. You can't take 1 out of 3 because, as you said, the balance of midfield, the team was, that game against Germany was a 50-50 game. And that same team was in the 15-16 final Copa America against Chile, and you couldn't get it done. I'm sorry, man. I think the football guys are saying, we gave you 3 opportunities, and you didn't take 1 of those. And as you said, I'm sorry. I'm sick and tired of excuses of, it's Higuain's fault. It's Aguero's fault. No.
But it was Higuain's fault, bro. So what
talk? You can't give Messi all the praise and then blame his teammates. It's got to be 50-50. You know what I'm saying? Because if you're gonna blame his teammates, then you also got to give them credit when they're winning.
Chimera, we're still waiting on him to score in the World Cup knockout series, by the way.
Wilton.
My thing is against top 10 ranked teams in national tournaments. This is international tournaments, not just Copa America. Anything. He hasn't scored 1 goal. And if this guy, and if he's the best,
I don't mean to make this about Cristiano, but I'll stop. I'll just
no. Don't worry. We're gonna feast on Cristiano when we get to Europe. When we get to Europe, we're gonna feast.
Lithuania.
No, holding your weapons, man. Holding your weapons.
Chimera talk.
When we get to Europe,
I'm not even. Well, speaking of Cristiano,
when we get to Europe, Europe is coming up. Europe is coming up. Don't worry, Europe is coming up.
This is me. I'm not a Messi hater. I'm not saying it's Messi's fault. I'm just saying I don't like when people give somebody all the praise and blame his teammates when things go wrong. I like 50-50 balance. That's my thing.
So Chimera, the question is this: are you telling me Messi is going to retire without never giving Argentina 1 trophy?
Yes.
It's not.
No, HH. Why are you acting sad? I don't understand where this is coming from.
Agenda,
bro. You're really trying to sell it.
Let me explain this whole thing right now. I don't want Messi to win the World Cup because I need that for my narrative. So one of my great narratives is you've never scored a World Cup knockout and you can't win a World Cup. So I like that narrative. I would like him to win a Copa America. Because I'm like, I know how much that would mean to him. Because I remember the World Cup semi 2014 penalties. And if you looked at his expression when Argentina won the penalty shootout, I've never seen him that happy for any Barcelona game. So I'm like, you know what?
No. Wait.
You see, unless I am mentally sick or somewhat, why would I want to deny a guy giving his country 1 trophy? Now, don't win the World Cup because I need that for my narrative. Don't win the World Cup because I need to clown you using Maradona. But give me Copa America, bro. The heck?
He had his chance. That was.
What if he wins the next World Cup?
Chimera, it's what his legacy, bro. It's a big blind spot on his legacy. Bro.
If he wins the World Cup next
we
year,
did not see my friends.
What about if Cristiano Ronaldo wins the Euros? Would you be?
We'll get to Europe. Wait. Let me read this boy. What's it called? Abdullahi. Talk to me.
I've had everybody speaking about Argentina, Copa America chances, and the World Cup. Actually, this is what we need to understand. Thank God Benjamin is here. I'm not a Messi hater or like this, but this is where the issue is. I love what Chimere said. If you want to praise Messi, you have to praise him with the team. Because if he loses, people come and say, yeah, because Nguyen is class A, Aguero is this. But out of Messi, why Messi? Why you exempting Messi out? Why not put him into the blame too? He's the captain of Argentina. If no,
fighting you, bro.
Benjamin.
Why did you mention my name?
No.
Why did you mention my name?
Let me speak.
Let's talk.
So because if you want to, we can put blames on Argentina, the whole Argentina national team. But when we talk about great players, we put in Maradona. Maradona won the World Cup of Argentina. So everybody was expecting, oh, Messi has to do the same thing too. He has to win the World Cup. He has his chance. 2014 World Cup, he has that chance of winning that World Cup. He did not win it. The Copa America was there. He lost to Chile. So how many chances does Messi want to get for him to justify himself?
Let's be clear here. This isn't tennis or table tennis. So I don't want to say he lost. He was part of a team, I think. So when you just say, oh, he lost, it's like, oh, this isn't a 1v1 tennis. No. This is still a team sport. But it's a team sport where you're the best player. So the thing is, you being this generational, multi-generational talent that we know of, why couldn't you be the defining factor in those two finals against Chile? That's what I ask. What happened?
Yep.
Because of Higuain.
Shut up. No. Benjamin said because of Higuain. I see. This is where the problem is. You can't blame one player, just one player, because he loses. Okay, what if Messi was in that situation and you lose it? But you're gonna say because of Messi we lost it? You can't say that. So because no, you can't say that because in those kind of situations, it's a pressure moment. So everybody kind of have their chance. Everybody kind of loses. But in a final, you need your star, a superstar, your star man to kind of show up. But he didn't show up.
Why do you insult Lampard so much?
No, we're not bringing that guy. This is international football. So I'm lucky. Tell me right now, will Messi deliver a trophy for Argentina?
I like you have a narrative against them. I also have my agenda too. I will keep my agenda at the moment. If he doesn't win that World Cup, no one in the whole entire world should open their fucking stupid mouth and tell me it's greater than. No.
First of all, I'm like, kids watch this show. I'm not promoting any swearing on this show. Relax, okay?
Yeah.
I'm keeping this as clean as possible.
My agenda to do Messi is.
My friend, did you hear what I said? Did the words World Cup come out of my mouth? I said, do you believe Messi is going to win a trophy for Argentina before he retires? Yes or no?
I don't think so. Both the Copa America and both the World Cup. So my agenda can kind of win.
So he's not winning a Copa America or
he's not winning because he's not the greatest player of all time. So he's not winning that World Cup.
So why do you have an agenda against him not winning a Copa America?
Yeah.
Why don't you want him to win a Copa America?
Because of one idiot, Sean. Because he worshipped Lionel Messi a lot. So I want to win that agenda against him. That idiot. So when Messi doesn't win it, I can say, yeah, Maradona won it for Argentina. So
oh my god.
Well, is your agenda against Messi bigger than your agenda against Pep? Because you cussed, man. You never cussed against Pep.
It's very simple. My agenda with Pep, I said it. If Pep's in with the UCL, it's official. It's done. It's done.
So if Messi wins the World Cup,
it's done also.
We're not bringing any Pep Messi. So look, before I come to my friend LB here, man, let me just hit this dub now. So from Yas's side, man, thank you for the dub. Yas's side, who says, till today, I have a huge dislike for Romero, Götze, Scholler, and especially Higuain. And apparently, Götze stopped playing football after that goal. Shakes my head.
What a waste.
Yas's side.
Didn't Götze had a disease or something?
Yes, like a whole kind of motor neuron disease that they had.
Yeah.
Yas's side. Here's the thing about Götze. Götze did something that Messi would sacrifice his entire career for. And that's the truth. Can I answer this thingy? Yas's side. Thank you for the dub. Let me say right now. I spoke to Messi. Messi said he will sacrifice his entire career for that one moment that Mario Götze did. And let me just be clear here. Nobody said Götze is
He's the
better
goat.
than I
Goat
never said
there.
this, but that moment is a moment that I know players would die for. And yes, said he doesn't
Nah,
need
nah,
to
nah.
hate Gotsa or Shola.
You
Yes, said
die
you should.
once, bro.
Yes, said you should love Gotsa. You should appreciate and love him because he produced one of the most iconic moments in football history that Messi should have done. LB, talk to me, man.
So, in terms of Messi, I still think that 2014, like most of us, was his golden opportunity. Not just because he was at his peak, but if you look at the whole Argentina team, the majority of the other players were at their peak as well. Di Maria, Higuain before he became a brick, Aguero, who was their keeper, Romero, Mascherano was sort of getting towards the end of his international career, but I mean, he's the reason they actually made it into the final for what he did in the semi against Holland. But I mean, let's be honest, if Germany didn't win that World Cup after they beat Brazil 7-1, I don't think they would have ever won a World Cup. So Argentina just came across a very good German side. But now, since 2014, they've just declined, in my opinion. I don't think they will do much in next year's World Cup with the current squad that they had. And let's not forget the coach in 2014 as well. He was, in my opinion, a very good coach and was the right man.
Serbia, great coach.
Yeah, he was the right man to actually lead the Argentina team. And I don't know why the hell they got rid of him afterwards, but it's just all politics in Argentina, as we know. But yeah, for Messi, no, I don't think he's going to win an international tournament before he retires.
How much do you think that harms his legacy if he doesn't?
I think it's going to tarnish his legacy, for sure. Because if you're regarded as the best player in history by some people, you need to do it both in the club scene and the international scene as well. Mm-hmm. And he's had more than enough opportunities to win, World Cups, Copa Americas with Argentina, but no, just not to be for him. So yeah, I don't think nothing's going to happen to Messi in Argentina in next year's World Cup. It's going to be sad, but just my opinion.
So what do you make of Brazil's chances with Neymar? Do you think Neymar is capable of leading them to a World Cup, or you don't think the team is strong enough?
Look, to be honest, the Brazil team has gone through a lot of changes over the last 5-6 years, and look, I'll be honest with you, in 2014 I actually thought that they would win the World Cup with the squad that they had and the home ground advantage, but it wasn't until they lost to Germany we realized that this squad is not good enough. You can't rely on a Neymar. You need a whole sort of team effort. 2018 I thought they would actually go and win the World Cup again, but I don't know what happened. They just, obviously lost to Belgium and didn't even make it to the semi-final. Look, it's hard to say. I think Neymar's selfishness has definitely led to his sort of downfall over the last 4 or 5 seasons, or years, I should say, because in 2014 he played a phenomenal tournament before he got injured. And I don't think his selfishness had really sort of kicked in at that stage. He was, 21, 22. Now he's a little bit more mature and he's more experienced, but then at the same time he's become more selfish. And no, I think, to be honest, they do play without him, Brazil, that is. So it's sort of a blessing in disguise. I don't think they can win the World Cup next year, no.
Antonio, man.
Can I speak on Brazil, please? I didn't speak on Brazil.
Okay, very briefly. Talk Brazil.
Oh, okay. I think the team. If you look at the Ronaldo, the dilemma Ronaldo, Rivaldo, the Kaká, the Ronaldinho, those years when they won the World Cup, those players. They have so many superstars. But in this Brazil era now, when you have Neymar, Gabriel Jesus, Roberto Firmino, Casemiro, and co. Out of those players, I can only see maybe Neymar is only more far ahead, greater player than those players. Maybe bar Thiago Silva and maybe like Marquinhos. Maybe possibly Casemiro. The rest of it wasn't on the level of Neymar. So I think this is that chance. This 2022 World Cup coming up is that kind of real chance of winning the World Cup, because then everybody have been saying Neymar is this, Neymar is that. Personally, me, I want to see Neymar ball in the World Cup because yes, he has that talent, he has the ability to do it. Now he has to show the world I can do it. It's not about being hiding on anything. I can understand
So,
last World Cup
so,
is
so, 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 do you think he can lead Brazil to a World Cup?
if
Neymar,
he's fully fit.
with this Brazil team.
Yeah, if he's fully fit, I think Neymar can do that. He has that talent and ability to do it.
Abdullahi is a Neymar apologist.
I'm not a
Alright,
Neymar. No.
Okay,
I'm
no,
not a
wait,
Neymar
wait, wait,
apologist.
okay, wait,
But I
no,
think
okay,
he has the
wait,
ability to do
All
it.
right, Antonio, talk to us, man. Antonio, talk to me. Antonio.
All right. So first, I'm gonna just start off with Argentina. I think so. Based off of like the couple games that I saw them play for the qualifiers, they look good. I mean, they look better than normal. Like Messi, yeah, and let's also put into perspective that during these qualifiers, he looked a little unhappy at Barca. So when you saw him play for Argentina, he looked happy and he looked like he was like he actually felt into the team,
Yeah.
so to say. He hadn't, because based off of before, it was always like after I think 2016, it always looked like it was rough for him to play there in Argentina, and now it looks so much better.
So when you look at 2015, 2016,
Mhm.
do you think Messi should take more of the blame for not being able to do it, or it's a team sport? Aguero, Higuain, other guys should have shown up. Like, how did he not get it done in those two finals against Chile?
I would say it's a 50-50, except I will say for the 2016 final, that I feel like he should have won because in 2015 they had already played Chile. They had and it was the exact same game almost. I mean, as far as like it went to penalties, they should have won that game. I can understand 2014. Let's be honest, like how do you beat a team who has won 5 World Cups and not win the World Cup after smashing them 7-1? So that one's understandable, even though I wanted Argentina to win. 2015, it was like, okay, you know, they played good throughout the whole tournament, but they got unlucky. Chile stunned them. But 2016 is the one that I can't really, it's hard to defend because I actually watched Messi play in that Copa America. And I remember he was like injured or whatever and for one game, but they subbed him on. And he played amazing, and I watched all the games, and he was by far the best player in that tournament, and he was great. It was just in the final, he could have been a little bit better, and especially in the penalty shootout, at least make your penalty. Just because if you make your penalty, you can't get as much blame. You still get blame in the fact that, you know, you're regarded as the GOAT in some people's eyes, or you're the best player in the world at least. And you should at least be able to take the Copa America, but it's whatever.
So do you think he wins one before he retires, or you think it's done? His best chance was 2016.
I think his best chances were definitely 15-16. But I have a gut feeling about this Copa America. I'm gonna be honest. I do think Brazil are still favorites. But I think Argentina, the way they've been playing in the qualifiers, and the way the team is set up now, and the coach, the new coach Scaloni, he actually did really good with them in the 2019 Copa America, except that first game against Colombia, they played terrible. But then when I watched the tournament, they got better and better. The problem was they faced a Brazil team that just is better than everyone else.
Or maybe so. Do you think that maybe Lautaro Martinez will succeed where a Higuain and Aguero have failed?
Yes, because when I watched the 2019 Copa America, the connection between Messi and Lautaro was really good. And then when I watched the qualifiers, it is also really good. They have this good connection on the pitch where it's like, you know what? This is the guy that can help Messi. Because let's be honest, Aguero, like, you know, him and Messi are good friends and stuff, but when it comes to the national team, he's definitely not as good as he is with
Premier
Messi.
League merchant, bro. Premier League
Yeah,
merchant.
I agree. He's just not as good as he is in the Prem. And don't even get me started on McDonald's loving Higuain. Like, freak that guy. But
Guy
I
who
think
who discipled Hazard.
Whoa.
we're not gonna talk about him right now. But this is South America, so I think Lautaro can help. but they have to pick their best squad. They need to have a good plan. They need to stick together, and also, Messi is a good captain for them as well. We can talk about him with Barca, and as of lately, maybe he's not the best, but
So you're telling me that you have a feeling that because
I think
I'll be real with you. I want Messi to win a Copa America.
Who doesn't?
Not a World Cup.
I don't.
Not a World Cup.
I don't.
Yes,
I don't.
you do. Vilter. Okay,
Come on,
Vilter.
deep down.
Deep down,
I don't.
Deep down, you do. So, okay, but before so talk to me about Brazil then. Do you agree with me that Brazil aren't the Brazil of before? Like, okay, you
100%.
Yeah, because you had Kaká, Fabiano. You had Ronaldo and Romario. You had Ronaldo, Rivaldo. You had Fred and they would have that. So, what do you think Brazil? So, do you still think that this is a team good enough to win the World Cup? I don't think they are.
No, I don't. I don't either because
I think we are. We're the third best team in the world.
That's you.
Bro, we are ranked as the third best team in the world, bro.
Antonio, ignore him. Continue.
So, I actually thought 2018 they were gonna win it. Because when I watched them in the qualifiers,
exactly, we only lost one game in the entire qualifier.
Yeah,
we're the best team
amazing.
in the world. We're the best team in the world, bro.
It's not about qualifiers, bro.
Right. They were amazing in the qualifiers. Like they balled out. And South American qualifiers are hard. I don't care what anyone says. I don't know, like for a lot of European fans like the clown.
It's the hardest,
America,
bro.
It is the hardest.
It is the hardest.
It is the hardest.
That South America is the hardest because shout out to San Marino, Kazakhstan, Azerbaijan, and so forth.
Well, it's also because of the climate as well.
And we play more games.
Don't get me started on Luthemia.
We play 18 games and Europe only plays 6 and 8 games. Definitely.
And also the competition you're facing in South America is much tougher.
So much harder.
Shout out to San Marino, Kazakhstan, Azerbaijan.
Luthemia.
Cristiano Ronaldo for discovering
Let me keep going. So
Faroe Islands.
The reason why I'm so good with South America is it's just hard.
Oh no!
You mean the Canary Islands? That's what you mean.
Not Macedonia.
Respect the Canary Islands, bro. They're
not Macedonia.
Luxembourg.
Oh my god!
The Canary Islands.
I can't wait.
The Canary Islands.
Guys, when is the Copa America? Is it after the Hero or in between?
It's during the same time.
I'm telling you,
same time with the Hero.
Yeah,
same time.
Wow.
I think my university has more population than the Canary Islands, and that they're a whole ass nation. Don't
forget about Estonia.
Yeah, Estonia, respect them. Respect
Gibraltar. Right? Let me finish.
Finish your point.
Are you guys going to name every single European country right now?
Finish your point. No, guys, mute. Antonio, finish your point.
All right. So, and I'm also, my country is Peru. They're not that good, but I watch a lot of the South American games.
You must shout out to Norberto Solano, man.
Yeah.
Go, man.
And it's just tough. And Brazil, I had them winning 2018 World Cup. They were amazing in the qualifiers, and I thought they were going to win. And then the 2018 World Cup came. They weren't terrible, but they weren't the greatest. They were the level dropped, and the play kind of dropped. Neymar in some of the games he was flopping so bad, and he was just terrible in some of those games. But against Belgium, let's be honest, second half, Thibaut Courtois came clutch. I don't know, in my opinion, Brazil pounded so many shots and he stopped it. But anyway, I thought they should have won that tournament. They didn't. And come 2019, Neymar gets injured and they win the Copa America still. I mean, yeah, I still had them winning it with him. I still had them winning it without him too. I still think they have the best overall squad. But talent.
What is their World Cup chances? Fully fit to Neymar, honest World Cup chances. Can they win the World Cup with that team?
I don't know. I don't know because sometimes I watch Brazil play now and I'm like, this looks kind of bad, and sometimes it looks amazing. like their recent qualifiers, they haven't been terrible. They haven't been bad. They've actually been pretty good. But there's something about Brazil when I watch them now. It's just not the same as.
They look too European. I think
Yeah.
it's the same thing happening to the African teams. Like they
I
don't have
agree.
this samba juice.
Yeah, they don't have the Jinga.
No. What I'll say though is, I think Tite has the right idea. He doesn't have the players. It's not
Some
that
of them.
They don't have things. They don't have the players. Look, I'm sorry. I know Everton did his thing at the Copa America and so forth, and he was one of the best players there.
Yeah.
Richarlison, compare them to the days of Robinho, Rivaldo, Ronaldinho. So Tite, they're still playing the whole thing of attack, expressive, and so forth, but you don't have the personnel. The personnel aren't the same as they were before.
I have a question for you, HH. This is the thing I watch with Brazil. This is something. Some games I see them start Firmino over Gabriel Jesus, and I feel like Jesus. And keep in mind, actually, 2019 Copa America, he played really good. I think they should play
Better
him
than Firmino, right?
over Brick Firmino, because Jesus, he does have good skill. He is fast. The problem is just his goal scoring.
No.
It's his goal scoring.
Actually, the thing is, because I think Jesus has been a part of this group for a while. And I think Tite prefers Jesus. See, Jesus for Man City isn't Jesus for Brazil. And I think that he works very well with Coutinho, Willian, Neymar, all these kind of dudes, a lot more than Firmino. Firmino, I think, is really good for Liverpool, but I don't think he's as effective and works in this team for what Tite wants as well as Jesus does. So Jesus has to.
Yeah,
and I think
I agree.
He is the first choice striker.
He needs to be, because just the way he plays, he can play that more Brazilian style, that more Jinga, move, the samba way. That's Gabriel Jesus.
Firmino can do that as well. Just that he's not a striker. He can play him up in 10.
So let's run that before I come to Monta.
Okay. Let me just say something real quick.
Okay, go for it.
I think most likely they're gonna win 2021 Copa America, but never know. I have a gut feeling Argentina could win it, and Messi can bring home something. But I do think World Cup, I don't know. And the World Cup is just so far from now. I don't know who will win it. And I have a feeling France aren't.
Quick
World
question,
Cup
guys. The World Cup still next year?
Yes, next December. Next fall.
December.
That's wild. December.
This is where it's wild. Okay, so wait, Montaha, did I come to you, Montaha?
No.
Montaha, man, anchor us out of here, man.
Oh yeah, so I'll just be sweet and short as usual. With regards to Brazil, I mean Copa America, we know Brazil are every favorites. Okay, let's not act as if like Brazil have a shit team. Okay, compared to the past generation, of course. I mean it's a massive downgrade. Look at the talent you had back in 2011 when you won Copa America, if I'm not mistaken. It was Robinho, Kaká, and prime days, and all those players. So I mean, there's nothing much to say about the past generation when you compare with this one. But still, look at the spine. I guess like most of the people, you guys touched on the subject of how defensively solid Brazil are, especially the left back situation, the full back situation. Compare them with Argentina. I don't think so. Argentina have even close full backs to what Brazil have. Look at the centre backs Brazil have. Look at the DMs they have. They have like, oh my God, they have tons of DMs and centre midfielders, to be honest, who can pretty much hold the back line on their by the scruff of the neck. You have like sort of Fabinho, even Fabinho can play centre back as well. So I think so. When I see Brazil, where they lack, to be honest, they lack for me on the right side of the flank, which is a full-back position as well for them. I guess they don't have anyone because Dani Alves, I believe, is retired. So they might not call Dani Alves. If they call that again, oof. So you're telling me he's winning again a trophy at the 40 years old, something like that. So that's funny too. And then you have like some Everton Soares who can play right winger, I believe. So they have Richarlison as well. So the weakness of Brazil is definitely on the right flank. Left flank, they're good. You never know. Coutinho might show up, as a number 10, who played brilliantly for Brazil whenever in the cup competition, and even in the World Cup, he played better than Neymar in 2018 World Cup. So yeah, man. So I see this team favorites to win. And as a Madrid fan, I don't want to see Argentina to win. As a Madrid fan, but as a football fan, I want to see Messi to win that trophy. So it's two different things for me. So can Argentina win?
Or won't he?
I want
I
Okay,
don't know. Munta, I don't care what you want. What is going to happen? What is going to happen?
I mean, I don't think so. They will win. They are not winning. I mean, to trust that much on. Okay, I mean, they've been defensively they're good. You know, some people has mentioned it before. So I mean, yeah, I won't take anything away, but still, can I trust them? No, I don't think so. And Sergio Aguero, I mean, he might show up, okay, but this could be his last competition.
He's not showing up.
Yeah, I mean, I understand, but still, like, there is kind of course, there's uncertainty with many teams, bro. When we talk about the Copa America, let's see, man. For me, I believe Argentina have a great shot because I think they're playing on the home turf, so they can win it. Huh? I mean, we cannot just simply write them off. But I'll say that Brazil are favorites. I mean, Uruguay have a better chance, I believe, than them because Cavani might show up. This might be Suarez's last international tournament. Could be.
Okay.
And
I think Suarez will play World Cup.
He'll play World Cup. Okay.
I think so.
Let's assume. Okay, this could be second last tournament. Still, it's a big, you know. I mean, tournament for Luis Suarez and Cavani as well. So ultimately, Argentina, I don't think so they are the favorites. Like they could be top 3, yeah, but Brazil are favorites to win. So I mean, I'll bet my money on Brazil, yeah.
All right, so let me just before I come to our Europe thing. So shout out to Alberto Cardenas. Thank you for the dub, Alberto Cardenas, who says Mason Mount wins the World Cup before Messi. Laugh out loud. Albert, let me tell you this right now. If Mount scores the World Cup winning goal to give England the World Cup win, I will officially retire from football analysis because I don't think that we can have a world in which Mason Mount is a World Cup winner scoring in a World Cup goal over Messi. That's not a world I want to exist in. I'm sorry. From your boy Yasser Said, thank you for the W, Yasser Said. Which is worse, Neymar retiring without winning anything with Brazil or Messi? And yes, I don't count the Olympics. In HH's voice, the heck? Yasser Said. That's it. Whoa, that's a good question.
No, it's Messi. No, it's it. Obviously, no. Think about it.
Hold on, wait, HH.
It's it. Messi is regarded to some people as the greatest of all time. Nobody's saying Neymar is the greatest of all time. Nobody puts Neymar.
Let me say why I think it is.
Okay. I'll come to you, Antonio. But here's the way I say pause. Brazil is different, and people have been trying to put Neymar in the same category as Ronaldinho. They've tried to do that. Every Brazil superstar is tasked with having to win the World Cup. Kaká, that World Cup doesn't count.
It does count.
No, it does not.
It does count.
No, it does not.
No, it does not. He played in the last game. He played in the last game. He played in the last game. It does.
Good question. Important question.
No, it does not.
He played
in the last game. He played in the last game. He played in the last game in the O2 group.
Guys, stop.
He played in the last game against Costa Rica, so I don't want to.
Guys, stop.
I don't care if you can sniff that pitch for 2 seconds. It counts.
One at a time. So let me first land. So put Kaká to one side. The fact of the matter is that if you're a Brazilian superstar, you are tasked and there is a massive pressure upon you to win a World Cup. Brazil have 5 World Cups. Argentina have 2. Let's keep it real. I'll say it again. Brazil have 5 World Cups. Argentina have 2. This question is a bit more complicated than it first seems because you would say it's Messi based on the goals, the greatest, so forth and so forth. Let's keep it real. Neymar was supposed to be the next dude. Neymar was supposed to be the main guy. And as we all agreed, coming into that 2018 World Cup, Brazil were the favorites. But Neymar wasn't favored as well. So yeah, Antonio, you wanted to say something, Antonio?
All right. So I think like because Messi has been to he's been to a lot of finals with Argentina and he hasn't won. People will say Messi because he's been to a World Cup final. He's been to a bunch of Copa America finals and he hasn't won it. So it's like, you've had these chances. Why haven't you won it? And I love Messi. I'm a Barca fan as well. But even I can say that, that will be a little bit of stain on his career. But I can also see the other end of like Neymar doesn't win anything with Brazil. Like that's kind of like, I can see where that's coming from because he plays for Brazil. They also demand a high level of football and winning trophies. And so it's like if you can't win anything with them and I think Brazil are a better team than Argentina. It's like, I don't know. I would still say Messi, but I can also see the point where it's like, you haven't won anything with Brazil. I mean, Neymar, that's a L. I mean, you have Brazil. You can't even get to a World Cup final. At least Messi got to one. At least get to a World Cup final, and at least get to a Copa America final. He hasn't done nothing for them in the Copa America. In 2015, he literally got a red card and was out for the rest of the tournament, and then they didn't get anywhere. And he didn't play in 2016.
Because my thing is that's why that is a very interesting question. Wait,
I have a counter for that. Wait, I have a counter for that.
Let me go. Muta, after you.
No, after me, Abdullah, you can go, bro.
Guys, we need to get to
in 2014, right? In 2014, didn't Neymar carry that Brazilian team? Bunch of no ones.
He carried him as a 22.
Exactly. And Messi never.
Wait. Did you say there were bunch of no ones? No.
Now mute your mic, my friend. Munta, please go. I'm going to mute
you.
Mute.
No, just to add.
Wait.
Go ahead.
Munta.
No, I'll just finish off, then you guys can talk, bro. I'll just say one thing, bro. At the age of 21, if I'm not mistaken, that guy was insane. And to be honest, if you see him on that pitch, the performances he put for Brazil, I didn't saw anything of Messi's performance like that in the World Cup. You can bring Iran, you can bring this and that, bro. I'm sorry, man. That was
I don't know if I agree with that.
Wait, Muntaha.
Okay, definitely you will just disagree with that because you're a Messi fan, bro. Definitely you disagree with that.
Muntaha, answer the question. What would be
long ranges? What are you saying?
Hey guys, listen.
Yeah, that's just one goal, man, and that's on the group stage. Yeah.
Muntaha, answer the question. What would be worse if Neymar retires with no World Cup for Brazil? Or Messi retires with no World Cup for Argentina, which is worse.
No, okay, I'll be objective over you. Definitely it's Neymar because he played for a better team. Nobody's denying that. But the point, the person who made before, when I was talking, with the Argentina thing, bro, Messi, you're talking about Messi, he carried himself. No, look at the Mascherano tackle. Look at the Argentina team's performance. Look at the pathway they faced. The bunch of individual Belgium at the group stage who destroyed Di Maria. Nobody's talking about Di Maria's performances, right? Why not?
Switzerland too. Netherlands. Mascherano showed up against Netherlands.
Switzerland, they were lucky.
No. Overall, overall,
that player of the tournament in 2014 is fraudulent that Messi had. That is the most fraudulent
I would have seen
in my freaking
life. You're speaking trash.
Did you saw Di Maria, mate? Ben, you're Messi fanboys, and bro, it's not allowing
you to give
props to other players, man.
You're speaking trash.
Bro, this is
one at a time.
One at a time. So let me come to Abdullah now. So Abdullah, speak your piece.
Just to support what Muntaha said, just very quickly. Neymar was doing this, with the pressure of 250 million people behind him in Brazil. Not only in 2014, but in 2013, the Confederations Cup. So Muntaha, you're exactly right.
All right.
Mikel was doing that with the pressure of 200 Nigerians. Guys, calm down. That's not the point.
Let me meet this guy. I'm sorry, my friend.
The guy who answered the question, I think for me, it will be on Lionel Messi because people call Messi the greatest footballer of all time as a GOAT. So if you have been calling the GOAT and you don't have a World Cup, what does that tell me? I keep saying it week in and week out. Lionel Messi is
Brazil.
I know Neymar plays for
Neymar plays for Brazil and he's a generational talent.
Zico never won a World
Cup. I'm sorry, it's Messi.
Yes, I understand Neymar plays for Brazil because you're gonna have the pressure of Ronaldo, Ronaldinho, Kaká and everything. I get that, but Neymar has not been even called a GOAT or one of the GOAT. Messi has been every year. We keep saying this thing. Lionel Messi is the GOAT. Lionel Messi is this. Lionel Messi is that.
No. But you're missing the argument. Brazil have won 5 World Cups.
Yes,
Brazil,
I know.
As Brazil, we saw in the Copa America. Listen to this: 5 World Cups, Brazil.
Yeah.
Last Copa America without Neymar, they beat Argentina with Messi having Argentina. So we know how good this team is, and we all know how good Neymar is. People have said that you can actually make an argument of Neymar and Messi as to who is the best when they're at their best. So if you don't give me a World Cup with Brazil, Neymar, I'm looking at you funny. And don't you dare look Dino in the eye, bro.
Go to you.
Wait, what if
Don't you
they?
dare look Dino in the eye.
Exactly.
But
Exactly.
AJ,
But I will have this argument until
Abdullah,
guys, let's go to Europe.
Wait,
Let's go to
guys,
Europe.
guys, one at a time. One at a time. So, Abdullah, can go to your point.
Okay, I like your argument and I completely agree with it. But I will also say this also too. If Messi doesn't win the World Cup or Copa America, that's a stain on his face because the way people put Lionel Messi.
No. Stay on point.
Okay,
Which
I'm on point.
is greater, Neymar or Messi? If they don't win the World Cup, what is the greater failure?
For me, it's Lionel Messi because of Argentina.
No. Objectively Neymar.
I think Messi. I say Messi.
I think it's Messi.
Wait,
I think it's Messi.
More.
The thing is, for Neymar, like you know, I understand where you're coming from, but like you said it, Ronaldinho. You know, every time Brazil win the World Cup, they have a whole team. Brazil, like they don't have a whole team right now. They have good defenders, and then you have Neymar. He doesn't have anyone on the level of Ronaldo, Nazario. Or
Mo, let's be honest. Mo, we are all clear with 2018. Mo, let's be real. Who was the favorite coming into that 2018 World Cup?
Oh, Brazil for sure. But that doesn't mean like for me like the whole Messi and Neymar thing. Like Abdullah said, Messi is the GOAT, and Messi made it to the final and lost, and Messi had amazing individuals around him. Neymar basically, like, even though Brazil were the favorites, Neymar has had to carry that Brazil team in attack. I'm sorry, bro. Ben, you're too sensitive, man. Look, he had Aguero, he had Di Maria, he had great players around him.
Which Aguero, bro?
Wait,
Excuses.
guys. Okay,
On paper, he was supposed to be a game changer.
So, Mo, in your view, you say that it would be a larger stain for it would be a bigger failure for Neymar or for Messi if they don't win the World Cup?
No, look, for me, right now, it's Messi. If in like 2022 an unknown superstar comes out of Brazil who could help Neymar and they still fail, then my opinion might change. But like today, like right now, I'm gonna say it has to be Messi because of his name, because of who Messi is. And for Brazil, they've won 5 World Cups, but like I said, 3 of them were Pele. So like it's not like every single Brazilian generation won a World Cup too.
Wait,
Okay, so
no. I have a question for you.
We have to move on. We have to move on.
Yeah.
We have to move on.
No. I'm just letting you know there's going to be a vacant spot. I just had to go. So
okay, cool. All right, nice.
Okay, guys. Peace out.
Nice one. So guys, let's talk Europe.
Wow.
Before we go, my friend, relax. So guys, there's a free spot. So if you want to join in, click the link on my Twitter page. If you want to join in, there's one free spot. Join in the thingy. So I want to first, before going into particulars and everything, now, how can I say this without sounding rude? I can't. So I'm just going to say it. I have nothing against Kazakhstan, San Marino, Azerbaijan, Lithuania, the Faroe Islands. But as we said, South America, that is a tough-ass qualifying crew. It's tough. And as we've seen in Africa, the teams are quite close together. You know, things are quite close together. There is no bigger disparity in any qualification than there is in Europe. And I feel that San Marino are being bullied into putting out a team. I even find it offensive that these games are televised and you even go ahead and actually face any of these teams. And for me, I don't even know what the solution is because you have to let everybody in Europe compete. So my thing is that for someone like a San Marino, am I harsh in saying that why put out a team? You know, like, is that me being harsh? Because I'm like, I've got to keep it a stack. Like, you are such a small island with what is it, thousands or so something of people. Football clearly isn't your thing, so there is literally no point in you facing these guys. And I don't know how you can deal with the psychological trauma of just losing every single game you're playing, and you're celebrating scoring a goal, you're celebrating a draw. Okay, Someone jump in here. Help
I'll
me
go.
out.
I'll go.
AJ.
I'll go. I'll go.
Yeah, I'll
like this.
go.
Okay,
I'll go.
okay. Vilton, talk to me, man.
All right, it is. First of all, I don't know if you've been watching the World Cup qualifier. The game been all the games I've watched, except for the Haiti one and the Nigeria game. All the games, to be honest, been pretty entertaining. Like I know UEFA really bad at putting competitive groups in the qualifier, but Turkey, Georgia, Czech, Greece, Ukraine, they're pulling their own weight. Like because I know you're saying like
Vilton,
no.
I didn't mention those names.
No, I know, I get
who
that, I get it.
mentioned only.
No, yeah, that country you mentioned, just like with the Iceland story, it is like Messi penalty was saved by a goalkeeper. I hear he was a part timer. He was working a factory or something like that.
No, a part-time film editor.
Yeah, film editor. So it's that storyline because at the end of the day, it's called the World Cup. It is every country. This is what a lot of people don't understand about the World Cup. Everybody just think that 30. It's just a tournament that happens once a month every 4 years. But they don't know what's leading up because every country around the world participates in it. It's just only 32 gets to be there. I get what you're saying. I get you saying like they're losing games all the time, but it's pride of your country. Like every I don't care if you think the Champions League is higher than the World Cup. That's you. But every single player, there's not a player that doesn't want to play in a World Cup. Everybody wants to play at least in one.
Can I respond to that quickly?
Wait, let me just finish. Wait, I'm not finished.
Okay, sorry. Before you finish, I'm going to come back to you, Vilton, but the key points, and I'm going to come back to Vilton. The point she made, it's a key point, and that's the beauty of the World Cup. Every single country in the world.
Hatred respond quality. Quality. Where is quality?
No, let me land. You see, and this is where we're now going to what they want to try and do in 2026. My thing is, Vilton, you're right. Every single country in the world should be allowed to take place. As much as I find it painful to see San Marino get baptized and exorcised, every team deserves to take place. But my thing is, come the World Cup, let us make sure that we have the very best of the best come the competition. Vilton, continue.
Yeah, and as for since we're talking about Europe, yeah, we all know the big Netherlands so far not looking that well under the board. The board is from the road. But as for the Europe, bro, to be honest with you, Trish, I know everybody's saying France, Portugal. In my personal opinion, I don't think there's any favorites going into this Euro because looking at the qualifier, because when you look at it, like Germany is pretty much underperforming. And Timo Werner is so. Let me not get into this. This guy is so bad. And England, we know with England, every tournament is coming home. But at the end of the day, they haven't been tested yet. And we saw what happened in the 2018 World Cup. The moment they play against Belgium, a team that at their quality they lost. So they only been playing with floor teams. They haven't been tested. And France kind of been up and down. Mbappe missed a penalty, by the way. You didn't mention that. He missed a penalty today. and Belgium, to be honest with you, Belgium and Spain, although two teams, I would say they play really good football at the qualifier. But let's be real. Czech could have won that game. I don't know if you guys watched the Czech versus Belgium game yesterday. Czech could have won that game. Belgium got absolutely destroyed in the second half by Czech. And at the moment, Portugal is struggling. Cristiano, I love you. You are definitely Real Madrid legend. You probably the greatest Real Madrid player of all time. Most Real Madrid merchants would say they're Stefano, but I think it's you. But bro, Cristiano, please stop trying to do step over. This guy's step over looks so robotic, bro. The way he was, because when he was doing it, I'd be so serious, bro. When he was doing it, bro, like he was doing the step over, bro. Then he just passed the ball backward. I'm like, why would you attempt all those step over and then just pass the ball backward?
Milton, you're not a Real Madrid fan anymore, bro.
No, I'm being objective. I'm just being objective.
But you see, Vilton, the thing about this is that because I was watching ESPN FC, obviously we'll probably get into the whole Cristiano VAR thing, is Fernando Santos, you have a tough choice to make. Because do you have to play Cristiano in every single game? Because you had João Felix on the bench. Because it's all well and good having probably one of the most talented squads in the world, but you now have the issue of what is the best team to put out there, And should Cristiano really be in the best 11 that lasts the entire 90 minutes? That's another thing, though. So,
but as for the Portugal game, to be fair, Cristiano was bad the entire game, but he did score the game winner. I know he was complaining. I'll be mad too. In that moment, as a player, when you score the game-winning goal, to be fair, Portugal were up 2-0. They almost choked. But as a player, when you score the game-winning goal in that moment, emotion's going to go. I understand why he was mad. But at the same time, though, he already said he's moving on. He's already thinking about the next game. But because have you guys seen the Euro group that Portugal is in? They have Germany, France. Obviously, they're going to be hungry because that group is going to be tough. Because if you're struggling against Serbia in the qualifier, how are you going to do against the like of France and Germany when it comes to the Euro?
No, but tournament football can always change
But
things.
but I was about to say that. But yeah, so far the European qualifier have been pretty good. I've been enjoying them. They haven't been that trash. And as for Spain are up and down because I just watched a recent interview. This guy said he almost had a heart attack if he would have got a draw. So I'm like, bro, if you're getting a heart attack against Georgia, you almost have to score a game winner in the 92nd minute to save you. So if you're getting a heart attack, what's gonna happen in the Euro when you go against a quality team?
So let me answer
But
this.
wait, Vilkan.
Wait. Okay, so who is the best team, for your opinion? Strongest team in Europe? Is it still France or would you say Portugal?
Like squad-wise, I think, to be honest with you, I think Portugal starting 11 is stronger than France starting 11.
Nah, respect. Nah, that's BS, bro.
No.
That's
France
BS.
is better.
Wait, sorry, say again. What would you say?
I think I just think that Portugal starting 11.
Hey, Wilton, bro, have you saw fucking France back four, bro? What are you talking about?
No, bro.
Wilton, man. Nah.
Relax, bro.
Stop spreading your agenda, bro. Come on, man.
I'm not spreading the agenda. I'm just saying that.
Bro, I know you have agenda against man Mbappe. I know that.
No, Wilton. Wait, Wilton. Let's keep it a stack. France's best 11, and you can even throw Giroud in there. That's a crazy 11, bro.
Because when you look at it,
the defense, the midfield, and Mbappe. Come on, let's keep it a stack. That's a ridiculous.
But I don't think France and Portugal are gonna win the Euros. To be honest with you, I just don't think there's a clear favorite. There's really not.
Okay, it makes sense. Of course it's not. But bro, look at the French team, bro, from top to bottom. Look at the 23-man squad, bro. If they bring that 23-man squad, oh my days, bro. Even Laporte is not getting in, bro. Laporte is a pretty good defender.
It's
and he's
a
not getting
crazy team.
in.
Upamecano is not getting
But
in.
wait,
Benzema isn't in the whole pay picture as well.
Bro, come on, man. That French team. I'm sorry, bro. Look at Ousmane Dembele showing up now. You have Mbappe. You have Kingsley Coman is doing good.
It's
decent, bro.
France are crazy.
That's a hard choice.
Okay, so let me bring in Ziman. Talk to me about Europe, man.
I was gonna say when it comes to Europe, every team should participate, and it's the dream of having those, because we might not necessarily find it entertaining when we see a team getting battered, but to citizens of those nations that are like 33K, in terms of population, to them it might seem the world to them. It's like the world seeing these huge nations and getting to face them and pulling an upset. Because in 2016, that Iceland versus England, that game was an upset for the ages. I enjoyed every minute of it, and that's what these small teams provide: a moment of brilliance and a moment of upset. When it comes for the Euro setup, my only problem is, are they still going to stay with the same format of the third place team in the group having a chance to qualify for the next stage? Because I'm not with that. I think that for me that completely kills the competitiveness nature of it. It's only one team getting relegated. I would rather see two teams get knocked out. It makes it more competitive of who's going to reach the top two. And without that rule,
I like that. But because here's the thing. Because again, let's keep it real. And this opens up another debate. Should Europe have all these teams? Should Europe have all these spaces where it's the first, second, the third thing losers? Why don't you just give South America an extra spot, give Asia an extra spot, give Africa an extra spot? Should Europe really have all these spots?
It's funny. It's Platini in 2006 was actually saying when Italy won the World Cup, he was saying that since we are world champ, we should add an extra place. Europe should actually get 14 places instead of 13 places every time they won the World Cup. He actually said that he wants Europe to have at least 10 World Cup ahead of South America.
No. The thing about these FAs and these setups, I'm not necessarily a big fan of it, because what I enjoy the World Cup is the moments of highs and lows, and knowing that there's only 2 teams that could qualify, not 3 teams that could qualify out of a group of 4. That totally kills it for me. It's like without that, Portugal got a chance to win it because of those rule changes. With them ended up like in third, and I just feel like that. And then I'm hearing news that they're planning to increase the amount of teams that are going to be in the World Cup, and they're trying to increase all these different teams entering it, and it kind of, for me, it kind of loses the spark of it. I mean, yeah, we'll get more teams that aren't necessarily top elite teams that could do an upset, but the problem is that's too much teams for the competition to stay true to what it is, which is it might be all inclusive, but it's an exclusive club to be a part of that World Cup. That's the dream, and it's like for me it kills that aspect. I don't know about everyone else, but yeah, that's my problem.
No, like for me, that's why I said at the beginning, I agree with Vilton. Every single country in the world should have the chance to compete. But what's the whole point of qualifications? The whole point of qualifications is we want to ensure that come the competition, this is the very best of the very best. There is no reason whatsoever why you need to increase teams, because then you're not saying that, it's not competition. It's, we want to promote this product as much as possible. Okay, Greenland qualified. Yeah, Greenland managed to make it to the World Cup. Yeah, no. This isn't, as much as people like to celebrate and jump up and down, this isn't a holiday camp. This isn't a diversity celebration. It is still at its core a competition. And the whole point of qualification is, let's sift out the guys that aren't so good, so we have a situation where these are the very best teams on our planet.
Yeah, and
the very best teams on our planet.
And my thing is, I kind of feel like, as much as they say they're doing this to be all inclusive of different nations, there's a part of me that believes that there might be a corporate reason behind this.
100%.
In the sense of the amount of revenues generated in World Cup, and what that means to nations and whatnot, and whether that's the right thing to do. But yeah, I do feel like it's not charged towards the competitive nature of the tournament as much as it is for corporate reasons per se.
Okay.
Yeah.
Muntaha, talk to me, man. Muntaha. All right, let me come to your boy Mo. Talk to me, Mo.
Okay, let me just start by talking about the smaller teams. Zeman kind of stole the words in my mouth, out of my mouth. Every now and then you're going to get a story similar to Iceland. And that story is amazing whenever it happens. And the fact that it's rare makes it even more amazing, more unique, more special. So that's why these teams like San Marino or Gibraltar or Iceland or all of those teams, that chance that they could be the next surprise is amazing to them. And I've mentioned before, I'm from Lebanon. Lebanon has never made it to the World Cup. For me, even if I can only imagine the demolishment if Lebanon gets to the World Cup and face Brazil. We're probably going to set a new record of the biggest defeat in World Cup history. But to me, just to see my country in the World Cup is worth it. So that's why I think everyone deserves their chance. And in terms of increasing the spots for the World Cup, FIFA are very smart. Every now and then they see those flaws that they have or things that are getting worse, and they just find a way to improve it. In the 1990s, they saw that people were starting to lose interest in the game, so they changed the rules. They changed the offside rule. They said that a goalkeeper can't handle the ball if it's passed back to him by a defender. They make these changes to make the game more interesting. So I think now they've seen that over the past few World Cups, interest is starting to decrease a bit. So when they increase the amount of teams, just that if your country is in it, you're going to watch it. So now that you have, I think it's 46 teams. Once you now have 46 teams, all of those people from those countries who have never made it before, they're going to regain their interest in the World Cup for generations to come, just because their team made it once. For example, if Lebanon qualified in 2026, obviously a lot more Lebanese people are going to watch the World Cup. So even the following years, if Lebanon doesn't qualify, just the fact that Lebanon qualified once, that interest is they're still going to ride that high of Lebanon qualifying the first time. And that's how they recapture people's passion towards the World Cup. And I think that's the sole purpose of increasing the amount of teams just to regenerate the hype around the World Cup. If we talk now about Portugal and France, obviously two very talented teams. That group is going to be crazy. Portugal, France, and Germany. That's going to be crazy. I don't see Germany getting out of that group. Look, Joachim Löw, he's a legend to Germany. But
Whoa.
look,
What are you doing to my guys, man?
I'm sorry,
What are you doing
bro.
to my guys?
You're German.
What are you
No,
doing to
look,
my guys, man?
And to me, look, I love Germany. I love Germany's play, but I think the time with Joachim Löw is over. Obviously, he's going to leave with the Euros. I just think France and Portugal are going to have too much for them. Once Germany change their coach and get like a fresh, fresh ideas in charge, Germany are a very exciting team. They have so many exciting young players. Yeah, a lot of young talent. But for this Euros, for me, it's Portugal, France, and Belgium. One of the three, honestly, should be
Belgium. No, Belgium, because the reason why you have to take Belgium out is Hazard. Belgium,
bro, he might be fit. You never know. You never know. I'm crossing my fingers, man. I'm hoping.
Uncross those fingers immediately. Uncross those fingers.
I'm telling you, it's gonna happen. It's gonna happen. No. He's gonna be there. He's gonna be there, bro. No. He's gonna be there, and he's gonna ball.
No, it's not more relax. More, come on, don't do that. Don't do that.
I'm a man of great faith, man. I'm praying every day. But yeah, like I just don't see anyone. Mainly France and Portugal. I don't see anyone coming close to them right now. I give the edge to France.
As an outsider, again, because I live here and so forth, so it's always going to be biased. What do you make of England from the outside in?
Nah.
What about Italy, bro? Italy, Spain, Germany. Those are dark horses, bro.
Spain are good, but
I'm telling you, bro. France and Portugal are false image, bro.
Wait. So why do you turn a blind eye? Because I agree with you that England for me is like you haven't earned your stripes here. So I don't know all this talk about favorites are. Because yeah, they're talented, but again, how good? We'll see how good they do against Poland on Wednesday. But even Poland ain't Germany, Italy, France. So why don't you think that? Why aren't you sold on England hype?
First of all, Gareth Southgate, I don't rate him whatsoever. I mean, he plays such a boring brand of football when England's greatest assets are their attackers. You know, the likes of Sterling, Sancho, Foden. He still insists on playing defensively. And then, which I completely disagree with. Second of all, from the outside looking in, I've never been to England. I've never lived in England. I just see it from the outside. The amount of the pressure by the media is unbelievable and unmatched. I don't see it anywhere else, not just in football. I don't see it anywhere else. The amount of pressure that this media puts on its team. And that's, people underestimate how huge that is. So every time you have a young talent come through and they're, there's a future, it's coming out and whatever. And it gets to the player's head,
Is this
and
England?
I just feel like that pressure is too much.
It's also to a certain extent, like, it's like the English population. I don't know in general, but I don't see players that are technical that can provide and be that game changer being heavily, regarded or from the fan base in general. I look at players like Jack Grealish and the way Southgate doesn't seem to kind of rate him to a certain extent. And I think to myself, like, is this a byproduct of what English people view of what football should be in general? Of it should be a certain type of player. He shouldn't. Like, Jack Grealish is by far one of the most technical player. I just don't understand why he's not like the main guy for them.
So this is what I have to understand is basically it's from England, and again, England. This is England's issue. England would rather lose their way than win another way.
Yeah.
So for England, they're like narrative merchants. Mason Mount represents everything the English media wants in a player. He is like and hence why he's like the poster boy. he's like a teacher's pet, does all the right things, he works hard and so forth, he speaks well and so forth. He's like, so they want to just build everything around him.
No, I say that.
And the other thing is, like,
so the thing with Grealish is that he is bringing in style. He's bringing in a little bit of something different. And the English they've never understood that. They've never really been able to truly appreciate what a Joe Cole was. Or a kind of thing. But Mo, continue.
No, I say that. Let me. I just want to get my part. Okay. I just want to get my part. The thing about this is, I'm hearing news that England isn't necessarily going to be, tribal based when it comes to the type of players that are being called up from which clubs. And I'm hearing that, but I'm also seeing news where not necessarily the right players are being picked. I mean, you look at the fact that I remember a Leeds United defender. I forgot his name. Was it Tyrone Mings or something like that? He got picked while he was, when his team got promoted. While it took Jack Grealish like seasons just to get picked by the national team. He had to have an outstanding performance for him to get picked. So it's a selection. That's my problem with this team. They always choose players that just don't fit the mold of what they need, and they play players outside. I remember Paul Scholes was played on the flank.
Oh, no,
that to me is crazy.
Okay, let me go.
Yeah, tactically speaking, for England, the other problem is they have very talented attackers, as I said, Sancho, Sterling, and then they have decent defenders. I don't see that game changer in midfield, and you always need that guy to tie defense to attack. A Luka Modric type, or an Iniesta type, or a Toni Kroos type. They don't really have that. Like, who's gonna do that? Henderson? I mean, I've seen Southgate play Eric Dyer in midfield, and like, what's he gonna do? Okay, he may support your defense, but like, there's no player that's gonna tie the defense to the attack, and that's their biggest weakness.
The thing that just gets me is people are talking about England as favorites when it's like they're favorites because you beat Sweden, Panama, Colombia without James Rodriguez, but you then lost to Croatia in the semis.
That's the media hype, bro.
No, but it's because that's why. But then they keep doing this. I say you keep doing it when it's like these guys have not earned the right to be taken seriously. Have you beaten France, Portugal, Italy? You're never beaten any these guys. So unless you beat one of these dudes, you can't be taken seriously. You can't be.
Yeah, for sure.
Wait, Mo. Let them Mo under it because I wanted to get everyone to get their points in. So Mo, and then we have to move on to someone else.
Yeah, so what you're saying, it goes back to the media thing. The media talk so much, talk their team up so much. And as, regular viewers, people who don't really understand the ins and outs of the game, when they see all those reporters saying this, they're going to be convinced. Because at the end of the day, if I'm English, I want to believe in my team. So when the media gives the general public reason to believe, they're going to buy into that because that's just human nature. And I'm telling you, you and I someday should do a video about like the impact of media like that. That's so interesting because I studied that in university. So it's like so interesting to see how the media impacts the way fans think. And that's the main thing in England.
Yeah, because this is the thing about the media. Because again, the media is only as powerful as people receiving it. So people say, oh my gosh, the media has so much power. Does it? Or are you just stupid? Especially in 2021. In 2021, you have Twitter. You can go to Who Scored. You can YouTube now. That's the look at guys like me, guys like Expressions, guys like Robbie.
But see, the way social media websites work is the algorithms. The algorithm, it's not going to recommend you to someone who's never seen your videos. It's going to recommend ESPN, for example. And that's why, people aren't going to really dig deep on Twitter or YouTube to find all the information they're going to get.
But
they just go to the most popular pages and see what they're saying.
I think mine might be the last generation that sort of did that. The generation after me are a bit more savvy because my generation, we didn't have social media, internet, and so forth in school. But the generation below me did. So I think the generation below me is a lot more critical of BBC, ESPN, and so forth. Guys younger than me, these kids, they're not looking at BBC and ESPN. They're like, okay, what's this YouTube thing going? What's this whole thing going? They're a lot more about trying to find those other avenues that are less traditional than now. But look, Let me bring in this boy. Ben, talk to me, man. Talk Europe. Talk to me. Benny. All right, let me come to Chimere. Talk to me. Europe, states of Europe, bro.
As far as Europe, the competition and everything, I mean, I think in that part is just what it is. It is what it is. I mean, if Harry Kane backs 10 goals against San Marino, I guess this is the way it has to be. But I mean, because I've seen even Georgia. Didn't Georgia almost beat Spain? Spain struggled to beat Georgia, and I've seen teams like Malta, give other big, European teams this year. So it's just
No. You see, Chimere, I am talking specifically about like a San Marino, Azerbaijan, Kazakhstan, where these guys don't stand a chance. Georgia will always give you something. Montenegro will always give you something. But guys where they've got like 30,000 population, they don't stand a chance. They literally don't stand a chance. But I get it.
I mean, they just want to play, man. But as far as like the Euros in general, I mean, the thing is like a lot of people are picking Portugal. I get it; they have a good squad on paper, but I mean, I think they're overrated because
Exactly, bro.
Portugal
Exactly.
would be one of the favorites if Cristiano was in his prime, but he's not in his prime, and they have flaws on the team because they don't have good central midfielders. They have good attacking midfielders that can play central. But Bruno Fernandes' best position isn't in central midfield. It's that the number 10.
Well, what's it called? William Carvalho is pretty good. He's a pretty decent midfielder. Okay, he's no Modric or Kroos, but
By the way, United fan, Bruno was ass in that game yesterday.
Wilson, mute your mic. Chimera, continue.
And as far as the defense to me, I mean, they got Ruben Diaz, but after that, I mean, I don't know who else is in that defense. And then the attack, this is the thing. You can't. This is the thing that people don't get. Cristiano a striker. It doesn't work. It didn't work at Real Madrid when they tried it. Didn't work at Juventus. You can't play him as a striker. It's not gonna work. He doesn't play well as a striker because he always comes back to the midfield anyway, and he passes and he tries to dribble. He passes it sideways, and he's not involved in the game at all. So either you got to play him on the wing or you got to bench him. You can't play him as a striker. It's not gonna work. But as far as the favorites, you got to pick France because France has the best balance from defense to midfield to attack. Like I said, if they might not win it, but they're still the best overall team. I think Germany, if they picked the right team, they would have the second best team in my opinion. If they picked Muller and all the people they were supposed to pick, but Lowe is an idiot. And as far as Spain is always going to be up there because the way they play. But I think they're more of a sleeper pick than a team that's actually going to win it.
So which is the countries you're looking at that you have your eye on?
Honestly, I think Ukraine is going to sneak up on people.
Oh,
because I saw the way they played against France. They can defend well. They can defend very well. In England, I mean, if England played the right.
And they have beaten Portugal as well 3-1. So in the Nations League, I guess.
Don't sleep on Italy too. Italy is doing well.
Easy. Chimera. Chimera.
And as far as England, if England played the right team, they could be dangerous. If they played the right players, because.
But do you trust Southgate? So do you trust the manager?
Nah, he's not going to pick the right team. Because if it was me, this is what I would pick. I mean, if any of you disagree, you let me know. But this is what I would pick if I was running England. I'll play a 4-2-3-1. I would go with Wan-Bissaka at right back, Maguire and Stones at the two center backs, Shaw on the left back. You have to play Dyer Henderson at the two midfield because that's the only people that they have. Then you got to play Rashford on the left, Grealish as number 10, Sancho on the right, Kane as a striker.
Yeah.
But they'll
never do that because Mount has to play, and I think Sterling will have to play. But as you said again, if I'm making a team, Mount is not in the starting team. Specifically when you have Grealish and Sancho, you can't. But Chimera, you have to see that team you picked is a footballing team. It's not a passion merchants team. Southgate is a passion merchant, and that's what he'll go for. But yeah, continue.
I forgot Sterling was still in England, to be honest. But I might switch him for Rashford. It depends. But as far as the Euros, I think a team is going to sneak up and make the semifinal. It might be Ukraine, but I don't see a lot of people keep saying Portugal, but I don't really see Portugal.
So if you were to pick a team, so am I thinking in saying that your France is still your pick that France will get it done?
yeah, if I were to pick somebody, it's them because they have the best balance as a team.
Okay. So before I come to Abdullaki, man. So thank you, Rodrigo Rodriguez, for the dub, who says, can Mexico finally win their 4th game at the World Cup? Depends who they get, man. It's square. I think it's like 4 or 5 times in a row that they've not been able to get past the second round. And they always have good teams. They always have good teams.
Don't sleep in the US. Don't sleep on the US. Don't sleep on the US.
No. We'll get to US. We'll get to US. I think we'll talk about Mexico and the US and when we go to the North America. I just think that I would still say probably not. I want them to, because I always love the kind of vibe and hype that Mexico bring to the whole thing. So let's hope that they do. If as a hazard to guess, I still believe that they'll get a tough team. Here's the thing. If they top their group, because they always come second. Now, if you come second, you're facing a group winner, which is what they always have. They always face a group winner. If they can manage to... Wait, 2018, did they win their group in 2018?
I think they... Well, they did.
No, Sweden won the group. They finished second.
Sweden won the group.
Yeah, they lost 3-0 in the last day to.
So you see, if they had topped their group, they would have faced Switzerland, and I think they'd No. Who did Sweden face in the second round?
Was it England? England.
No. They faced England in the quarterfinals.
I don't remember who they played in the round of 16. Yeah. Was it? I don't remember.
Okay, I don't remember. It was Switzerland.
Japan.
No, Japan was
Belgium.
It was Switzerland.
Oh yeah.
It was Switzerland. It was Switzerland. Yeah. So they've played Switzerland, and I think they probably have beaten Switzerland. So the key is they got to top their group. And from Yassi's side, who says, "Thank you for the dub, Yassi," who says, if the English want to win something simple, sack Southgate, hire Wenger, and allow Marcus Ballon d'Or to be the star man. World Cup and Europe will be easy. No. Yes, I said first things first. England tried a non-English manager and they failed. Now, Brendan Rodgers exists, although he's Irish, and even that dude from Bournemouth. There are some pretty interesting, good English coaches out there. But my thing is Marcus Rashford is a good player. Marcus Rashford as the main player for England, the only thing they're winning is the Grasshopper Trophy. They're not sniffing any major trophy with Marcus Ballon d'Or Rashford. Okay, the guy is mid. Accept it.
Wait.
So what's it called? I said Abdullahi, talk to me. Europe.
He said he'd be right back.
HH, to answer your question,
yeah, talk to me.
They did face Switzerland in the World Cup. They beat them 1-0.
Yeah, Sweden beat Switzerland 1-0.
Yeah, it was Switzerland. So Antonio, talk to me. The states of Europe, man. Strong guys, dark horses, so forth.
I'm gonna start off with this one, controversial. England. Something about England, just in general in football, their fans and the media, they always love to overhype them. They're always like, England's gonna win, England, they're gonna bring it home, they're the best, you only have one World Cup, and
you were lucky to win that one.
Yeah,
and it's also on a home.
Damn lucky
for me.
And they cheated too, They cheated.
They cheated.
They lost to America.
Let's not get it started because the England fans will attack HH. So let's just be honest. I don't think they're gonna win the Euros at all, because it's the same thing that always happens. They're overhyped. They play good teams and they fall short. They thrive when they play smaller teams, but when they play, let's say they play a Germany or a Spain, even though Spain aren't the best right now, I still would have Spain beat England. I would still say Germany beat England, and I think it's because I don't know if it's because they have a weak mentality or the coach Gareth Southgate just picks trash teams too. I'm not sure, if it's a combination of both or it's just more one or the other. But I don't think they're favorites. I would still say favorites because the World Cup champs are France. But I've been watching France, and I don't think they have a great team. They have a great squad. But to say are they fair for the Euros? I don't know. I still have them there just because World Cup champs. How can you not? But it's like when I've watched them, I'm like, you know what? This team looks kind of weak at some moments and points. You know what I mean? Spain aren't the greatest right now.
No, they've passed a golden generation, bro.
Yeah.
Although if Ansu Fati was fit, could have been different.
No.
Yeah.
There's an upcoming emerging generation, man. They're probably ready to 2026.
For sure. By for this Euros and possibly 2022 World Cup, they might not do that well, but come in the coming years, they got Pedri, Ansu Fati, they got some up and coming players. Just to name those two in specific that can do really good for them. But now to Germany. Germany's weird because it's like they could still call up Muller, and they could still call up a couple players from that are on the Bayern team and are still great. They literally proved it in last year's Champions League. Why not call them up, and why not mix the team with some youth and some of the old? That's a good team right there. They could definitely win the Euros with that team, in my opinion. I don't know if I'm wrong. You guys can call me out, but I think they definitely could if Lowe stops being an idiot, stops picking his nose and scratching his balls, and just pick the right team. But I don't know. It's interesting, but something I would like to see, even though I hate Raul, I do like Modric. What if Croatia surprised everyone? If they won the Euros, they're not gonna win it. But what if we get
Croatia reached their peak? I think they plateaued. I think their peak was that 2018 thing final, and also like one of their main guys, Mandzukic, isn't playing. I think he's very key for that, Mandzukic.
They're not gonna win it. I'm just saying, like we discussed with South America and Messi winning it. Let's see Modric get some glory too, but it's unlikely. But I don't know. Netherlands right now, they also look. Netherlands just look terrible. They look complete trash. Every time I've seen them play, they look terrible. And ever since Koeman's left them, they've just not been the same. And it's just very weird with them. I definitely think they will do terrible in the Euros, just based off of how they've been playing in all their qualifiers and even friendlies. They've won very few of their games, and it's been very, very atrocious.
Koeman really stabbed them in the back, man. Koeman stabbed them in the back.
No,
he did. I'm not gonna lie.
The thing with Koeman is it's a tough one because who are we to assume now? Oh, you must always choose your country over any club. Who are we to assume? And Netherlands is very funny because fact is that Koeman has a strong affiliation with Barcelona, and that's the first thing. Second thing is Netherlands have always had this issue for really giving an effort. They always self-destruct.
Oh yeah,
supremely talented, amazing talented, but they're one of these guys where when it comes to the guys, you really need to dig in deep passionately and have a strong mentality. They just lose it, so they don't know how to dig in deep. So I think
but for me,
many people have a strong bond with the whole Netherlands being a patriot. So because look, you're right, Koeman was. I think Netherlands would be a strong outside threat with Koeman.
I agree.
With De Boer, they're freaking useless. De Boer lost all his games for Crystal Palace, bro. The guys.
For me, Koeman. Sorry, go ahead, bro.
Yeah, but with Koeman, I felt like he knew that was his last chance to manage Barcelona. So he knew coming into this that this was going to be it. There's even news going around that he paid off his contract in order to manage Barcelona.
There you go.
So it's like, he knows this is the last chance.
Wait, guys. Okay, let me come. Antonio, back to you.
Let me finish real quick. I think Koeman leaving them did hurt them. I'm not gonna lie. Yeah, I'm a Barca fan, but it was quite obvious that him leaving them has just destroyed their plans. I'm not really sure what's gonna happen with them, but it's just not looking good. And Netherlands is a country that they get into those clutch moments. They've been to so many World Cup finals, and they've never won it. It's crazy. They're the team to be the most World Cup finals, but to have never won it. Not Germany's, I think, been to the most, but it's just crazy to think about. But a team that I think could be a sleeper and on the rise again, Italy could do something. I
Mm.
mean, they've been decent. Yeah, they didn't make the World Cup in 2018, but they look good now. They look a little bit better. Maybe they could do something, but as far as Europe go,
If you had to pick a winner, then a guy who said no, this, if I was betting, I'd put my money on these dudes.
I'm gonna still put it on France. Although I still think I'm gonna just say they're favorites because they still have a good star-studded squad. And if they really wanted to, let's make amends with Benzema, put him in your squad. I mean, you instantly get 10 times better. I don't know why you wouldn't do that. Imagine if he was in the World Cup instead of Giroud. But I'm not gonna get to that. But I'm still gonna say France, but I don't know. You never know. It's just right now in Europe, the Euros looks like it's an even playing field, in my opinion.
Yeah, there's really no.
Wait, I just want to say
I have
something
a
real
question
quick
for
about
you.
Coleman.
Okay, what's it called? Mo, talk to me about Coleman. Talk to me.
Yeah, I just want to say something real quick. Like, ordinarily, I understand your guys' point. Like, yeah, it's your dream job, whatever. But I say he betrayed them because last year he said publicly, I will not leave Netherlands before the Euros. And then COVID comes and gets delayed, and he was like, okay, I'm out. And that's why I kind of hold a grudge against him.
No. I think more. Look, things just changed because he said that under no belief whatsoever that this Barcelona job would ever present itself to him. So just assuming, there's no chance I'll get it, but something just happens. Wow, this is something I never even envisioned.
But like you gave your word as a man, you gave your word. That's my thing.
For me, it's not even that. Is that I think we're just wrong to assume things. We are wrong to assume that somebody would. It's for me. 100%, if I was to choose between being the manager of Nigeria and Chelsea, thanks, Bram, I love you. Bro, Nigeria all day, every day. 100%. I don't even have to freaking think. So I would just think that, no, this is Netherlands. You're Dutch, like this is your country, your culture, your family are from here, and so forth. There's so much history behind here. And this is a great young team that you've really cultivated, so you're really invigorated in Netherlands. So to leave this project for Barcelona, I'm like, okay, it's a bit weird.
And the fact that you take them to their first major final in the Europa Nation League against Portugal, you leave that project. At least leave after the Euro or after the World Cup.
He knew they wouldn't win.
Yeah, true.
He just knew they wouldn't win.
But
And
I
it's
have a
just
quick
like,
question for you. This is very sick. And I'm tired. Every time I go on the FIFA website, I'm tired of this. Can you explain to me how the hell is Belgium number one? How they number one?
It's been number one for like 20 years.
Bro, these rankings are false.
I've rejected FIFA rankings for a long time.
They're trash.
No, because see,
they haven't won anything.
No. My thing is that you accumulate points even when you play friendlies. So it's stupid. Like it's because friendlies, people play whatever teams play the youth and so forth. They don't take them seriously. So you using that, how you should do the rankings is how well do the teams perform at tournaments. Do it via that. So then you get a clearer picture of how these are the strongest teams based on how well they do in Nations Cups, Euros, World Cups, Asia Cups, and so forth.
I agree.
Don't count friendlies and qualifications. No. Or rather, count competitive games, but have extra weighting for tournament games. Simple. Don't count friendlies.
Yeah.
Count all competitive games, but obviously you now get extra points, bonus extra points for the games you win at actual tournaments and so forth. Because when you now have that, then they really are the best team. Yeah, these guys are really the best team. So it's as simple as that. So before I come to bombast here, let me just hit this man. From Rodrigo Rodas, who says, there's an agenda against English players online.
What?
No. There is an agenda. It's just being realistic. I said Sancho is amazing, and Grealish I think is amazing. Kane I think has improved a lot. So no, but I just think that some people, specifically the media, they overhype players. Simple. They just have their overhyped merchants. Rodrigo Rodas again. Thank you for the dubs. He says the thing about the media overhyping England is a myth. This happened to other countries too. I read the Spanish press and French press.
Yeah, but they win stuff.
Thank you. Rodrigo, here's the difference. France have the 98 World Cup. They won the Euros, Euro 2000, 2018 World Cup. Spain gave it that three flex. Spain and France, you should be arrogant. because we know how good that Spain team was. And France, right now, people consider that the best team in the world. So if France and Spain want to hype guys, oh, you've earned the right. England, you haven't earned the right to be arrogant. Because the last major trophy won was in 1966. None of us existed back then. So the very fact that you're hyping your team when you've only won something in 1966 is crazy. But France and Spain, 2018, France said what's up. 2012,
Yeah, and they're hyping the wrong player. They're hyping the wrong player as
Do you
well.
think they should just get an outside coach that's not from England, like that
No.
knows football?
No. You see, Wilton, this is what I said. Like, we said this at the very start when we were talking about the Africa section. England has to have an English coach.
Okay.
But they need an English coach with the right mentality. Do you know what I said?
With the
Harry
brain.
Redknapp.
Frank Lampard.
No.
Yeah, Redknapp's a good choice.
You see, Redknapp, I think, would be the perfect coach and manager for England because he's a guy that understands footballers. He would appreciate guys like Sancho and Grealish, and he would bring a bit of style and swagger that England badly need. Southgate is freaking unseasoned and dry. The guy's crap.
Wait, HH, I have a question for you. So, do you think that maybe a lot of this hype, especially going into like the 2018 World Cup, now going into the Euros, because a lot of people think the Prem is the best league in the world, it's the best, the Prem, the same old that you hear. Do you think that also goes into it too? Oh, they play in the best league in the world. Of course they're gonna win.
But here's the thing, and then I'll come to Bombas after this. See, Antonio, he was the notion. So that was the belief. You're right. Premier League is the best league in the world. Therefore, these guys should ball. Who did Gerrard play with? Xabi Alonso. Who did Lampard play with? Essien and Makelele. Now, you can look great when you have Drogba, Makelele, Essien around you. You can look great when you've got this Mahaman, Xabi Alonso, and all these guys around you. But now, when you now are together on your own, now we'll see how good you really are. And those guys totally flopped. And they totally
terrible.
wrecked it. So, what's it called? So, Bombas, let me ask you this though.
Yo.
Gnabry has been saying what's up for Germany and everything. Joachim Löw has now confirmed that he will step down after these Euros. It was ugly. 2018 was really, really ugly. Nobody foresaw Germany not making it through the groups.
I saw it. It's the curse. Whoever wins it goes on the group stage.
But, Bombers, do you feel that Germany could really, really surprise people because of how they failed in the World Cup? Because they're now coming in under the radar. Nobody's really looking at them. And we're not seeing Musiala, Havertz, Gnabry, Timo. No. We're not seeing those guys come through. So, do you think Germany could shock people this summer?
No. Not this summer. It's too soon. Some of the players that you've named, they're not ready yet. But later on, yeah, something could happen. 2018, unprecedented. That has never happened to Germany ever before. And the conception of Germans is that we believe in our mentality and who we are as a footballing race. We're like the prince of this game, man. It's Brazil, then it's us. And we are the best European nation to play this game. We could have had 7-8 World Cups.
What about Italy, bro?
We have way more Euros than they do. So it was if you were shocked by 2018, that was an absolute body blow for us. Speechless. I mean, it hurts even to think about it. We finished German? Bottom. Yeah, so born in Germany, raised in Australia. Shout out Socceroos, man. Shout out Socceroos. So if you were shocked, we were disgusted. And we were all left a bit speechless, and everyone was pointing fingers, and things got a little bit ugly. And Joachim Löw has to take the brunt of all of that shit, man.
Do you think
and he started lashing out at people not really responsible for the... Absolutely. Absolutely. Bro, this guy has been around since the prehistoric age, man. And that's not really common for a national coach, but his record was really rad, I mean, Germany hadn't finished worse than third in like 10, 12 years. But the fact of the matter is, can you trust one man with 2 generations of football? I mean, he brought through those guys, 2010 and all that sort of thing. He took the captain's armband maybe prematurely from Ballack and gave it to Philip Lahm, but it all worked out for the best. At the time, it was controversial. So he did a lot of these bold things, man, that just came good for him, and then it crumbled real bad. And at that point, I mean, shocking for Germany to do that. They finished bottom of the group, yeah. But he should have just walked away and said, that's my time. But Bierhoff and all those dickheads in the DFB, they just trust him too much, you know? And there's another thing that people don't consider. This guy changed the landscape of European football, you know, when they started investing so much money in the youth culture of Germany after the 2004 failure of the Euros, when they said things need to change now. In the end, that project that took like 15, 18 years, whatever, to come good, and Germany won a World Cup, people praised that. And then other nations started to copy and do the same thing. What you're seeing at England now is actually the brainchild of what Joachim Löw did. And, you know, Italy, same sort of thing. But you can't create two generations because you're going to lose people in the dressing room along that way. The fact that Muller, Hummels, and Boateng have been ostracized from the team, it's not a performance thing. People keep thinking it's a performance thing. After the failure of 2018, I know for a fact that Thomas Muller was trying to run a mutiny on him and get him out. And when Joachim Löw found out, he just exiled them from the team so that they couldn't affect the mentality of the younger players who Joachim Löw was trying to get on side. You remember, he started giving caps to these Gosens and God knows who else, man, and these youngsters to bring them through ahead of people who should have got a start. But as far as Germany now that he has said he's stepping down and this is the last rodeo, I have seen a mentality change of these guys, man. Maybe they're just glad that it's ending soon and maybe they'll give something a little extra on the pitch. I'm not sure. I do say for a fact that Germany will make it out.
Sorry, quickly before I go to more, the Thomas Muller thing, you see, I understand the managerial thing of wanting to be like, okay, 2018 was such a bad situation. Again, we don't know what happens behind closed in that dressing room. And maybe he looked at the dressing room, looked at the dynamics behind the scenes and said, you know what, I've got to just flush this out and just create something new. But here's the thing though. When you've been with the team for so long, you definitely need the young guys to come through. You need those old guys. You need those old guys because you're like, bro, we've been with this since 2010, which is when we first saw Muller in the 2010 World Cup. So having a Muller in there is, when you come into the squad, you need a blend of the young guys, the guys in their peak, the 24, 25-year-olds, the 18, 17-year-olds, but you also need those old school guys, that's old guard, because it just gives the team a little bit of cement. So, last year, Bombast, do you think he will? We all think he should, 100%. Muller is one of the best in his position in the world right now, so of course he should. Do you think he will call him up for the Euros?
No. I think the bad blood that is between those two is something serious must have happened, because the amount of pressure that is on Joachim Löw to play Muller, it's not even Germans. I mean, just neutral football fans are now on his case for this thing, and he still stands firm. This is like 3 years, bro. He's been dying on this hill, and he seems set to die there. So, Thomas Muller, just a quick word on him. And if you guys want to come at me, feel free to come at me, but I'm going to stand firm here. Thomas Muller is a more dangerous player than Neymar. Thomas Muller, people keep saying Neymar is the third best player in the world, and they've been saying this for ages. Listen to me right now. Thomas Muller is top 5 of our generation.
Whoa!
Thomas Muller is the most decorated. Thomas Muller is top 5 of our generation. You know that?
Where's my?
Hope he's on a double right now. He's 29 goal contributions this
top
season.
5 of this generation.
100%, no doubt.
HH, play the brick video. Play the brick video.
No. I'm not gonna go there. No, because we can have a debate, which he will lose the debate. We can have the debate. It's not a
come at me, bro.
But
Come
Wait,
at me.
Bombas, let me ask you a question, bro.
Wait, who's
Top five.
who's in your
100%.
five?
Top 10,
Easy, wait. Bombast.
Who's in your five, bro?
Wait, okay. Bombast is our Iniesta and Xavi in Muller's generation.
How many World Cup goals?
See, they're not goal scorers.
Different.
If
How
you're
many
saying
games?
Xavi and
Muller does,
Iniesta, man,
Muller does both, though. Muller does
I
both.
mean, I like, because look, I respect Muller and what he's done and so forth. And look when it looks,
Come on.
it ain't over for him. Hence
Hope.
why it's
He has a
it's,
golden boot.
but
He has a silver boot.
Bombas. I
He
know
has
this
best
and
young
everything, man. But if you look at what
player
Iniesta
at
has
a World
won,
Cup
what
tournament.
Xavi has won,
He has 2 trebles.
So to get this straight, he's ahead of Iniesta, Xavi, Cruz, Modric, all these guys, right? He's ahead of them.
because we have
No.
Messi, we have
Yeah.
Cristiano, we have Xavi, we have Modric, we have Iniesta, you've got Ramos, you've got David Villa. Because
Messi.
those Spain guys gave you 3 international trophies in a row. And those Spain guys, there are 2 trebles within that Spain squad as well.
They have
and,
two
and,
trebles.
and that is Muller's
But
generation.
what can they do without each other? What can they do without each other?
But what has
Thomas Muller
Muller
has won
done
games for
without
Germany
that
by
team?
himself. Thomas Muller has
come
scored
on.
in a Champions League final, my brother.
Yeah, but it's a team effort.
Iniesta
It's
has
not like
gotten
he
the best
carried
man of the
Bayern.
match performances. in
Thomas
the
Muller has
2016
levitated
World-
all of Barcelona by himself. Did you hear what I
Come
said?
on, bro. What about
By
Robin
himself.
and Ribery? Come on, man.
Okay, no. Okay,
man.
let's because I want to get to everyone's thing. So, Abdullahi, let me come to you, man. How do you view the European landscape, bro? Abdullahi,
Is it about Germany or just normal European
just
stuff?
Europe in general.
I think for me, like, if you look at in terms of winning trophies, I'll give it to the European and a little bit of the South American, because you could look at the 5-10 years, Brazilian and what's called the European has been winning World Cup and European trophies for many years. So I think we have to give them some kudos, because if you look at the player they brought up from France to Germany to Brazil, the kind of player they brought up, it has to be given. And the managers also who took up this job are kind of reproduce this kind of talent they have in their team. So credit has to be given to them. And I think where the issue this year is, we need to have a change in kind of the way European and South American wins the World Cup, because apart from maybe Brazil, maybe a little bit of Colombia, Uruguay going far in the competition, maybe like France, Portugal, Belgium, those people showing up. Who other countries or continent can kind of challenge those kind of countries? No one.
No. So who, looking at the Euros coming up, who would you say is the strongest in Europe? Looking at the
In
Euros
Europe
coming up, yeah.
coming up, I have just 2 teams in my head at the moment. Just 2. I have Belgium and Portugal for me,
Why not France?
because I think the way the Deschamps plays doesn't impress me a lot. The way he plays doesn't give me an impression, because
They are World Cup winners.
they are
Doesn't
World Cup
matter.
winners. I completely understand they are World Cup winner. I'm not taking that away from them. They are World Cup winner, but the way they play football, I am not kind of really impressed. If you look at the way Belgium plays and the way Portugal plays, you can see they have more talented team than France.
But okay, so say the more talented, but when they played each other, who won the game? France won. You don't
Yes.
win trophies based on how well you play. You win it because you beat the other team. When
Okay.
France played against Belgium, I prefer how Belgium play. I feel that they play better than football, but France beat them. So this is about who do you think will win, not who plays the best, is who is most likely to win, who's the strongest team in Europe.
I think I will give it to Portugal.
Abdullah, we all know you're saying that because you're CR7 agenda.
No. You know what? No. I think Portugal has more talent. If you look at the Portugal squad entirely, take out Ronaldo. Look at those squad entirely. They have more talent.
Can we do a combined 11 for the Portugal and
wait,
France? Can we please do
France
it?
has a better squad.
Wait, so I'm like, you're saying that Portugal have a better team and squad than France?
Not really, but I think they are more talented squad than France national team for me. Because if you look at the kind of player they have, maybe let's say maybe because Montinho is kind of old, Ruben Neves, Danilo Pereira, or what's his name? Yes, they have so many. João Félix, Diego Jota, so Trincao. They have so many attackers in their team. Ruben Diaz, they have Bernardo Silva, Bruno Fernandes, Cancelo, Cristiano Ronaldo. They have so many talented players in that team that single-handedly can win you a trophy and win a tournament. So that team is more talented to win something. So that's why I'm going for Portugal. Yeah, I would say Belgium, yes, because for me, but I will give it to Portugal because they have more talented so that can kind of win them tournaments when they want to turn up. For me. Okay. So and in terms of England, I think the problem with England is the English media. This is where I come with. This is where it comes with them. When you compare to the Nigerian national team, is Gary Southgate that good of a manager that can take England to the national team? That's where the problem is, because England has so many teams like Sancho, Rashford, so many players. But look at those teams. How far can they even go in the tournament? Maybe round of 16 max round of 16. But they call them the best team in Europe. Why? Because of the EPL, English Premier League. So we need to kind of chew on those players. Yes. Sometimes in English national team, too much political is too much in this team because there are some players that deserve a call up and they don't get call up. There are some teams that the player doesn't deserve call up, they get call up. I keep saying when people compare Harry Kane to Robert Lewandowski, Luis Suarez, Karim Benzema, I shake my head and say, yes, I get that, but you cannot compare Harry Kane to Robert Lewandowski, Benzema, Suarez.
Thank you, man.
Those players have done it both international level and club level. Harry Kane only score goals. I'm not taking him down.
Well, they face each other on Wednesday, so we're going to see who comes out on top on Wednesday when they face Poland.
This is where the problem is. I'm not. No one is.
To apply round of your points, we can comment to other people. Round of your point.
I think for me, I will go with Portugal overall winning the Euro. For me, Portugal. People may say England because of the player there, but I'm still gonna stick with Portugal or Belgium for me.
Okay. Ben, are you around? Ben. All right, Ben. I think he's asleep.
I have a question for you.
Go for it. Ask me.
So, why do you think people? Do you think people rate Portugal like so highly because they're the Euro holders right now? Because when I've watched them, I'm gonna be honest. I'm personally not impressed by how they've been playing so far. A couple years ago, I was like, oh, they look decent. They could definitely do something. But now that I've seen them, the way Cristiano's been playing, and I'm not trying to hate on him, it's just obvious. And the way the team is, it just looks kind of bad.
I think it's how good these guys are and how important they are for their teams. United's best player is Bruno Fernandes.
Yeah.
Cancelo is one of Pep's most important players. João Félix, we already know how talented this dude is.
Yeah.
Ruben Neves is one of his best players. Ruben Diaz. So it's look at how good they are for their clubs and how. But my thing about it is that
do they mesh together? Manager?
Fernando Santos ain't Pep Guardiola. He ain't Simeone. He ain't Nuno Espirito Santo. You see, if this Portuguese team was managed by Nuno Espirito Santo, now things would be very interesting. But I think Santos is a very pragmatic manager. He's a very defensive minded manager. So the issue is, will he? Because it's all well and good having all these amazing players in your squad, but the issue now is that you don't have to pick the very best team. You don't have to pick the very best 11. And does he have the ability to pick the very best 11 in the front squad? So that's the issue. Damien, talk to me. Who do you see as the strongest in Europe?
Well, hold on, just one thing real quick.
Yeah.
Regarding Portugal, how impressive were they really in 2016?
They still
had
won
3 points in the group stage, and they still won away.
They weren't that impressive.
They still won it. It doesn't matter.
Yeah, that's my point.
You can't bring that up, Mo. They still won it, bro.
No, but Zoltan.
It doesn't matter, bro. They won it, bro.
No. Let me talk, bro. That's the point I'm making. The point I'm making is that they still find a way to win, even though they're not impressive. They still find a way to win, and that's what I like about them.
Oh, okay. Sorry, Mo. Sorry. I'll let you finish next time, bro. Forgive me, bro. Forgive me.
No worries.
It's like that's it's the key thing is, which is why I said I don't care how well you play, is can you win? And you can say Santos, they're not attacking, they're not sexy, they're not flamboyant, but they figured out how to win. So my thing is,
Exactly.
this is a far better team than their 2016 team. Far better. But my main thing is, what was the key reason why they won? Pepe. Like, Pepe was arguably player of the tournament. Now, Pepe is still Pepe, but he's much older. This is 5 years on. Because obviously we missed out 20. So this is now 5 years since 2016. So how will Diaz be able to perform as well as Pepe did in that tournament? Because Portugal, because he's a pragmatic coach, the defense has to be money and the defense has to say what's up. But my thing is, how is he going to use João Felix? How is he going to use Bernardo Silva? Will he play Felix and Silva in at the right times? How is he going to use Bruno Fernandes? So the issue when you have all these good players is you need to know when to play them, what position to play them, and to find the right chemistry and understanding for them. So wait, before I come to Damon, let me hit this man. So this is from, shout out to your boy Shane Schubert, man. Thank you for the dub, Shane Schubert. Thank you for the dub. Shane Schubert says, I don't know about top five, but Muller was a centerpiece to 2 trebles, a World Cup, 7-1 and 8-2. He is the high priest of football, baptizing all. You see, before I come to Damien, this thing about Muller is it's not over yet. It's not over yet. And I do think that when you just look at his impact for Germany, his impact for Bayern, and as you say, his role in 2 of those trebles, I think Muller is one of those guys where you have to just say, that's a damn good career. Like, okay, he didn't win the Euros.
And he invented a position, Hope.
Which position is that?
It's called Raumdeuter. We call it the space exploiter. So he's basically the daddy of that. He could be a horseman one day, my man.
Easy. No. What I always give up Muller is that he's extremely intelligent. Okay, he may not be a Messi or Neymar on the ball, but he is super intelligent, and he's one of the smartest players I've seen because he understands movements, he reads the game very well, and is very evasive. So being in the right place at the right time requires understanding, because so much about football is reading the game, movement, timing, and knowing when to be at the right place at the right time. And I just think that because of his evasiveness of playing in that half space and so forth, coming in and making those runs, he does that thing to perfection. And Muller is a perfect example of you don't need to, it's not about how amazing you are at football, it's how effective you are on the pitch. So wait, I said I was going to come to your
Hope.
Oh, okay.
Can you name a more intelligent player right now
than Muller?
Is there a smarter player you can think of right now than Thomas Muller?
You mean making those runs and making those plays position wise?
Messi is a pretty smart player, bro.
Isn't Iniesta still playing?
But come on, he's playing in Japan, man. He's playing in Japan. No, but we see, Messi. Now here's the thing: Messi's intelligence is on the ball intelligence. Muller's intelligence is off the ball intelligence. So if you just say, I can't think of I don't think there's any player who has greater off the ball intelligence than Muller. I don't think.
And I'm going to ask you one more thing, and then I'm going to bow out.
Okay.
I'm going to ask you one more thing, and then bow out.
Go.
Do you think Thomas Muller will be
a
successful coach one day?
Successful coach.
Do you think Thomas Muller would make a successful manager one day?
We don't know. That's tricky.
Yeah.
No. But for me, same thing as I think Lam would make a really good manager. Now, whether he'll be successful, I don't know. But I think he'll make a really good manager because you can see that he has an understanding of the game.
The reading.
So my thing is that, like, if you look at a Pirlo and so forth, Pirlo is super smart, but Pirlo is an amazing player. Zidane is blessed by the football gods, but most of the time, amazing players don't normally make amazing managers because amazing players lean on to how good they were at the game, just based on just their talent.
But Muller seems too goofy, man.
And the thing is, management and player are 2 different things. You're not managing yourself; you're managing a bunch of other people.
Which is why I said for Muller, I think he would make an interesting transition into management because most of his game is about thought and reading. So he'd be able to say, no, look, yeah, this is how you understand spacing. This is how you understand movement. This is how to be effective. Forget about all that stuff about the step and stuff. This is how I want you to be effective. And I think the best managers are guys who give instructions to players to be the most effective, to score goals, create chances, defend, hold the ball, and so forth. So, look, who knows? But I think that's because of his intelligence. I think he would probably make a pretty good manager. All right, let me come to your boy here. Damien, talk to me. Europe.
I'm very surprised that no one has said or mentioned Italy.
No,
I'm
I said
very,
it,
very,
bro.
very
I said
surprised.
Italy. I said they're one of the dark horses, bro.
It's Italy, and also, the thing
I mentioned them too.
About Italy is that this is where Italy are the most dangerous.
Marco.
Where Italy fail is when they are the favorites. Where they're the most dangerous is when nobody cares about them.
Marco, it's just Marco.
Marco, it's time for Marco. It's time for Marco.
He actually has to show up. This is his moment. Like,
yeah,
we're gonna treat him like a
so
normal
this is
player.
moment. It's his
We're gonna
moment.
treat him like a normal player.
Let him live.
It's his time. It's his time.
Wait, guys.
I can't wait for those
interesting
discussions when he gets knocked out.
I feel like the Italy, Mancini, their manager has steadied the ship very well. I mean, you got Marco, you got Insigne, you got Chiesa, you got Barella, Bastoni, Donnarumma. Like this Italy team is actually like very, very good.
You forgot the lead. You forgot the lead, bro. The lead. You forgot the lead, bro.
Jorginho,
Immobile.
Oh yeah, Immobile. This guy.
Damon, continue.
So I feel like there'll be a team that I feel like they'll surprise people. And also Turkey. I feel like Turkey has been doing quite well in the qualifiers. Smashing Netherlands, doing well against stopping Holland. I mean, I feel like they can also be a dark horse. France. I feel like France will always be, the favorite. Obviously winning the World Cup. Still looking good. Well, not totally good, but they still look, pretty stable. Still got, their main players still doing quite well. So
if you were going to put a team who you think this team you think is definitely going to win, which team would that be? As in from Europe, because people say Portugal, people say France. Which team say that these guys are definitely going to say what's up?
I'm gonna go with Italy. I feel like they'll win it. I feel like they'll win it in the end.
That'll be a shock, man.
Hey, I got
Damien, let me say right now, Damien. If you allow Marco to touch that trophy,
it's time for Marco, man. It's time, man.
If you allow Marco to touch that trophy,
no. If Marco gets eliminated in the group stage, we're gonna have a discussion. If Marco, if I see Marco in tears in the group stage, asking for help, getting hugged and shit.
Let Marco live, man.
Marco wins the Champions League this season and the Euro, I'm not coming on your stream, bro. I'm not coming on your hangout.
Bro, it's gonna be a feast.
Vilton, if that happens, I'm doing every bet chested.
No,
I will tattoo Marco across my chest if that happens.
The problem with your love for players is that I actually like Verratti, I actually like Hazard. You're just making them hard to like them. When you put them in that pedestal. When you put them in that pedestal. You said he's more talented than Iniesta, bro. Like, what do you want me to do about that?
Come
No.
on,
He said it to yourself. He said it to Gnabry.
Wait, in 2018, he said Hazard is better than Cristiano Ronaldo, bro. He was saying that.
Come on, AJ.
But wait, guys, I recently read a very interesting article about Italy that within the country there's a lot of controversy. A lot of Italians are actually rooting for their national team to lose because they play a lot of favoritism. Like they still call up Buffon. They don't really like. They just have shady shit with you.
Wait.
I'm reading that a lot of Italians are rooting for them to lose right now.
Wait. So you're telling me Buffon is still getting international caps?
No. He's still retired.
Yeah, he's retired.
Yeah, he's still retired in 2018. I'm pretty sure.
No.
Okay, but not Buffon, but like I still read that they're still calling up like a lot, like too many Juve players that don't deserve it, and like there's a lot of
Chiellini.
Italians that are mad, and they're like, we just want them to lose so that they could learn.
So see, I mean, my
Who do
thing
they
about
have
it-
though, man? Really?
No. Italy still have guys. Italy
Yeah,
have
yeah.
because that Barrea kid from Inter is really good.
Marco.
Marco and
Oh.
Immobile, he's found his
Chiesa.
Insigne.
See, my thing about
Donnarumma.
this is that Italy are one of those guys where
Bastoni.
this is where they're at their strongest. Is when
True.
nobody cares about them. That's what happened to them in 2006. 1982, no one knew about them, they won. 06, don't care about them, they won. So I think this is even in Euro 2000, where they got to the final, nobody believed in them. So I think, because look, guys, this Euros, I feel it's very open. Because yes, France are the strong favorites. They simply are because they're just far too stacked. But something tells me that France aren't unbeatable. They aren't a team to be feared. And I just feel that these Euros, the matches are going to be very, very close. And the key thing is that it goes back to what we were talking about yesterday. How many superstars individuals do we have? Like,
Not many.
When you know that Zidane is there, you're like, man, Zidane, Henry, Vieira, like, oh God, like what's it called, Desailly, Thuram, because there were so many guys. There's no country that has like, okay, these are guys to be feared. Portugal, these are young
Mbappe, France,
up-and-comers.
Varane, Conte, Pogba.
France has a whole squad to fear. Not like you got a whole squad to fear.
Is any team scared of Pogba or Mbappe? Are you scared of them?
Yes.
That pace from Mbappe is dangerous.
I'm not afraid of Lloris though, but I'm afraid of Varane and Mbappe and Pogba. Especially Conte.
Okay, put it this way, guys. Are
The
you
pace.
as scared of Mbappe and Pogba as you were of Henry, Zidane, and Vieira?
Of course
Nah.
No.
Come
Not
on,
even
no.
close.
That's a reach.
So
That's a reach.
it's like, no, France are still good and quality, but there is no team in Europe that has that fear factor, which is why
Yeah.
if you're good on your day, you can do something. Like that France-Belgium game, that game could have gone in either way. That was a tight game. That was a really tight game. So, all those things could happen, man. Well, someone say something.
HH, I have a question
go
for you.
Yeah.
So, if Hazard comes back from injury bed, from
I'm trying to leave this man alone. Man.
wait, what if he comes back from his bed? He ditches the McDonald's and the KFC, joins up with Belgium.
You see, here's the thing,
Bro,
Do you think they can
goal. Source the winning goal.
Do you think they can win?
He's not.
As much as I would love it to happen, like there's only so much you can push this. And I've just said, because I read the report of like, oh, Hazard is desperate to be fit for the Euros. I'm like, nah, it's over. I think again, that would be emotional.
Sick. It'd
What
be
if
very
he, what if
sick.
he
That
wins
would
it?
be emotional.
It'd be very sick.
Wait.
So he bought from Belgium, but he
He's gonna
doesn't
use-
involve
One
Real
at a
Madrid.
time. One at a time.
So he's gonna use Real Madrid as like a training ground, essentially for the
Yeah,
Euros.
pretty much. He
This
bought
guy is
from Belgium, but he
getting-
doesn't ball for
You know
Real
how
Madrid.
sick that is? He came to
That's
Real
sick.
Madrid for the training ground.
It's just like Gareth Bale with
Not to play
Tottenham.
games.
Like he used Spurs as a fitness
No,
center just to get
no.
fit for the Euro.
Bro. Tottenham were done as soon as he announced that, bro. Like that's another L for Tottenham, bro. As soon as he announced that.
Okay, wait. So guys, let's. I want to move on to
North America.
the states, man. The states.
Mexico.
Let me go first.
No, let me go first.
Did I just hear a horrible? What? You should be proud of. Oh, say, can you see? Come on, man. Now, guys, let me be the fair here. Let me even bring this up, man. This is my thing here. Is this
These players don't scare me, bro.
This is America's best ever generation.
Yeah, that's true. That's true. That's true.
Hands down.
Sure.
See,
I don't want to hear them.
I disagree.
Let me just explain.
It can be. I mean,
guys, let me just explain. I remember. See, guys, I'm a bit older than you guys. I remember USA '94, and look up America's kit in USA '94 was freaking amazing. But they were the host nation, and they just weren't ready. This was when Alexei Lalas and Claudio. No, I think Claudio Reyna was '98. I don't think Reyna was in the '94 team, but Lalas was in the '94 team. but because they had like the American flag as a thing, quality figures, but it was too early. The era of Landon Donovan, Clint Dempsey, here's the thing. Even I knew it.
Michael
They
Bradley.
tried so hard to say Landon Donovan, he's that dude. Landon Donovan was from. Can I land? Let me land. Let me land. Landon Donovan was from the freaking alley. He's from. Basically, do you know when you come outside of a strip joint, and then you see people like and taking like needles, drugs, and stuff like that. Landon Donovan is the guy who's basically waiting for his hit outside of the alley.
Relax, bro.
No.
USA greatest player of all time. Relax, bro.
Let me not see. Whenever they try to promote Landon, I say, America, what are you doing here? What are you doing? And my issue with America has always been this: you put more investments into the women's game than the men's game.
No.
Okay. I'll give you time to go, but this was from what. So again, everybody will have the time to go. This was from what my whole point of view, because when you look at the women's game and so forth, from what I've read and so forth, it's very rich. There are barriers to entry. It's very expensive. But I look at America and I'm like, my God, this is the country of people from Africa, people from South America, people from Asia. People are running to America to chase the American dream. America should produce the best nation in the world because you have the money, you have the funds, you have the personnel, you have the different cultures all together because you're a melting pot of cultures. Specifically, if you think about New York, if you cared, of course America would do far better. But America has always had an issue of football being the biggest sport in the world. That's why they've tried to sell Super Bowl. They've tried to say, Super Bowl. But they've always had this issue of no. Nobody cares about the Super Bowl. No one cares about NFL.
Yeah. Football
is the biggest sport in the world. But wait, guys, I'll tell you. So, coming into this thing right now, this is their best group by far. For me, now here's the thing.
I disagree.
I said Pulisic is the best player America's ever had.
No, he's not. I disagree.
I've got my eyes on
I disagree.
Giorena, for me, I believe that if Giorena's trajectory continues, this is the kid. I think this kid. I think I see a better player in him. Dest, see what he's doing for Barcelona right now. So the crew that they have right now seems pretty good, but America are a very, very long way from even thinking of sniffing a World Cup semi, because this team, when they meet in Portugal, Spain, Brazil, Italy, Argentina, are getting Lara Crofted. They're not beating any of those guys. So, and also just very, very quickly, just with where Mexico are concerned, as we said before, Mexico will always be better than America because Mexico take football seriously. It's a sport played by many people, and they will always invest in it. So whenever you look at the Gold Cup, I remember there's one that I watched where what's his name? I've forgotten the guy's name.
Oh, it's Gio, right? It's something Gio.
What, Santos?
Dos Santos.
Santos. Where he did this
Santos,
crazy. So see, Mexico will always be better, not because Mexico are richer than America or so forth, or they have the personnel. But Mexico, they fully invest and care about football. America don't. So
no, the tides are changing. The tides are changing.
So Z-Man,
yeah,
America, Mexico, and so forth. I mean,
hold on.
America ever take
what are you guys talking about?
I want to say this, right? When it comes to America, right? My biggest complaint was the grassroots efforts and how much it costs to play football in here compared to Europe, and the fact that these governing bodies don't really care about producing top quality players. Majority of top quality players come from a background of not necessarily being from the suburb, not necessarily being from a rich state. They come from the whole, from the background of having these, not necessarily being, property and come from a poor state. That's where majority of ballers come from. And I felt like majority of the times when I used to look at the U.S. team, it was full of a bunch of people that were from neighborhoods that can afford to play the beautiful game, that can afford to be a part and to participate in this league. To participate in the game. I felt like that's changed to a certain extent. You've seen the amount of talent that are coming through. And I do feel like this core group of players are the most talented. Now, in terms of earning your stripe when it comes to being the best team that's ever come out of US, you have to earn that through performances. So as much as I think Pulisic is talented, and I do think Serginho Dest is the most talented American out there right now,
Okay.
I do think that they have to earn their spot. They have to earn their spot in order to be ranked as the best team. You can't just come in and I'm not basing it only on talent. I have to base it on results. What have you got in the US so far? And I feel like these core groups of players. And the thing is, in the past, my biggest criticisms of the US was how small mentality some of these players were in terms of wanting to stay in the MLS and not willing to adventure outside of that. And you see more players willing to adventure outside of
which
that.
is why I appreciated what Michael Bradley did, saying what's up
Yeah.
for Roma.
Roma.
you know?
I totally respected him on that, and I did believe that he was more talented than Clint Dempsey, but that's for another talk. But I do believe that these core groups of players, I see them flourishing in Europe in different leagues, in different environments, and that creates a competitive environment. That creates a competitive team, having these different people that come from different lands of football and whatnot. Now, the core groups of players, we still don't have. I wouldn't say we have the most talented center backs in the world. We don't have center backs that can compete with the world stage. But we do have young upcoming wingers and midfielders more so than any place. You look at the likes of Jonas Musa, who's the midfielder playing for Valencia, and you look at the likes of Josh Sargent. I don't necessarily think he's a great striker, but he's more of a Giroud-esque type of player, where he'll give more freedom to the wingers in the sense of Giovanni Reina and Pulisic. And then you have this team is younger than it used to be, and that's one thing you can credit them. What is it, Craig Berhalter? I don't necessarily trust him as a manager to lead this team. This guy doesn't necessarily have best track record, and I think that we should get a manager that's. But the thing I will give him credit for is he's utilizing the youngsters. We're going more young instead of relying on the old generation.
But one of the things that let me ask you, obviously being from in America, like how serious are America taking football with regards to investment, coaching, and really trying to create and cultivate the best possible team?
No, I think to a certain extent they've gotten way better on that. They've gotten way better in terms of the recruitments. You've seen a bunch of times where U.S. would fell short in terms of recruiting a talent from a person who didn't necessarily grow up in America and whatnot. And we've done that better, and we've realized that from I would partially say nations like France and Germany and England claiming these players at a young age. I do feel like to a certain extent the U.S. has created that environment through time, and time will only tell how far we can go. I think our best shot is 2026. I don't necessarily think we're going to win the World Cup, but I do think we can go further than we have. I do think.
So why? So let's say America. Okay, so what makes you say 2026 you'll go further? Because it's on a home soil, or because you believe this team is going to improve and there'll be more investment and greater interest leading up to that World Cup in 2026?
I would say our best talent is they're not ready. They're still young. They're still finding their feet. Some of these guys, they're gonna need time to develop in order to become more mature players and make more mature decisions. Because at times they don't have that aspect to their game. And in the World Cup, it's more about experience. It's more about having that combat. But then flourishing in Europe, I do think with time they could be more competitive. I just don't think the upcoming World Cup is for them. I think it's more so to create a core group of players playing in this World Cup to solidify and establish. So in the next World Cup, we could have players that have experience of playing in the elite stage.
So do you see when do you see America ever winning a World Cup? Do you think that is something feasible in your lifetime?
No, that's not. I don't know if that's As much as I would like to say that's not. Yeah, that's definitely not. I don't think that's possible. You know, with teams like France and Brazil that have.
Okay, but why?
Because
because the talent is there, because we know of the different makeup that happens in America, and we know America has the money. So why do you think that America will never win the World Cup when, if they wanted to, they could?
I think the problem is we are a new organization in terms of football. We haven't necessarily developed the elite class of the elite class. We haven't developed, you know, your top 5, top 10 generational talents. We haven't done that, but we're slowly breaking into that mold with, you know, our grassroots efforts and recruiting the right players and the right management staff. But, you know, I do think with time we can be that team, but I don't know when. I don't like this core groups of players are brilliant, but it's about the next generation. Are the next generation going to build on from that? So those are questions that need to be answered with time.
Mo, where do you stand with this, bro? America.
Okay, look, I don't care who America has. As long as Canada has Alphonso Davies, we're gonna be better. Look, when it comes to America, and I'm gonna talk about Canada in a second because I'm Canadian, so I care about that. When it comes to America, look, as you guys said, they have the talent, but they don't really care. Like, whenever you go to America, you immigrate to America, Canada, these countries, you kind of adapt to the culture. So, you know, most people who go to America end up caring more about basketball, American football, sometimes hockey, baseball. And that's why, you know, you don't see the same success when it comes to football. So even though it is improving, like Zeman said, they're trying to work on those the grassroots level, but I just don't know if they're ever going to be good enough to win a World Cup. At least not in my lifetime, or maybe in my lifetime. I don't know. I'm pretty young. Not anytime soon, though. Definitely not in the next, you know, I was talking about Africa, 30, 40 years. Definitely not in the next 30, 40 years. Maybe after that, who knows? But it's going to take a huge effort because, like Zeman said, people in Europe don't really know about this issue in North America. It's so expensive for kids to participate in sports in North America, not just football. Most sports, it's like basketball is pretty much basketball and American football are the only affordable ones. And that's why, you know, you see a larger African American community playing that and Hispanics, and because it's more affordable. So, you know, the underprivileged communities are able to get their kids into those sports. And that's why you have a greater level of success than football, hockey, that kind of thing. Unless they make it more affordable, and only the privileged kids are able to participate in football, you're never going to reach that level of success. When it comes to Canada are way ahead of the United States in the grassroots level. It's been pretty bad, but it's starting to improve, you know. And like Alphonso Davies, his story is amazing. To go to Canada as a refugee and then, you know, come through and do what you did. And that's because of, you know, Canada has systems in place to assist with, you know, underprivileged youth when it comes to football. So we're going to start seeing more kids like Alphonso Davies coming through in the next 10, 15 years, I think.
But how seriously do Canada take it compared to ice hockey?
Bro, look, they're starting to lose interest in hockey in Canada. It's slow, but they're starting. I'm telling you, if you look now, if you live in Canada and you see the media, even the schools, people are frustrated with how white hockey is. It's unbelievable, the amount of racism within the league and sexism and homophobia. It's unlike any other. So even though hockey is still, like right now, basketball is starting to overtake hockey in Canada. And FYI, statistically, football is the fastest growing sport in Canada right now. The fastest growing sport, because you have so many immigrants coming in and refugees. You know, Canada accepts more refugees than most other countries. So because you have so many refugees from Africa, from the Middle East, and then, you know, immigrants as well, the interest in football is so quickly growing, and Soccer Canada are doing a great job in like investing in the youth and making it more affordable. I'm not saying they're going to win a World Cup in 20 years or anything, but I think I give them a chance of getting farther than the United States in the coming 30 years. And I think 2026 is going to be really interesting because Canada and Mexico are hosting it along with the United States. I mean, definitely Mexico will be better than the United States and Canada in 26. But like whenever you're a country, a small football country, and you host a World Cup, it's going to pique interest within the country. So like now Canada isn't so big in soccer, even though it's growing. It's, the kids aren't so big on it as of yet. But once the World Cup comes to Canada, the interest is going to grow so much. And for, the next 10, 15 years, you're going to see even more interest, more talent coming through.
Okay. So you feel that Canada have a greater chance of going further in the World Cup than you think America in the next, or rather in 2026?
No, not 2026. I'm saying in the next 30 years or so. 2026 definitely gives the edge to United States.
All right. Chimere, talk to me, bro.
Oh, as far as U.S.
the States, Mexico, Canada, like, do you because my thing with America is like, I just, or maybe I'm wrong, I just feel that America have the tools and the means to produce a far better World Cup team.
Yeah, but I live in the U.S. as far as the World Cup and all that's concerned. To us, like, winning the World Cup isn't really, because we look at like the U.S. national team basketball team, the Olympics, like them winning the Olympics is a bigger deal to us than our soccer team winning the World Cup. I remember in 2004 when we got bronze in the Olympics, the basketball team, it was like all hell broke loose. But if we just get past the groups in the World Cup, we put up a fight, it'll be all right. When we beat Spain in the Confederations Cup, in 2009, it was like it might as well have been Christmas, for us Americans. So I mean, that's just the way it is. For America, American football is more the focus, not football. Football is just, it's just secondary. Even baseball comes before it in America. So it's like I'll say it's probably the fourth, ranked in terms of importance. So that's just that it's not that important to us as basketball is.
So, but do you think America could ever take it seriously? They could be a point where they say, look, this is one of the biggest sports in the world. We have the funds, we have the means, we have the facilities, we have the people, we have the personnel. Why don't we actually fully invest in it and take this seriously? Or you think they will always put basketball, American football, baseball, and athletics ahead of football? They'll never put football at the same level as American football.
No, they're always going to put the other sports ahead because that's just the way. It's going to be hard to change the culture once you have a culture set of like importance. It's gonna be hard to change that because the only way we're going to take it seriously to the point where it becomes like our focus is if we have a guy, like if we have a team where we know we can make a run. But maybe for that season, maybe for that World Cup, it'd be important. But I don't think it's going to be important in general. Because all those teams with Donovan, Clint Dempsey, we were never expecting to even win the World Cup. The one year we lost to Ghana, 2010. We were just happy that we got it past the run. I don't know. Remember, it was the quarterfinals or the round of 16, one of them. But we're just happy that we made it that far. Because Landon Donovan, he's just an American legend. He's not a soccer legend.
No,
he's a football legend. Just an American legend.
So, but would you agree that Pulisic is already a greater player than Landon Donovan?
He's more skilled, but
well, no, okay. I think he agrees. Okay, so he's definitely a much better player than Landon Donovan because I think, and that was with issue. Whenever I saw Donovan, I was like, if this is your best player, you stand no chance in hell.
He has
if
more.
Landon Donovan is your best player.
In Donovan's defense though, he scored in the World Cup knockout goal. So.
But again, if that's your best player, how far can you? Because you judge a team by the best players you have. Because again, Pulisic isn't like the greatest player in the world, but Pulisic compared to Landon Donovan, oh my gosh, it's far greater. Even this boy Gio Reyna. So I think America have a much better crew than they did in the. Even Clint Dempsey wasn't that great. He was okay. He wasn't that freaking great, bro. He played for Fulham. Come on.
Yeah, that's true. I mean, but I think this team, as far as like talent, they're much better, but it's gonna take time. They're still young. Reina is 17 or 18.
Yeah.
Dest is I don't even know if he's 20 years old yet. I don't think he is. Pulisic is 22. So like as most people say, maybe 2026 is when you see more of the potential. But 2022, nah, they're not gonna do anything.
All right, Antonio, talk to me, man.
Finally, let's get this. So, where do I start with the U.S.? For starters, let's get this out of the way. For a country so big and as powerful it is in politics and with the UN and stuff like that, and in terms of like the money that they have in other sports, when I look at it and what they do for football here, it's just a tragedy that this country doesn't love the beautiful game. It makes me sad because like liking football here is kind of hard because people like will frown upon it so easily, and it's a tragedy. I mean, it never doesn't affect me.
I mean, I can explain why that is, though. I feel that America still is a very young country, very, very young. And I think America always wants to have a sense of identity. And they feel that football, it's for the world. But how about we just create our own greatness? Which, of course, is whether it's basketball, but obviously they've not chosen American football now. But football always seems as if, no, this is... Because it's weird because football isn't owned by England. Football is the world sport. But I think America had just felt that, oh, no, this isn't our thing. Let's create what our thing is, because American football is something that we created. It's our thing. World Series, blah, 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 and blah, blah, blah.
Yeah, well, there's the thing with that. They call it the Super Bowl, the World Series. Everything's world with them, yet NBA world champions, but
no. The only thing it works for is for NBA. Any team that wins the NBA are the best team in the world.
Oh yeah,
let's keep it real. So
I agree with that. But as far like, let's see, who else world play in football or like who play? One else does actually has a professional league. You know what I mean? And the thing here in this country, the problem is the youth system is atrocious. It literally favors like rich people and those who can afford it. Like there are clubs around me like you have to pay like thousands upon thousands of dollars to play. That's so stupid. I have a friend who he's super good and skilled. He's better than half the people that at my high school they play for like this very rich club and for like kids or whatever. He's better than almost all of them. Yet he can't play for the same club because he just doesn't. His parents don't have the financial funds.
Wow.
So and it's just sad because a player like him, like my friend, he loves football like I do, and he's way better than me and a lot of people. Imagine if he was in a different country, given similar chances. Things could go different. And another thing here is just I don't know if it's the FA, but it's just. They need to change. I don't know. Well, I don't know if this would be part of the FA, but the MLS just needs this league.
No. I mean, because this is what Bex is trying to do with Inter Miami. Because Beckham is hoping, okay, if I bring this into, because I think they got Matuidi, that maybe if I come in a football guy who knows football, if I can now attract some of the top players and so forth. Because I see the key thing for America maybe taking it seriously is if the MLS raises its profile.
Yeah,
if you now see the MLS become bigger and some of the top players at their peak come to the MLS, then goes, oh, geez, what's this football thing? And you now attract crowds, then you now sort of generate greater interest.
Well, that's the thing. I agree because with the MLS, this league is just it's laughable at some of the things like the defending, like oh my, don't even get me started. But that league's a joke. MLS isn't even better than a lot of leagues in the world. First off, MLS and the US, they need to get on Mexico and Liga MX level. They're not even on their level at all. And the US right now, you notice how a lot of players are playing in Europe now, which is a good thing in my opinion. Plays in the best leagues in the world, but I still think you have to have a good league in your country. Like in South America, I'm not saying the Argentinian league is the best league in the world. It's not the greatest, but it's better than MLS by far. And same with Brazil. You know, you still have to have a good league in your country to still grow players who maybe aren't good enough for Europe, but are. I don't know how to say this.
Oh, no. Look, the MLS is called the retirement home.
Yeah, it literally
Anytime you
is.
go to the MLS is called the retirement home, and I think that when I look at the standard in the MLS, it feels very amateur. It feels so basic. So why would you want to invest in the national team when the league in this country
It's
isn't
terrible.
that very exciting? Because see, my thing about it is that why, let's say, and you see, it's tough because you see, let's say, an ideal scenario is this, because France, you have players that played all over the world, but Spain, what was key for Spain was that was 95% Barcelona with a little bit of Real
Yeah.
Madrid. You know, like Italy. In Italy, most of the players in Italy played for Italian clubs, so they played in Italy. So what America's doing now is we're now sort of picking guys from Germany, from England, from here and so forth, and hoping that they can come together. Because see, America don't even have a style; they don't have an ethos. Because what
No,
is
they
their what is their philosophy? They don't have one.
Wait, I think
It's just that
think
let's just get a bunch of guys together and just play.
Yeah,
this is their philosophy.
my
Oh, you
my
go.
biggest my biggest problem with that whole thing is, it's the whole structure of the league that to me it seems
Yeah.
like it's predicated upon what the NFL is doing, what basketball is doing. It's not necessarily football oriented in that sense. It's about playoffs. Nobody could get relegated. It's
trash.
ridiculous that there's no competition there. That all these teams are protected, and it's these owners are at fault too. They're kind of holding back the competitive nature of the league. But they went against the vote of having a competitive league, and they were trying to make up excuses for why that should be the case and why shouldn't that be. And they're basically talking about trying to almost seem like it's a basketball playoffs. It's ridiculous. That doesn't.
Can I say something real quick?
We will come to it. So let me just quickly get this dub, man. So this is from thank you for the dub, Mr. Edwino P2626. Thank you for the dub, Edwino, who says America will never win a World Cup because they're trying to make the game a rich man's sport. And see, this is what I'm saying. The American women's team, the reason why those women are so good is because they invest so much into the game. And when you look at Brazil, Nigeria, so forth, they don't invest as much into the women's game as the men's game because they're like, hey, look, no, all the money is going to be focused on the men's game. But in America, the men's thing are completely disregarded and it's focused on the women, and not only women, the rich.
No, that's not true.
Am I lying?
No, it's the way it works in America is there's actually like the women's team sued the American FA because they're like, we win you all the trophies when it comes to football. We bring the country pride, and yet you pay the men so much more.
No.
Their facilities are so much better.
No. Let me respond to that. That's different. What I'm saying is, if I'm a woman who, let's say, is working class or so forth, it is very hard for me to find the means to get into football in America. That's one thing. Second thing is the whole thing about the men being paid more. The men's game generates more money.
Revenue.
So it's not about of course the based on how good the women's team are in women's football, of course they're better than the men in terms of them in women's football. But the US men's team are parts of men's football, which has a greater which has generates greater revenue, and the kitty bag is far greater in the men's game than the women's game because more people will watch the men's game. So it's not about how good the men's team are; is they exist within the paradigm of the men's sport, so they have to be paid more because there are more funds to give them as opposed to the women. For women,
I'm not disputing that, but like I'm
That's
not
not.
disputing that, but what's your argument based on what that they pay more for the women then? Where is that argument coming from?
No. No. But my point was, a woman who is working class is going to be very hard for them to get into football. Those women that you see from America are upper class white women.
They are.
And you've seen, and I've read stories and articles and so forth that says that a lot of women who play football and so forth and everything are upper class, middle upper class whites.
Can I say something?
Yeah, there's also there's also that. There's also the fact that the women's game is newly developed. So when it comes to America having a position of power within that, they have the most power because they were one of the first originators of the women's game and whatnot. So of course they're gonna have the best team because not a lot of nations could compete in the women's game, and a lot of nations are that progressive yet. So and plus they're kind of emulating what's worked for them in the men's sport, in terms of getting these high class players, and that's been their.
Right. So let me. So Antonio, quick round of points so I can come to Damien. Antonio.
All right. So I'm gonna just finish my point, but with the women's, like when we talk about them, it is still the problem is still that it is a rich. Like they're basing the game still off of rich. Like you have to have money to play for us. You know what I mean? Because my sister, I think she plays for a club as a goalkeeper. Not anymore, I guess, but it's a lot of money, and most of her teammates, if not all, and most of the teams that she's played, they're like all a bunch of white girls. So I'm not trying to attack on anyone, but it's just quite obvious that the people that are benefiting the most are rich people, and in particularly like a lot of white people, and that's the problem. You need change.
And also that's the reason why the American women's team will always win, because they have investments, and the reality is Brazil, Germany, they will put more money in the men's game than the women's game because they're not going to put as much money or efforts to support the women's game. Even in England as well, where the England women's team are actually pretty good, they will not get the same kind of support for them as they do for the men. So women will always have that financial advantage of coaching, infrastructure, training compared to the other women's teams. So, but why don't they have the same thing for the men? So let me come to your boy Damien. Talk to me. America.
Yeah, I pretty much, agree with, everybody's, saying about, obviously America doesn't really think that as football is like, a major sport, they think like, with like the MLS, like they have drafts, like they think like this is like a NBA type of thing. Like, I don't know. It's like, it's very weird with the MLS. I don't really understand it. But I'm gonna move a little bit into the players with the US MNT. I feel like most of the players are promising, but I don't want to put too much hype on them because I want to see what they do against Mexico, because Mexico have been dominating over USA for the past ever since that CONCACAF organization's been made. So yeah, I just want to see in the Gold Cup final, I want to see what they do against this Mexican team, and if they can perform well, compete with them, then I'll be like, oh, okay, so maybe these young players actually have something to prove. But I think most of them are pretty talented. You got Des, you got Reina, Pulisic, you got Zach Steffen from Man City. He's pretty solid.
So how good do you think this team can do when thinking about obviously the Gold Cup and the World Cup? And so obviously, because I believe that this is the most talented American team, but what impact do you think that they can make specifically at the World Cup? And do you think America will ever say, you know what, let's take this a little bit more seriously, and let's, because which is what Bomba just said, like Germany, after their 0-4 thing, or we're going to make a concerted effort to really create a youth system, create better coaching, and really have like a 3, 4, 5 year plan? Or you think America will never take football that seriously?
Well, I think the number one goal is to at least qualify for the next World Cup. Not qualifying, letting Trinidad and Tobago beating you. I mean, like that was a nightmare. For them. So I think that's just their goal, to at least qualify, and at least being there. At least 2026 is a whole 5-6 years later. So who knows by that time if there's even more talent coming through, or if America is actually putting more into the football right now. But I highly doubt that they will. But yeah, I just think the number one priority is to at least make the qualify. But I don't think they'll probably make the knockout stage, if I'm being honest.
Bombas, what about you? Your views on America, man, on the USA?
It's a secret dream of mine for United States to win a World Cup.
Why?
Because I will crucify the Englishman if that ever happens.
Oh, whoa.
Do you understand what the banter would be like if that... if America win their first World Cup before England win their second, I'm gonna go in, man. Oh my God, I'm just gonna... Yeah. Anyway, a discussion for another day. But look, man, it's tough, bro. It's tough. I mean, who in America is going to invest in football and not in basketball? It's just not a wise investment, man. Like, how can you make an effort like that? I respect Bex and what he's trying to do up there, but Australia here tries to do the same thing. Like a few years ago, we had Del Piero playing in one of our clubs and stuff like that. Just trying to get asses in the seats, just who cares whether you like the game or not? Just come and see this guy run around for like 10, 15 minutes and see what happens. But it doesn't really take. It's not contagious. It's hard even in Australia to follow the game. Just everything, time zones, waking up early, paying lots of money for subscriptions and not really connecting with people locally about talking about games and stuff like that. It's isolated. It's really isolated. This is why I'm here, man. Like, there's no one in my neighborhood. Like, you drive past empty soccer fields. There's no kids playing out there, man,
Well, that's why I've always appreciated England, because England, horrible weather, horrible food, very, very grim people. But the thing about England is people love football here, which is why the difficulty, because I've always considered, okay, America, Canada, because I know a few people who live in America and Canada, and I've considered whether I could live there, but not having that love of football in a country, bro, that would be hard to take. That would be hard.
It's tough, HH.
It is hard. That'd be hard.
It's so hard.
Yeah, tough, man. Like, put it this way, man. Put it this way. I'm not sure what your wage is working for the television company and with YouTube and all that sort of stuff, but I promise you, if you lived here in Australia, you would be years ahead of yourself wage-wise. Like, you'd probably be a homeowner because wages, conditions of living and all that sort of stuff in Australia is great. However, you wouldn't survive here, bro, just because of how distant you would be from football. Like, it's very hard for it to be a part of your life. When I used to live in London, man, you used to jump on the train. People are giving you free newspapers for you to read on the train, and 90% of it is football. I love that. It's a part of your life. And in relation to America, man, I think Tim Howard was a better goalkeeper than he was given credit for, man.
Oh, he was very good, extremely good.
Tim Howard was a good keeper, man. And maybe you could make an argument for him being better than Donovan. But for me, Donovan over Clint Dempsey. And yes, Pulisic is a better player than all those guys, but he's got to turn up, though, man. You can be a good player, but you got to turn up, and you got to turn up in the right moment, quarterfinal, something like that. I think they've played 2 quarterfinals World Cup before, something in that realm.
Have they been to a quarter? Yes, I think because they beat Portugal.
Wait, 2002, I believe they played a quarterfinal.
I don't think so. I think They beat
And
Portugal.
2014, Germany beat them in a quarterfinal, I think. Klinsmann was coach.
Yes. No. 2014, I know that they lost to Belgium.
Oh yeah, that was round of 16.
Nah, Germany, bro.
Now Germany beat Algeria 2014.
No. They lost to Belgium. They lost to Belgium in the round of 16.
Yeah.
24. I don't think they've been to a quarterfinal. No. I don't think they've been to a quarterfinal.
Are you sure?
I'm pretty sure.
2002, they didn't play a quarterfinal?
I mean, let me see what the live chat are saying, but I'm pretty
Talking
sure.
about the US?
2002.
Yeah.
Oh, okay, 02. 02, yes. They
yeah, they beat Mexico.
They beat Mexico. Okay, 02, yeah. And they lost to.
So look, man. Big jump from quarterfinal to semi-final. Like, are we saying that United States could be in the top 4 teams in the entire world? Even with this young crop of players that they have, even at their peak, it's a big, big call, man. Very, very tough. But it's a chicken and egg situation. Do you invest in this Bex thing, trying to get asses in the seats locally with some big players and stuff like that, getting interest hyped in the league, bring people money, and then suddenly investment starts filtering down into grassroots football, and then in years, maybe decades to come, you're a force to be reckoned with? Very long road. Very, very long road. Or do you go the other route? Now that you have a few bodies going on, Pulisic, Dest, and Reina, send them over to Europe, which they are now, get them playing competitively, have them come back to the national team in some kind of form, and try and squeeze your team into some sort of meaningful place in a major tournament, and then just get crowd interest going for you. Both avenues are unlikely, man.
Bombast is what America does is what Germany did after Euro 04. And this is not down to whether America give it down. If they give it down, it's like, all right, this is a 5-year plan. So this may not even be 2026, because remember, for Germany, 2010 was the start, and it ended in 2014 with the World Cup. So if America says, okay, from now, what we're going to do is we're going to build these youth facilities and so forth. We're going to now make it open. You want to come play football? Come through. We're now going to call Rijkaard. We'll call freaking all these Dutch guys. We'll call all these quality players. We'll call Rijkaard. We'll call Seedorf. We'll call all these quality players. Come on, coach. Fergie, we'll come on, coach. And we're not going to have these coaching setups all for where people from all walks of the neighborhood. It's free to enter. You can come in, trials, and you're now cultivating and trying to build a team. So by the time you get to 22 to 26, Reina, he's got the experience. Thingy, he's got experience, but we've now had some people from grassroots who have been coached for 4 or 5 years by the best of the best because we can afford it. And now you now have somewhat of a team that now has an idea, an ideal. And the key thing is you now marry that with him. See, America might be a country that says you necessarily don't need to have an American coach. You might need to have a really good global coach.
Sure.
Because it's too late to come up with an identity. See, Italy, Brazil, Germany, Argentina, the identity has existed for 30, 40, 50 years, So it's harder for you to crack into a philosophy that Italy, Brazil people have had for 30, 40 years. So you may need to get it, but they can do it because you have the money. But do America give a shit about doing this? That's the thing. But continue.
Yeah. I would say, do you know if they were to ever win a World Cup, it would change the game forever? Because once America adopts something, that thing blows up beyond all. Like, if America was a footballing nation, the shows that would be on TV, like we still don't really have any good football shows, like an Undisputed or something like that. And that would be awesome to see, man. Like, and don't forget though that basketball is like their sport, man. Baseball and so forth. It's not even close to the second best basketball nation. Like, it's not even close. It's not even worth mentioning who the second best is, just because of how good the dream team is.
Yeah.
Is. I know Jamaica has the best sprinter, and for the last bit, they've had like the best few sprinters in the world. But before that, they were American, man. They were the fastest guys in the world, the best swimmer in the world. The talent pool is so big that if they gave a shit, bro, America could be so scary. Do you know what I'm saying? But
my thing though is that America doesn't even need to win the World Cup. If America made it to, let's say, a World Cup semi-final or a final, then I think they will get it. I think America, they keep on fighting with, oh no, NFL, and because they try so hard to sell the Super Bowl, try so hard. But if they get to the semi-final and just see what a big deal this is, then they're like, oh snap, why are we fighting this?
But
do you think with that we would get pundits that are, I don't know how to say this, more interesting in the sense that they're, like they say how they feel instead of, just trying to, talk robotically and just not express themselves.
I think I already told you guys, like, my dream, one of my inspirations doing this channel was Stephen A. Smith and Skip Bayless, because I was like, man, football punditry is so boring because these guys say nothing interesting. But let's bring that whole dynamism into it, because imagine if America adopted football, really cared about football, and so forth, and you had guys that really express themselves. See, the closest thing to that is ESPN FC. Because yes, these guys are not American, but because they live in America and they've embedded into American culture, they've taken upon that whole direct, abrasive, no BS thing that American punditry is. And that's just because they've been affected by American culture, which is, nope, you say it as it is, and you don't call that nonsense. But in Europe, it's like, dance, yeah.
And I just wanted to say, while we're at it, listen, the term soccer was created by British people. I don't know why, Americans get a lot of stick for using it. You created the term soccer. That's your word. That doesn't make sense.
No, but it's the thing is, who cares who created it or who invented it? The world knows it as football. And the thing that gets me is, call it American egg ball or so forth. Yeah. How often do you use your feet in that freaking sport?
Never. It's egg ball. It's literally egg ball.
Yes. So it's you do not understand how much it pisses me off.
It's closer to handball than
football. No, wait. Thank you. You don't understand how much it angers me how they just say, "Hey man, we don't play some football." Oh no. How is that football when the dude kicks it like maybe once every 3 quarters or so forth? I was like, what the heck?
This is when America will be, when they stop thinking that football only exists every 4 years, majority of the country.
Yeah.
Then they can at least compete, because
no. Yeah.
Sometimes I talk to people in like some parts of like, oh, the World Cup, that cool sport, it only comes around every 4 years. Sometimes these people legitimately think that it only exists every 4 years. And I get, here's another thing. Like, a lot of the NFL fans over here, they're like, soccer? Who wants to play that? And they trash it all day. I'm like, aren't you the guys who play with an egg? You guys don't even use your feet. At least when I do.
Here's my thing, though. Because my thinking was that, again, I don't live in America, so I'm just, guessing, so you guys can help me. My thing is that, okay, maybe Americans find it hard with how chess-like football is. But how different is the dynamics of football to American football? Because American football is like chess. It's waiting for a moment. You don't score every single time. So
wait, here's the difference. Here's the difference.
It's physicality. It's getting crushed. That's what it's about. It's about the physicality for these guys. It's about seeing a person get hurt. That's what it's about. And plus, not to mention
aspect.
No.
But it's not the only thing.
Yeah, it's not the only thing. But to also mention about football in the U.S. My thing is, what's become a trend lately is people wearing jerseys that they don't necessarily know the sport of. How much time have I seen a person wear like a Bayern Munich jersey?
Yeah.
Or
so many times.
Even a Dortmund jersey, and I'll tell them, oh, you support Dortmund. They'll be like, what's that? What are you talking about?
Wait. One time I saw this one person. They were wearing like a Ronaldo jersey for Real. They're like, I asked them, like, I'm a Barca fan, you know. I'm like, yo, you support Madrid? They're like, who's Madrid? I support the GOAT, Cristiano. He's the best athlete I've ever seen. Real Madrid. What is that?
The
They're so
worst thing.
stupid.
No,
Oh my
no,
God. Then they put on a Juve jersey and that.
Okay, wait. Let me ask you guys then. Let me ask you. So,
Wait,
do
but
people in
HH,
America?
yeah.
So do they get the jerseys because it looks cool, or they get it because of the name?
The name, I would say,
No,
because there's a lot of because
it looks cool.
I would say
That's
both.
part of it.
Here's the thing though, is that I don't watch ice. I think ice hockey is actually pretty cool, but I don't really watch it that much. But I love those jerseys. I don't like American football, but I love those American football because I just like how heavy and big those jerseys are. So I buy it for the fashion. So do
No,
this,
but look,
so do you
HH.
guys buy it for the fashion or because
No,
you
no,
know the name?
it's for the fashion, because sometimes they'll have jerseys that don't have any name necessarily attached to it. It will just be the jersey by itself, and then they'll attach that. And plus, when it's World Cup season, you don't know how much time you'll have those discussions randomly with a person. Where they'll be like, "Who do you think is gonna win?" And they'll be like, "Man, I think Mexico." Because all they've seen in their life is great Mexicans that play near the border. You don't understand the struggle.
No,
Like,
but
you can't
HH.
talk proper football.
They think like when the World Cup comes around, they're like, you know what, Mexico's gonna win. You know, they're gonna say like some stupid stuff, and they're not saying Mexico can't win. They're definitely a better contender than the U.S. But these Americans, like when I was a freshman in high school, they were like, I'm a big football fan, right? When I was the only football fan in one of my classes, and everyone else, I had to educate them on football. They didn't even know who R9 was.
Oh no.
No one knows who R9 is in the US, and it boggles me. There's some Cristiano fanboys in the US, and I'm not gonna disrespect Cristiano, he's a great player, but when I say Ronaldo, they're like, "Oh, you mean Cristiano?"
So before I come to apply,
HH, there's something important you need to know. Sorry, go ahead.
This is my question, because that's, do you believe, let's say America got to this, let's say, okay, let me paint the scenario. Quarterfinal, and they play against, you know what? They get France. Somehow, some way, they beat France in the quarterfinal.
Oh, that'll be it for
Headlines
football.
go crazy. They make it semi. Do you think that will be a massive turning point, and guys will be like, "Whoa,
no,
Definitely.
Here's why I say no. I say no. I say no.
No,
Okay,
Can I go?
wait. Antonio, why do you say no? Then I'll go to more. Antonio, why no?
This is exactly why. This is what I call it, the American World Cup high. Because I and my father, he's not from America. He's from Peru, and that's why I support Peru over the US. Football's my life, but a lot of Americans going into the World Cup is when they start investing in the football, and they act like they know it. You know what I mean? I've had a couple debates with them. I'm like, you just don't know what you're talking about. But during the World Cup, not 2018 since they didn't make it, but they still watch. But they get this high where it's like, oh, the World Cup, yeah. Right after that, everything about football just goes down. They don't care about it. In my opinion, in my experience, at least I live, they don't care.
No. Why I say it's different is the World Cup high is okay. We made it to quarters, but you beating France, getting to a semi would be such a massive thing.
It would be big,
and make such headlines that, because see, America, let's keep it real, they love to be the center of attention and so forth,
and the underdog,
and because the World Cup is so major, for them to now make headway into it, you'd be like, oh wow, because
it would be
because I feel that 2014,
it would be important, because all it takes is a group of 6 to 5 youngsters that are looking at that World Cup and choosing their sport to be football, and then for them to be the next generation, being the most talented players. That's all it takes. So it could have a dramatic impact in the sense of that. And also not to mention the negative impact that other nations would get. I would apologize ahead of time, because all your players would get looked at.
Wait. What's the name of the Brooklyn Nets coach? Steve Nash. Because see, he loves football, and if there was a choice and football was bigger, he may choose football. But because it's not even a choice, he always say, look, no one's playing football. It has no traction here. Let me go with this whole basketball thing. But who knows if he had
The
chosen
same with
football?
Kobe.
Yeah.
Kobe
Oh yeah,
as
Kobe.
well. So it's like it's the key points where you make where it's like nobody is even thinking of football when you're choosing sports. It's okay, basketball, American football.
Wait, do you actually know what they use
That's
football
the
for?
thing. When you
Wait, more.
when you play a sport professionally, success kind of dictates how people interact with it. Like take Canada for example. You know, basketball is big in Canada, but once the Raptors won the championship in 2019, we blew up like crazy. Like in the span of like 5-6 months, the amount of like the love for basketball grew so much just because of that one trophy. So if like America suddenly like surprise everyone and make a big achievement in the World Cup, it's going to make a big difference in terms of investment, in terms of how interested in it people are, and in terms of future talent. But the other thing I wanted to say earlier, you were asking why people prefer American football, basketball. There are studies been done that show that Americans, or North Americans in generally, but mainly United States, viewers have a shorter span of attention. So in basketball and American football, there are those constant stops, like you have timeouts. You have, between the quarters. You don't have like a consistent 45 minutes of nonstop play. So they lose their attention, they lose their focus. That's why I tend to go towards basketball, American football, hockey, that kind of thing.
Well, can I say something? One more thing. I don't want to. This is the thing, like, and Mo's right. Like, when you watch American sports, this is why I can never get into American egg ball, because it's just so boring. It's like it stops every minute, and like football is fluid. Football is life. But anyway, the thing is, like with the U.S. is that it'll also never get big because you have a lot of parents, you have a lot of people. Like I said, they put their kids into football to just get better, to just get more fit for another sport. Like as a kid, when I would play, it's like you'll always have these couple kids who are terrible. They can't even dribble. They can't even do nothing, and they don't care, obviously.
Yeah, and
their parents just put them in there because it's about to be American football season or baseball, and they just want them to get fit. And it's just so stupid.
Not to mention,
wait, easy, because I wanted to bring it up. So Abdullahi, let me come to you, bro. Is your mic there?
Yeah, my mic is working.
So good. So I know that obviously you're based in Chicago and so forth. So do you see a scenario where football sort of grabs the attention and the spirits in America, or based on experience, you just don't see it happening?
No, except in college, because I was in college. When I was in college, I played college soccer. We played like team B team when we play school versus school. So that kind of that is more even passionate than the US American team. The only team, I keep saying that the reason, let me call it soccer, because we don't call it soccer football here, we call it soccer here. The only player most American people watch is Pulisic, Gio Reyna, and Tyler Adams in RB Leipzig. That's the only 3 players they look. And it's ever since I got to America, it's been like 10 plus years already. Going to 11 years I've been in America. Football, we call it football. Football has not been this advanced in America. Ever since Pulisic and other guys coming to the EPL and coming to Europe, football has been more beautiful in America, because you see them waking up 7 o'clock, 6:30. Oh, Premier League! Let's watch. Where's Pulisic? Oh, this? Where's Joe Reyna? Where's Tyler Adams?
So basically, Pulisic has sort of raised the interest.
He has raised the magnitude of American a lot in terms of the way in the EPL, in the champ. He has raised so many, because himself is an endorsement himself. Pulisic is an endorsement, because he raised American level so much that they can't do without watching Chelsea football club play in America. They can't do without watching football, because they know, is Pulisic starting? No. Most of them don't even know the starting 11 of Chelsea. But since Pulisic is playing, they started committing themselves into football. Like, oh, let's see this person. So it's the more thing they kind of put their money on is basketball, volleyball, I don't know if you guys know volleyball, that they play with
Yeah,
them
yeah,
stick.
yeah.
They play with the stick and everything. Basketball, volleyball, and hockey. That's what they can put their life on hockey, football. They can put their life on basketball. But in terms of soccer or football, America doesn't do that. America will tell you we have no advantage.
So what do you think it will take for football to sort of capture the imagination of them? Would it take, let's say, a truly world-class, world-star American player succeeding in Europe and in the Champions League, or America sort of making it to a semis? What would be the thing to be like, aha, guys, let's now really get into it, or it's too difficult?
I think last season, after the lockdown, when Pulisic was shining under Frank Lampard with Olivier Giroud, that was when football was beautiful in America, because every day by day they have to wake up and watch Chelsea Football Club play. I think the only thing that can change it is maybe if Chelsea go far in the UCL and maybe we finish in top 4, that will make it more interesting, because people like, oh, Pulisic, oh, now American this now, because the way they rate Pulisic in America, apart from Donovan,
guys, stop, please stop, because that's really it's messing with my head. The whole mic thing, mute thing. Please stop. Okay, have me to ignore. Sorry, I'm like, continue.
So the way they rate Christian Pulisic, Joe Renner, and Tyler Adams is far greater than the way they rate Clint Dempsey, Landon Donovan. They don't rate this kind of player too much. Than the way they rate
Donovan was basement level, man. Come on, man, give me a break.
The way they rate these guys nowadays is more. I think what will kind of elevate it more in America is because now in America they are understanding what is called. I don't know why they call it soccer in America. It's football, because we play football with our foot, not our hand. I don't know why they call it soccer. I don't know why. They're trying to legalize themselves. Why are you legalizing something when it's called football? Why would you be calling it soccer?
No. So do you ever see a scenario where football becomes major in America?
Yeah, it could become major in America. Like I said, maybe if USA go far in the World Cup, because if it was the Women's World Cup, all American people watch that Women World Cup. They put their life on it.
Yeah, but that's different, because it's the women. I know that the women are the best team in the world.
Yes.
And you know that they rule women's football. So the women's game is fab. The women's game in America is the biggest amongst any country, and it's the most that's funded. So it's
Yes, I think if USA can do well in the let me say the World Cup, and they go like far very well, they will take football very serious. They will be more interested in football, because if you look at the Women's World Cup now, recently there have been a fighting between, I think when Trump was there. So is it Alex Morgan? I'm not sure if it's Alex Morgan or Eats. Yes. Yeah, I'm not sure. Yeah, they were fighting that. They wanted the money the men's players are getting. They wanted to get the same rate. The Trump was like, the men's Pulisic and Joe Renner, they're playing in an European team like Chelsea, RSB Leipzig, Borussia Dortmund. You guys are not playing in an European team that has been watchable in Europe. So there was a fight before Donald Trump left as a president. So there's been a fight that they want the money to be raised. Eventually, it was raised, which for me I didn't agree with, because apart from the World Cup, nobody want to watch women league.
Yeah, that's the scenario. That's the reality, man.
Nobody want to watch it.
Not to mention, Abdullah, you touched on it. For me, I live in San Diego, California, so I'm right near the borderline. So for me, football is something that I see more in occasions, more so than other people, other states, because majority of people in San Diego love the beautiful game and they do play it. You see to a certain extent more fans than you would see if you travel to, I don't know, like the South, like
South California, this kind of Pennsylvania, and Wisconsin.
So I think that has a lot to do. And with the Pulisic thing, I would add that I've seen more people that have said they're a Borussia Dortmund fan, and they've been a fan because they first got introduced to it through Pulisic. I'll say that. So they became the club fan of Dortmund through him. So yeah, that does happen in America.
Okay, so wait, let me come to your boy Rob, man. So Rob, talk to me, man. America.
Guys, I'm out. Peace.
Football. Peace out, man. Thank you, Rob.
Peace.
So, Rob, talk to me on America and on football, man. Do you think they can make something? Do you think the sports can capture the imagination? Sorry, before you go, let me just hit this job very quickly before you go. So, from Miguel Rabines, man, who says, thank you for the dub, Mr. Miguel Rabines, who says, the US actually made a World Cup series in 1930. That does not count.
That is
1930,
sick,
there were 5 countries who took part. This was during World War II. Come on, man.
No, World War One. Wait,
No.
forgot.
I know. World War II was 1930, 1939. So this was after.
There was no World Cup in World War II.
Yeah, obviously because guys were fighting. Yeah, But yeah, my thing is, what's it called? It doesn't count.
You would be a professional in that year. You would become a professional. You would be the free kick. You'd be the designated penalty taker.
Oh, relax, Z-man, relax. Okay, Rob, talk to me.
I think that the US soccer can be pretty big in the US, but it all depends on the World Cup. Like they have a lot of young talents right now, maybe to become like a golden generation for them for the US. And then when they co-host the US in 2026, they could, and if they do very well there, they could then increase soccer in the entire US.
But do you think America will ever really care about football and actually invest in football? Do you ever see that happening? Them taking the sport seriously?
They could, but they did very well at the World Cup in 2026, for example.
Mm-hmm.
Like if they got to the quarterfinals again or higher even, then they maybe could care. Because when they reached the quarterfinals in 2002, that was huge for the US in terms of football.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, so I mean, but for them to do well, you need to have investments, you need to have personnel, you need to actually put money into it. So for the 2020, so you think that if, let's say, somehow they do well in 2026, America as a nation will actually put more money into the sport?
No, well, they could do that after the World Cup in 2026, because right now they have a lot of great talent that might be ready then, or that might have reached their potential then when that World Cup comes. So they might have a great team at that point, but they're not ready yet now.
Okay, so actually, before I come to Marvelous, Rob, are you Dutch?
Wait, can I go?
Wait, no, wait, quickly. Wait, Rob, are you Dutch?
Yes.
I have to ask you this. What's your honest take on De Boer as a manager?
No, ever since he left Ajax as manager, he has never done. He has failed everywhere. So I don't think he was a good choice.
And lastly, before coming to Marvelous, what is your view on Koeman stepping down at the Netherlands boss to take up Barcelona? Do you think that he sort of let down you guys as a country, or do you understand why he did move? Because he was doing some really good stuff with you boys, with Depay, Wijnaldum and everything. So your views on Koeman just sort of like stepping away from you guys?
Well, I'm not really disappointed, because he always loved Barcelona and he always wanted to be the manager there. And he felt probably that this was his last chance to become the manager of Barcelona in his lifetime, probably.
Okay, that's fair. So Marvelous, talk to us, man. America and football, man. Do you think these dudes will ever properly invest into it, and do you think they'll ever take it seriously?
I think in the future at some point when it is marketable, because people have to bear in mind that, sports are viewed as a commodity here. And if these investment companies, these what should I say, sports performance complexes, if they can profit off football, or shall I say soccer as it's called here, then it will take precedent over other sports such as basketball, American football, and hockey. But in this moment in time, those other sports are just simply more profitable. Those other sports have a localized market. Basketball is only really appreciated in the United States. Hockey is only really appreciated in the United States and Canada. Those sports are localized. It's easier for them to run commercials. It's easier for them to sell out tickets, profit from merch sales and things of that nature. Whereas football or soccer is a lot more globalized. So they don't really have as much control over where the revenue goes, over how it can be advertised. So it's kind of just been disregarded and marginalized. It's kind of like sidelined. And, you know, a fun fact that a lot of people don't know, as common as the game of football is around the world, here, it's only really taken seriously. It's looked at as a bougie sport. So you'll find like people who live in really upscale neighborhoods, their children go to these private schools that have these private football teams or soccer teams.
No. But,
and that's how.
Basically, before you came in, that's the point I was making. That the reason why the women's team is the best team is because they have the most investment, and it's by upper middle class white people. And people in other countries, I'm sorry, they ain't investing in the women's game in other countries. So
that's you hit the nail on the head, like I always say. So it's, although everyone can play it, the scouts would only go to like the upper middle class and the upper class families to scout players. And that's why if you look at the American national team, Pulisic, Tyler Adams, they all come from very wealthy families. You know, sports such as football and golf and tennis are looked at as bougie, wealthy sports in this country. They're not the common man's game the way it would be in like England or Nigeria or Brazil. So I do think, you know, I overheard what other people in the panel were saying. The success of a Pulisic. I don't know if you guys notice how Bleacher Reports run articles on Pulisic and Gio every other minute as if they're on payroll. The success of a Pulisic, the success of a Tyler Adams, of a Serginho Dest at Barcelona will help further the progress of the game. But as to what it would take, I feel like at some point the United States, similar to France, will stumble upon a golden generation. Not because they invest into the sport, but simply because of immigration and people coming here from other countries in search of a better future. So you may have kids whose parents are Mexican, but they're born in the United States. The kid may go on to represent the United States. You may have a Nigerian who's born in the United States, but his parents are Nigerian, but he'll end up representing the United States. So I think through some sort of freakish mix, the United States will just stumble upon a golden generation that will go to a World Cup semi. And these investors will say, whoa, we may have something here. Let's put in the resources at grassroots level and try to like up the temperature. But if I were to put a time limit on it, I might be like a father with like 4 kids by the time that happens, man.
Let me chip in something.
Can I go quick?
Okay. Before
Wait,
let me just hit this real quick, and then I'll give it to you. Also, just hit this real quick, bro. So, from Josh Byrne, thank you for the dub, Josh Byrne. Thank you, Joshua, baby. He says it is getting harder to watch football in the USA. Channels are getting greedy, so each series is separated. We need them on one channel. So.
No, it's on one channel. No, guys, it's on one channel because the Premier League, I watch it in NBC. The Champions League, I watch it in CBS or Paramount Sport. That's the only 2 stations that show the Champions League at the EPL.
Wait,
only one station.
I can't watch La Liga.
You can't really get
No, guys.
Let me ask.
I use football as well.
Football TV.
Is there a channel that shows mainly the Champions League, La Liga, Premier League, and everything? Is there one channel?
No
not La
channel.
Liga.
But there's
Not
an
La
app.
Liga.
There's an app that shows it. It's the football TV. I use football TV. It shows La Liga, Bundesliga,
Is
EPL.
there a channel like on
No
terrestrial
channel.
TV?
No.
No.
Yeah,
No,
yeah,
no,
there
no.
is. There is CBS. CBS is actually
CBS,
showing it
Champions
now.
League. You only show Champions League
So
only.
you know, because you see, in what's it called in Nigeria, we have this thing called DSTV, and this
DSTV,
thing
yeah.
called Super Sports.
Super Sports.
Super
Yeah.
Sports.
It shows everything.
Football like that.
379.
It's there. So yeah, but
CBS had the right, but like few years ago, it was Fox had the rights to the Champions League.
Yeah, it changes. It changes.
No,
So you have to
Let me actually offer.
CBS Sports, guys.
One at a time. So
CBS Sports shows Champions League. They're gonna show it for like four plus years in the UEFA Champions League.
That's
The
exactly the problem.
NBC is showing the EPL. It's in New York. It's in Washington DC. It's in Chicago. It's in everywhere in America. NBC Sports shows EPL and Peacock TV. That shows EPL.
That's the problem. These organizations,
wait. Zeman.
Yeah, these organizations and these channels, they seem to have a limited amount of contracts, so you have to change your subscription based on the contract. That's the biggest problem with this whole sports thing. It's so hard to get a Copa del Rey match. It's hard.
Yeah.
It's hard to get a La Liga match on a consistent bit. Like you have to once you subscribe to a channel that has all these different things and you're willing to pay $60 a month or whatnot, what happens is it automatically changes because you find out that they no longer have the right, and this random channel that's going to charge you $10 per month has the right. So it's just it keeps changing. There's no consistency.
Okay, but is there a pure football channel in America where this is a channel that shows football that I can go here, or it keeps on
only being sports?
Gold TV. Gold TV.
No, there's
only
no.
being sport. To be honest,
no
channel.
channel.
There's no channel. Wait, Abdullah, hold on. Let me just offer some clarity with this. There's no one designated channel in the United States that shows football 24/7, the way you would have a Sky Sports back in the day if you had DSTV. The problem is this: because football watchers in the United States are still a niche, meaning that they're a small community in the grand scheme of things, we're still small and growing. These TV stations do not have an interest in acquiring the rights. And if they do so, they still take a loss on it in terms of profit margin. So what you will see happen is one station may be willing to take the gamble this year, and if they don't recoup the money that they spend, they decide not to renew those rights. So the next year it goes to another channel. It used to be on Fox, then it went over to NBC, then NBCSN, then CBS, then ESPN. So they just toss around the rights because none of them really wants it. They're not making any money.
So see, this is really clear here from Zara, and I think this is similar. So I'll tell you what happened. How it is in England. So he says Serie and Bundesliga, ESPN, La Liga, beIN Sports, which I actually want to get, but you can't get it in England. EPL, NBC, UCL on Paramount Plus. So in England, BT Sports has Bundesliga, Liga, and the Champions League, and a few Premier League games. So one Premier League game a weekend, I would say, maybe two, most would say one. Sky Sports, it's mainly the Premier League, and that's it. They are Premier League merchants. And you now have to.
Same with the US.
No. Sky Sports, they are full of EPL merchants. So you have to now, what's it? Premier Sports.
Premier Sports, yeah.
So you have to now subscribe to Premier Sports to get Serie and La Liga. So in England, it's a bit all over the place, but in Nigeria, DSTV is the internet thing that we all have, and you just get Super Sports. And there may be about 3, 4, 5 Super Sports channels, but everything you need, Champions League, La Liga, Premier League, everything is on Super Sports. So really,
I wish
if
that
you're
existed.
In Nigeria, you're eating good.
No,
But I think if you're
find a way to hack into that.
but you see, Champions League is because that is a very Champions League and Premier League, those are very expensive contracts. So for a long time, ITV had Champions League rights. Then I think Sky Sports may have had it at a point. Then BT Sports came into it. So because they always have to bid, and BT Sports always the biggest bidder. So because it's a bidding war, and you have to budget what you have, it's always going to be all over the place. But see, now this is what I've always said, and I don't know if this will happen. There should just be one football channel
I agree.
that
I
goes,
wish.
and this football channel is global, and it has many. Basically, it's like let's say Disney Plus, which you can subscribe to everything. But so there's a football app that you can subscribe to. So just one subscription for every country you subscribe, and there's a Bundesliga section, Serie section, CL section. But the reason why that can't happen is
money.
It's about money.
Yeah.
So guys are like, hey, no, look, we're not just going to give you this contract. If this guy's going to give me more money, we're going to sell to him.
Well, it's so hard.
What it is.
It's so hard trying to watch a La Liga game here. Like when La Liga, beIN Sports went away, La Liga went away in the US. And it's so hard for me to find. And even watching international games is hard now because beIN Sports used to show most of the South American games. Now I can't even watch them. Like it's so hard to find an Argentina or Peru match.
But see, here's my thing. Of course, I have to be an NS guy and so forth. We are in a pandemic. We're not all rich. How can you hate on somebody that tries to find streams? Because my thing is, so you want me to subscribe to this channel and this channel and
too
this
expensive
channel and this channel?
Nah.
Come on. Because here's the thing. See, I would say you guys are being unfair. If there was one football channel, one subscription model, I'd be like, guys, come on, pay the subscription, boom. £20, $20 a month, and I get everything in one place, boom. But if it's because my BT Sports thing, that's pretty expensive because they know because it's Champions League.
No.
There's also one.
Sports
That's
are
the
flipping thieves.
No.
Zema, wait.
Who's a thief is Football TV. They got me subscribing to channels I could care less about. I could care less about.
Yeah, same.
Football, that's all I want. I don't care about the other channels.
Exactly.
I have a question.
I said I'll go to Vilton.
All right, on the whole American thing. First of all, it is London Donovan is the greatest United States football player of all time. I don't care what
saying
you
that
say.
with your chest, Bill.
Bro, but he is. You could say Pulisic is more talented than him, but he's the greatest. The guy is the all-time leader in goals and assists. And as for
because
America,
of what he did for LA Galaxy.
Mute your mic. The guy has played for Bayern Leverkusen, Bayern Munich, Everton, and the Galaxy. But as for the World Cup, America, they're never gonna win it. It's sad what it is. They're never gonna win it. Their best chance to win the World Cup was in 1930, but they got baptized by Argentina in the semifinal 6-1. So because that was when mutual mic. That was when mutual. Let me finish. That was when they had one of the best manager ever. It's just Bob Miller. The guy was from Scotland. Because you're not gonna win a World Cup with an American manager. I'm sorry, because he doesn't know anything about the sport. Because it's just when I was in high school, I obviously football is my passion. The only kids that would want to play football with us were the Hispanics, the African, and the white girls. The Americans, like the black kids and the white kids, like they just like playing basketball and football. That's their passion. They don't even call the sport by its real name. They call it soccer. They're the only country that call it soccer. So how the heck is this country supposed to win it? And as for Pulisic, you hyping him up, but he has to turn up, bro. Because I was on Twitter. A lot of Americans say in 2026, this is our time, bro. You didn't even qualify for the 2018 World Cup. First, you have to focus on qualifying first. Then you think about making out the group stage, then the quarter. You don't just think about winning it. It doesn't make sense. That's very sick. That's very sick when they were saying that. I'm like, bro, hey, come on, what are we doing here?
Vilton, I just want to respond.
No. I'll come to you, man. But let me just quickly hit this job that I'll come to you, man. I also want to bring in 87 Sheedox.
Wait, let me just finish real quick.
Wait, okay, but I'll come to. Let me just quickly hit this job and I'll come to you. So, Edwino P2626, thank you for the dub. It says, HH, America will flourish if they get people in the hoods to play the game. In urban areas, basketball and football is popular. This is what I've always said. And you see, because my big brother, he used to live in America. And he said that, no. You see, London might be one of the most cosmopolitan cities in the world. New York is pretty close. And especially if you go to Miami and LA, because you have the Latin influence there, people love for football. The issue is if America cared and you opened up the doors to people in these areas, in the hood and so forth, because you're dealing with the Hispanics, the Latinos, the blacks and so forth, who are love football. They like football because do you know why? They come from, let's say, a family or so forth who have a love for the sport, especially if you're dealing with immigrants. The pull is there for you to create a team that can say, what's up? France. These guys, Kanse, Pogba, Matuidi, and so forth, obviously emigrated from Africa, or their parents emigrated from Africa and so forth, and they came into the system and so forth. There is no reason why, if America invests properly, they can't copy what France did in 2018. Or what they even did in 19. What's it called? Jokaev, Zidane, all these guys, they're Algerian, you know. So I said I was going to go to Zeman, then Wilton to finish on. So
I would agree with you in terms of like what I was trying to tell Wilton is yes, Pulisic has to prove himself, but I would say Pulisic is more talented. And my thing about Clint Dempsey is I don't hate him. I swear I don't hate the guy. I think he's done great for the US. It's just I remember that Spurs move like it was yesterday. The amount of people that were in tears because a guy went to Spurs was absolutely a joke. I seen people on the ground begging for God because this guy went to Spurs. Nah.
You would have thought Dempsey was the second coming.
Yeah,
of Jesus,
no. The articles that were being written, by all these Gold.com said US is making waves. They're changing the game. They said move over tiki taka. This is what I mean.
It's every country. Every country has that. It's the same thing with Pulisic. When Pulisic scored a goal,
mute your mic.
But I didn't finish my point.
It's sick. It's sick. Like I said, I enjoyed him for what he did, and he will be respected, throughout the history of the US. Even though he made a bad rap album, but we won't talk about that. But
excuse me, no. Hold up.
He will be respected.
Zeman, hold right. Whoa. Zeman, stop right there. Who made a rap album?
Search up your boy, Young Money, Dempsey.
You're joking.
No, search up Dempsey rap. No, search up Dempsey rap. Please do it.
These are the American legends.
These are the people Wilton is trying to tell me to look up to. He's sick in the head.
Can I finish up my point? I'll let you guys talk. I didn't interrupt you guys. Let me just finish up my point. All I'm saying that you guys keep on saying Pulisic is this. How many Gold Cup has Pulisic won? Last time I checked, Donovan, Dempsey, they won 3 Gold Cups. So I'm waiting on Pulisic because Mexico been lubricating America in the past Gold Cup. So let's wait till Pulisic help this team qualify for a World Cup, score no World Cup knockouts by HH narrative. Let's wait till he does that. Then we could have an argument saying he's the greatest. The guy's in the crap for USA yet. You're gonna put him over London Donovan? Are you sick, HH? Are you genuinely sick?
I am, man. I am.
That's the rapper Milton wants to respect. That's the rapper Milton wants to respect.
U.S. legend, bro.
Milton, you're a disgrace to football. You're a disgrace to football.
No, but in all fairness, though, guys, the reason why I don't think USA will ever win was because when you look at the culture, it's always basketball or football. Like the kids, they don't have any interest in football.
Milton's GOAT. Nah,
that's
Milton will
goal,
forever
bro.
be no Dempsey, bro.
Somebody in the chat said.
Okay,
someone in the chat said Freddie Adu.
Yeah, it's
wait. I want to know. I want to bring in some guys helping school.
Wait. Dempsey said the N-word. Can he say the N-word?
Wait. Let me bring this. Okay,
nah.
So we say 87. Talk to me. 87. So America, football, and so forth and everything. Do you think that America could ever make a massive headway in football?
I think if there was a time to do it, it would be the 2026 because obviously the USA is going to host that time. As far as winning is concerned. I don't think that's probably not gonna happen, you know. And I just think that for me, at least, as a U.S. and men's national team fan, I just hope that we can at least qualify for the World Cup and 2022, and at least try to at least be competitive, you know.
So, but do you ever see a scenario ever? Because obviously, knowing America and so forth, where America can sort of pretty much embrace football. What would it take for America to put football at the same pedestal as basketball and American football, if that's possible?
It's kind of hard for that to happen. I think the only way I could see is if the USA does very, very well in the 2026 World Cup, reach semis. I would say maybe there's a chance, you know. Because other than that, I don't really think. I think the USA will always. I think most people always care about American football and basketball over soccer over here.
And it's just you're
Wait,
making a point earlier.
wait. I'll come to context. So, because I want to make sure that everyone speaks. So, She-Doc, man, talk to me about this, man. America and football, man. Do you see a scenario where these guys can do something in the sport?
Yeah, so I think in the next year's World Cup, I really think that Mexico or USA, their max potential is the round of 16 in the World Cup. I don't think they'll go further than
so
that.
you think Mexico can get past round of? So you think both Mexico and America can get past the round of 16, or that should be the aim to go beyond round of 16 at next year's World Cup?
I think their aim is just to get out of the group, and I think that's all they. I think the round of 16 is what they're gonna get at maximum. You know, yeah, they won't go further than that. I think for the USA in 2022 to 26, that's where I think they should try to go for the semis or the quarterfinals. I think that's their best chance. Yeah, but I don't.
But do you see
signs
scenario
from
where
Mexico?
But do you see where football becomes big in America, or as 87 says, they'll never give a crap about this unless they perform well at a World Cup?
So I think it's more it's about the culture. You know, that they need to make some kind of culture shift there. I think they feel it as un-American to actually like football. You know, so unless that shifts, I don't think they'll do something great. Yeah.
No.
HS, quick point real quick. You keep on saying they need to make a save. I told you, 1930 was the time for them to make the save. They didn't. They finished third in that World Cup. If they didn't. So what makes you think now if they make a semi, they're going to shift a turn? Because let's be real, England invented the sport, and England is garbage, when it comes to international. They are garbage.
No, but Wilton, my thing, though, is 1930s, whole different world. 1930s, America was extremely white, hardly integrated, was a very, very different make of what the game was. Women's football wasn't even a thought. Wait, could women vote in the 1930s?
No, it wasn't even close out. No.
Yeah, so my thing is 2021 right now, women's football is huge. So it's already in the consciousness. You saw what happened in 2014, how that raised the profile, and also 2002. And also as well, it's much racially as well. Like there are very few countries that have a much varied and wider racial makeup than America right now. So because of that, that's why I feel that if they were to do something now, as opposed to the 1930s, it would make a great impact.
What about the 94?
Because America looks different.
Because they host the 94 World Cup. They lost to Brazil in the round of 16. Why didn't they start taking it hard? Why didn't they take it serious then?
No. But that's what I'm saying is that it's going to take them performing well, because I think yes they hosted it and that's why they want to host it again. Because I remember USA 1994, that was a very well hosted. Just after their team was Class B, but it was very well hosted.
Wait, Wilson,
do you remember the ceremony where she missed the goal?
Yeah, and then
that was a disgrace.
You guys are talking about the 30s as if the US wasn't going against none other than Joseph Biscan.
Bro, and not even that too.
No.
They lost
the
to
truth of the
Argentina,
matter
bro.
is this. the truth of the matter is this: the most American thing would be for the United States to host a tournament in 2026 and not even qualify. That would be
You
the most
automatically
American
qualify.
thing.
When you host, you automatically qualify.
Brick take. But what I really wanted to say was
Marvelous.
Brick take.
That's for the Lavlos take, man. For this thing, I think we've got to call you Lavlos for the rest of this game.
No. FYI.
Wait. Let Marvelous finish his point. Finish your point.
My last point was about do you guys have a channel known as TNT in the UK? In the UK,
you can access it, yes, because we used to watch it when I was living in Switzerland. But I think you can access it, yes, but you have to have a special subscription.
Let me tell you how bad football viewing has been living in the United States. You know the duration, the period where Real Madrid won the 3 Champions Leagues in a row. We were watching all those classic Champions League matches on TNT, which is a channel that shows
old movies,
Raw and SmackDown and Hollywood flops. So they would sandwich a Champions League match in between the WWE and movies that flopped in Hollywood. That's the amount of disrespect they have for the game.
To be honest with you, the Champions League game, when I watched them on BT Sport and Super Sport. Well, I use this thing. I paid it's like $10 a month. I have literally every single channel around the world. So that's what I use. That's what I use to watch all the game.
Easy. Let's not. If you Wilson, DM me. Let's reveal everything because the cops are watching. But Wilson, send me that DM.
Yeah, I'll contact you. I'll contact you, bro.
Yeah,
can I
on the low?
Bring you a question? Do you think, like we discussed earlier about the MLS and it getting better, do you think if they change it so that every team can get relegated, so start organizing even the lower leagues like the I don't know what it's called, it's like the ULS or something like that. There's have that connect with the MLS and then I would say have teams build their own sponsorships and stuff. Like for example, in the MLS, everyone's sponsored by Adidas or Adidas, whatever you say. And I think if they allowed teams to grow more of their own sponsorships and gain more money, that would help because a lot of times, a lot of these teams just don't have. They also just don't have a lot of money either. So if they were allowed to get more money, then I think it would be better. Do you agree or disagree?
I mean, if we look at China now, money is only a small aspect because there are only so many players you can get with money because China tried that because China were paying way more money than anyone else in Europe. Hence why they got guys like Graziano Pei, they got Hulk, they got Eto and so forth. But my main thing is you need a greater pull than I see. What MLS has that China doesn't have is it's America. And people love America. You see, the MLS could be a great attraction if America gave a shit. Because if America really cared, I'm sorry, there is nothing. Nobody does anything more exciting. Nobody does marketing or promotion better than America. No one does. They're the best. So if America said, first of all, because we have the funds, we're going to pay you more. And we're going to package and create you. We're going to market you. We're going to even bring in Hollywood. We're going to bring in Hollywood as well, put you to movie stars, red carpet thing and so forth, could put you in films. People are like, oh, okay, this is all right.
Yeah.
And I do feel that is a potential future. So guys will be like, okay, this whole Europe thing is cool. Let me just win my CL and so forth. Bro, let me come to America and ball out and have fun because it's exciting. Because I can only imagine what Bex is going to do with Inter Miami. Because if you could just attract some players and so forth, guys, Miami's Miami, bro.
Yeah.
I can only imagine what the stadium looks like and so forth. So, but again, it's about America have to care. America don't give a crap. Like, look at, even if NBA, which is like my second or third favorite sport. Look at how well marketed NBA is in terms of the video game, the promotion, the marketing, the punditry, and so forth. It's so exciting. It's so fun, and it's so like, wow, this is such a good product, and so forth. That if America gave a crap and said, no, we're actually going to package MLS, MLS has no packaging. It's just, hey, just play and keep it going. Which is crazy when you know that America, nobody does marketing better than America. No one does.
I agree with you.
Itchich, you have to look at Splashnet's comments.
Oh, God.
He said that Sky Sports was showing the Chinese Super League for a brief period of time, and he watched a game where Fellaini looked like Ronaldinho.
Fellaini.
Look, man, that's sick, man. That's sick, man. That's sick. That's sick. That's sick. What's it called? Let's just run this off, man. I want to just run this off real quick because I want to talk about Asia because we have to talk about everything. I want to talk Asia. So let me just put my thing is so 53330 Asia. So guys, I don't know how old some of you guys are, but how old were you during the 02 World Cup?
Man, I wish I was alive to see that World Cup, man.
I was
born. I was born, but I was like 3 years old.
Yeah, I can't say I was a part of that.
See, don't get everyone H's. I love my Asian people, but that 02 World Cup was a disgrace, bro. Yeah. The cheat that those I'm not offensive any South Korean people in the live chat.
No, whatever it takes. Whatever it takes. I respect it. Yeah, whatever it takes.
You guys kind of cheated to get that far in the tournament.
Whatever it takes.
No. Okay, see, my thing is that because see, I don't want to reveal my age, but was it a case of South Korea cheating or the referees being bricks?
South Korea cheating.
Because see, my thing is that I don't know. Okay, look, I'll be real. It looks funky because it was in South Korea, and the game against Spain. This is the line. Let's say this is the line to go off the ball. The ball was here. The ball was here, and the referee said, "Boom, sorry, the ball went over." I said, hey, "Mate, you don't even need freaking VR. The ball was freaking there." So, but let's keep it real. It was a great story to watch. And here's the funny thing. Yeah. So one of my good friends is Japanese. So obviously knows Japan and South Korea. And he hated South Korea because he didn't want South Korea to basically go further than Japan. I remember because we both watched the game, Germany against South Korea, which was the semi-final. And I need to tell you how much he celebrated when Germany defeated South Korea, man. It's crazy. But see, my thing is that was South Korea's best chance of doing anything. I feel that apart from Son, they have no one else. That's it. Son is really the only guy that they really have a true star. I'm keeping my eyes on Kubo.
Yeah, I'll say this.
I'm keeping my eyes on Kubo. And here's the thing about Japan.
That was heartbreaking, that 2018 World Cup, man.
Yeah. We'll get to see. Oh. Japan love football. They love, like, I would argue that baseball and football in Japan is like this. It's like this. And Japan are guys where 100% they will invest in football right now. And my thing about this is because I think someone said, Japan is difficult for Japan to win because they don't have the kind of physicality and they're not as tall or strong as like Spain. Spain won purely by technique, passing, and so forth. They didn't win by any physicality. And that's the beauty about football. Football isn't a case of pace, power, strong. No. Football is about this, intelligence and skill. As Spain showed in Euro 2012, where they say, you know what, without a striker, we're going to outpass you and win the freaking Euros without a freaking striker. I was like, really? Yeah, we are. and we did. So Asia's best chance is Japan. That is their best chance. And what I saw from them in 2018, I was like, bro, if these guys keep going on the trajectory at some point, Japan could just, because that was a close game. They were winning 2-0. They were looking good. but their keeper was just trash. And the funny thing is that because I watched that with my Japanese friend, man, he went crazy when they were in 2-0, when we went 3-2. I was like, oh, but I think I still even have it on video. So, Z, man, if we're looking at Japan, man, or any Asian country, what is the likelihood that they can end up having a team that could win a World Cup, specifically when you saw how well Japan did in that World Cup against Belgium?
Okay, keeping it real, I think that Japan might be the closest out of all of them, but I'm hearing news that China has been building up rapport and trying to. They're building up.
I'm sorry.
They're building up. No. FYI, H. You know what's sick about that? You know what's sick about that? That him making those music. You know what's sick? He did it towards the end of his career. He did it towards the end of his career because he said, "You know what? Football's gone. Let me do my thing." And he's talking about his passion. There's an interview. He's talking about his passion. He's like, "Man, I've always wanted to do this." But
Look.
Yeah.
So his passion wasn't football.
He's called Clint. He's called Clint. That's what it is. The guy is called Clint. But continue.
Yeah. Young Money. Yeah, Young Money Dempsey. Yeah.
Oh God.
Yeah. But nah, bro. Yeah. I heard that China's been trying to elevate themselves in the world of football by building these facilities and making football.
Hold up. Okay, China. What are China doing?
Making footballers?
Yeah. They're trying to go grassroots, but I don't necessarily know.
No. It's easy, man. You say grassroots. See, I love my Chinese people and so forth, bro. But are they experimenting on people and stuff? Is this legal?
I don't know about that.
Marvelous. Mute your mic. I don't want to get cancelled. Mute your mic.
I don't know about that, bro. It could be it could be a requirement in order to stay alive. That's for another talk.
Relax, chill.
But yeah, in terms of I would say Japan have the best possible chance, and listen, I'm gonna say Tate Kubo is an extremely talented player.
Yes,
he's an extremely talented player. He could end up being. I'm not saying he is before people go wild. He could end up being the greatest Asian player I've seen. But yeah, he could end up being, but he has to prove himself before people go wild. And the 2018 World Cup knockout stage, you know how sick I am? When that happened, I was happy that Belgium scored, but in the other way, I was like, damn, we're not gonna get an enemy of this. but yeah, I have to give Japan seem to have they seem to always produce these type of players that go abroad, one or two. You look at Honda, you look at you look at all these different players that have went abroad and that have done to a certain extent they've established themselves in Europe one way or another. So out of all of them, I think they are the best well-developed team.
But do you think that? I know Spain, that was a special golden generation and so forth. I'm not saying Japan will ever produce a Xavi, Iniesta, David Silva, David Villa, or so forth. But do you understand that my parallel in terms of they may have had your Puyol, your Alba, and everything. That through technique, if they produce players with quality technique, they can have the ability of perhaps going far and doing something at a World Cup.
Yeah, I could see Japan producing 2 to 3 quality players that are technical, because if you've watched, I remember watching the Japanese league a while ago, and I remember these guys were technically solid. So in Japan, it seems like technique is the mainstay more so than physicality. If you consider that the majority of the Asian countries, they don't necessarily produce the most tallest people or the most physicality. So they're more reliant on technique. So I do think they might have a couple of technically gifted players and whatnot. They might make a quarterfinals, but I don't really see Asia to a certain extent having the pulling power and the ability to actually compete.
Okay, wait, hold up. Now, guys, Yasa said I just sent in a dub. Now, I apologize. Now, I don't know what to make of this dub.
Yeah, he's sick.
But I'm just going to read this dub. I'm just going to read the dub. Yasser Said, thank you for the dub. I left, went on a date, had sex. She might be pregnant, and you're still alive. Damn respect. Damn Damien and Vilton still here. Wow. Love you for real, for real.
Shout out to you, Yasir. Shout out to you.
Look, Yasir, look. Okay, thanks, Java. Well, we're trying to get to hour 6 here, but now, if she's pregnant, I hope it's planned and not planned. Like, that's what I can say is, okay, if he's pregnant.
Is he a deadbeat dad? That's the real question. Is he a Drake?
Whoa, easy. Okay, Milton, let's look. Yasir, shout out to the whole thing.
You're a sick person. That's right.
Let's hope that if she's pregnant, that it's planned and you have money and you have alimony and all that kind of stuff. Wilson, talk to me, bro.
To be honest with you, in this topic, I won't know that much about Asian football that much, but I know in World Cup, so Japan as well as performed pretty decently. Even though they lost to Belgium, they were happy. Like
That's sick.
they were very excited that they won against they when they lost against Belgium. So it was heartbreaking, but I see a lot of people say they bottled the game. Yes, they did. But they did have the right game plan in that game because they had to attack. If they were just sitting back, Belgium would have beat them, I think, even by more goals. So it is what it is. But in terms of Asian football, like Zeman was saying, I don't know what's going on. I didn't know that story about China. If they're actually developing footballers, maybe in the next 2 or 3 World Cups, maybe Asia can say what's up. Because let's be real, the only team realistically that have a shot of getting to a quarters or even a semi is either Japan, South Korea. Those are the only 2 teams. I like Australia. Yes, they're gonna qualify for the World Cup because they have their own continent and everything, but they're not gonna make it that far. Because the only player I know from Australia, to be honest, is Tim Cahill. He's the only one I know. I know he's
but I heard he's retired now.
Yeah, and he's retired. So
they have a really good keeper that plays for one Premier League team
Matt Ryan.
Matt Ryan.
Yeah, Matt Ryan.
Yeah. So it's the same state, I guess you could say. I guess you would say because it's like the same thing how we were talking about Africa. Like their talents usually go to other teams, but with Japan, I don't think their talent goes to other teams. I just think that they just need to like work more on their football and to improve, to grow as a country.
If they looked really good in 2018.
Yeah, they are good. They were good because they're technically good. You don't. I don't get this notion that you have to be strong. You don't have to be strong because Brazil was never strong. Spain, perfect example. Like they were strong. They were just technically really good. We're gonna pass the ball around you, Brazil. We're gonna bring up Samba and beat you, Italy. We're gonna beat you by being very defensive. France, we're gonna beat you by being pragmatic. So that's the whole point of the World Cup. It's different culture.
Which is why those English numbskulls who say pace and power, you stupid morons.
Can never get behind that.
Bro, by the way, it's just I stopped watching the Champions on BT Sport. I mostly watch on Super Sport because the bias on BT Sport is honestly disgusting. When you like, for example, I was off topic. That Chelsea game versus Atletico, the way they were praising all the English player on that Chelsea team was disgusting.
It's sick. It's no, like I 100%. Even fans or no fans, I turned the commentary off because it's annoying. Because did you know what the funny thing is? I don't know what his name is. The American guy on beIN Sports.
Ray Hudson?
Is it beIN Sports or something? Because it's funny because he uses like American terms but in football. So he's like, oh my god, it's like totally a PK. Oh, okay, yeah. I'm like, well, like so I find it better and more fun listening to the American guy than these English guys with their stupid effing bias and how
No.
The
worst part is I was listening to a post-match game, and they were criticizing Pogba, right? And this one guy had the audacity to look at the camera and say, "What does a Pogba just play as a center defensive midfielder? He has a physicality." I'm like, what is this?
This is why England will always fail, because they will, even from the coaches and so forth, they put more focus on pace, power, effort, and so forth. Like, go on, get ready, get in there, get stuck in, all that kind of stuff. And I'm like, because again, how do you look at, say, Grealish? I know we're tangible. How do you look at Grealish and Mount? There's no comparison. Like, when you look at Sancho, that's your golden goose. But Mason Mount is effort. He tries hard. He does the right things. He's always there on time.
They try to compare Dyer to Sergio Busquets. You remember that? I was
okay. All right, let's get back on topic. Let's get back on topic. But to round up my point, I'm saying they head in the right direction. Yes, South Korea. I'm not gonna say they cheated. You gotta say, well, you do what you should do to get to the semi. They got there, so they obviously head in the right direction. Japan played quality football in that World Cup. Yes, it was heartbreaking. So they're heading in the right direction. I don't know South Korea golden generation that much because all I know is Son on the team. So let's see what they do in 2022. It's gonna be a really strange World Cup. Hey, to us, which a lot of people saying that 2022 World Cup we might actually have a different winner this year because of how strange it might be. We might actually have a new country that wins it.
I still say that. Because again, you see new country, then which one is it? Is it Portugal? Is it Belgium? Is it Colombia? Is it Chile? Like, I still feel that France, as the most likely new one is Portugal. Netherlands, Colombia, Chile, nah. Belgium, nah. I don't think Belgium missed their.
Don't put it into the earth. Don't put it into the world. That Portugal comment. Don't put that into the world. We don't need that type of energy.
No. I think Portugal have a great chance to win the World Cup. Cristiano scoring the final. Antonio.
Reverse psychology. You sick.
No. Cristiano, he's scoring the final World Cup, baby. But it's coming home. Obrigado. Antonio, talk to me, bro. Antonio.
So in regards of like how if any Asian country could win a World Cup, I think it's obvious. Japan. Japan actually when I've seen their team play, they play good and they're entertaining. And in the 2018 World Cup, they were pretty good, and unfortunately they lost to Belgium. I feel like when it comes to Asia, I'm not too familiar with like their turn, like with the teams there. I just know Japan are good, and I know a little bit like I know China's trying to get better, and I know South Korea has got Son, and they're okay. But I think with Japan, I feel like they got to get more players to be at a higher level. Like Kubo, he's a young player. I feel like he should be playing at a bigger club.
Well, he's
at Real,
but Madrid, I think.
But I think what I'm trying to say is like he needs to play at a big club that's not going to just keep putting him on loan. You know what I mean? Like I understand, Real, like he might want to play there, but if he's just going to keep on getting loaned out because Zidane just doesn't see him fitting in the team, then you have to at some point say, you know what, I got to go. And I think overall, if he leaves and goes to a better team and he succeeds more, that could help Japan out too. They could.
Oh, he could have been one of our players. He could have been a
player.
That's
sick.
Sad. Bartomeu was sick in the head. He said he didn't want to pay $1 million for him, but he decided Griezmann was the right guy for us.
Ooh,
wow. I just want to say this, by the way. Kubo, I wish that disgusting rat who ran Barca into the ground. I wish
that asshole.
I I don't want to get on to him. But
I wish I seen him in the
I'll get
streets.
on.
I wish I seen him in the
The
streets.
guy's fighting criminal charges, man. He could be doing 25 to life. So let's keep it real.
Yeah, I wish Kubo was. I wish I wish he worked out at Barca, but let's not get into that. He needs to go somewhere else and succeed. I'm not sure like where he would fit though. That I just don't know. But I would say he definitely, if Japan, because they could definitely make a deep run in the World Cup. I don't see them winning a World Cup. As of right now, like there's two continents only who have ever won a World Cup, and right now one of those continents seems like it's only going to be winning a World Cup for a little bit. Now I'm not trying to hate on other continents and stuff, but it's true. The only other continent that can challenge them is South America, and I'm not so sure if 2022 if it's gonna happen. So
it's gonna happen. 2022, Neymar baby.
Okay, relax, man. So we're coming. Let me come to 87 with this man. So 87, man. Looking at Japan, looking at South Korea, looking at Asia, and so forth. How far are they from maybe making a splash? And specifically, when you look at what Japan were able to do against Belgium in that 2018 World Cup, do you see that? Okay, maybe 2022 is a bit too long. 2026, if they continue to invest, they can maybe create a team that can be formidable at that World Cup.
Yeah, I think Japan put out a very good performance in 2018. And I think the Asian countries are slowly starting to improve. I think in the Copa America we saw like Japan, they got I think they got a draw against Uruguay, and they even got a draw against.
And I think that was their Olympic team that they wanted to use for training. So
yeah, Ecuador as well. So and even Qatar I think represented as well. So I think Japan, they're trending in the right direction. I think 2022, that might be their chance. It might be because it's held in Asia, So honestly, I just think that it's kind of hard for me to see them ever coming close to winning it because of how strong Europe is, And I just think that Japan, I just think that they need to like try to keep their best players to their countries.
So when you see how strong Europe is, do you think the difference is however good Japan are, they'll never have the individual difference makers that the Europe will have? So even if you compete with them and it's a tight game, Pogba or a Hazard or a De Bruyne and so forth, these are difference makers who can change the game like that Japan won't be able to produce.
Yeah, I think those kind of I don't think Japan will be able to produce those kind of players or Asia in general, unfortunately.
All right. She-Doc. Asia, talk to me.
Yeah, so I don't think it looks that great for the Asian countries for at least the next World Cup. I think Japan has the best chance. I think South Korea might have a small chance with Yeon Son. North Korea, if Kim Jong Un says what's up, they can do something. But
I just turned away.
No, this guy will kill their family if they show up for World Cup.
Easy.
Okay, and
She-Doc, continue.
Yeah, and about the physicality aspect, I think it's a myth that Spain had not that physical team. If you look at the team, actually, the spine of the team was very physical. You had Puyol, Piqué, that is 6'4". You had Ramos, 6 foot. Busquets, 6'2". Xabi Alonso was very physical. You had Fernando Torres for a while, that's above 6 foot. So there were just a couple of midfielders there that were actually short and less physical. So you do need physicality in your team to do well. So I think Japan lacks that a bit.
I mean, it's true, but when you look at their attack, though, their attack was very small. And even when you look at, yes, they were physical and so forth, but their main thing was pressing. So yes, you could get into a few toss and everything, but even Busquets isn't a physical player. He's tall, but he's not physical. He's just very smart at reading plays and making interceptions, and he's extremely good on the ball. So I think that Spain focused their game on technique and how good they were on the ball and how clever they were with their passing, rather than using our strength, using our power and everything.
Yeah, they just were the best at doing that. Yeah, others were trying to emulate them, but they didn't come close to Spain yet.
HH, did you know that North Korea, when they were facing up against Portugal, and Portugal smashed them, North Korea got a live broadcast, and then it ended shortly, and they say they won the World Cup. They told the citizens they won the World Cup.
And it's don't forget the Japanese women's football team is actually pretty good. I think they won the Women World Cup in 2011.
Yes.
I think.
Yeah, on penalties against America.
So.
Well, no, it's huge because what's it called? Like my Japanese friend's wife, used to play for like a Japanese women's team and stuff. So they take football very, very seriously. Like in Japan, you see, they take football very seriously, both for the men and the women and stuff. So before I come to Mr. Marvelous Man, so from Mr. Rodrigo Rodersman, did India? Thank you for the dog. Did India get kicked out of FIFA for using magic? Wait, did they get kicked out of FIFA?
I don't think so.
Yeah, I don't think India get
I think
kicked
they're
out of
playing
FIFA.
qualifiers. I think. Maybe.
But yeah, I mean, I'm sure they'll play qualifiers and stuff. So no, I think India are there. And look, the only magic that's being used is by a guy called Ole Gunnar Solskjaer. That's
and you.
And
your white juju.
I use spirituality, not magic. This is between spirituality and magic. I use reality. Marvelous. Talk to me. Japan, South Korea.
Okay,
Don't go on Japanese roller coasters, by the way, but continue.
Just really quickly, because I saw that super chat when it was put in the chat and a few people were laughing. That whole thing about India using black magic is actually a myth that my parents used to tell me when I was younger. They said that the Indian coach sprinkled some powder, and anytime an Indian player would kick the ball, the goalie would see like 50 balls, and he wouldn't know which one to catch. So that's a myth. They were bad.
I remember there was I can't remember what it was. There was like and it has to be Africa. There's something an African Nations Cup thing where I think there was a player who was like sprinkling some stuff.
Yes. I remember.
I remember. To believe magic does this when I see stuff like that on TV. That's cool.
We see those stuff that in Africa. They told us in Africa. My mom told me to. Told you the same thing too.
You saw guys that were basically chasing him because. Sorry, continue,
okay, so with Japan taking football seriously, they take every sport that where they're represented on a national level. Even when they go to the Olympics with other sports, they take it extremely seriously because they have this whole honor code with regards to their country. If you ever notice, Japanese people have this pride that they take for being Japanese, and they actually look at losing as dishonor, So, but outside of Japan, the whole continent of Asia is just really devoid and scarce of talent. That whole continent lacks football heritage, and even with Japan, it would take more than just having 2 or 3 players that are of above average or elite level. I think you would need a country that has a lot more even spread and quality for them to even really say what's up. So it's just looking kind of bleak. Except I don't know what's going on in China, but I will say this.
Marvelous, relax. We don't know.
No, HH. I will say this.
Respect China.
I will no. With all due respect, I don't want China manufacturing anything in the lab for a quick minute. I just want them to chill.
Okay, all right, Marvelous, relax. Shout out to Xi Jinping, man. Leho. Rob, talk to me, man. Asia, their chances, and how do you view these Asian teams and what they could potentially do?
I think they can't do. They don't have a lot of potential right now, and I don't think they will do very well in the near future. And I also feel that China right now is changing a lot of league rules to encourage youth development. In the sense that they're now adding salary caps for foreign players and such. But other than that, I don't think that any Asian team can really win anything.
Damn. Damien, thoughts?
Well, I don't really know much about, Asian, that confederation, over there. But from what I saw, 2018, when Japan was in our group, beating us, I felt like, they played well in that tournament. I mean, just sneaking by fair play. But, I thought they played well against Belgium. I mean, they showed fight. I thought that Belgium was going to, lubricate them. But they showed fight and gave us a game to watch. And the only Asian team that made the knockout stage. So hopefully they can make it again. It'll be good to see different confederations. Each of them making it to the knockout stage of the World Cup.
Abdullahi, take us out, man. Asia, Japan, South Korea. What do you think they can do, bro?
I think because the last World Cup was the South Korea and the Japan, when we have Son, Chinchin Kagawa, or is it Osaka or what? I don't even forgetting the name. There are so many players. And so there are so many players that have been playing mostly both based on Bundesliga, the Spanish League, and everything. So I think the Japan could go far when you have like some players like Song Heung-min, Kamada, Kubo. So if they can kind of reproduce good players, they could go far. But I don't think they have that one exceptional player like the way the European team have like Paul Pogba, N'Golo Kante, Jack Grealish, Jadon Sancho, and everything. I don't think they kind of have the kind of player that can be the individualism in that team. Except for Son Heung-min, son of Tottenham Hotspur, who is that kind of superstar in that Korean, Japan, South Korea, Japan team. Not really that much players. So it depends if they can really go for it. And one thing about that Japan and Korea team is they are technical players, very skilled, and they are very good. They are good ballers. Not that physical, but they know how to play football. When you see them play football, you understand them. I wonder how those kind of when you play with those. I was watching a video when I saw remember the World Cup. I'm not sure it's 2018 or 2014, where Eboué that played for Ivory Coast was trying to listen to South Korea's.
Yeah.
I was like, man, what are you trying to do? You don't even hear their language. What are you trying to do? Are you trying to sneak in what they're talking about?
So do you see any of them coming close to winning a World Cup? Japan, South Korea, Australia, any of these dudes in Asia?
Maybe Japan, South Korea. There's no superstar in Australia apart from Material, the Ryan, that's not goalkeeper.
That's it, bro.
No. So it's maybe South Korea or Japan. Son kind of take them far away. They're superstar in that team, so it could take them very, very long way. But for me, Korea, Japan, it's tough, but we have to wait and see this 2022 World Cup to see how far they can go.
Guys, man, 6 hours, bro. I don't know whether this is a record or so.
What about we forgetting Antarctica and Australia, bro? What about those continents?
Yeah,
bro.
Contenders.
What did you say? Did you say Antarctica?
Yeah, bro. That's a continent, and you forget about Australia.
You do say Cristiano Ronaldo scored against them, so they are
Antarctica. I love you. Shout out to your polar bears and so forth, and I thank you for the support.
Best defenders out there.
Frostbite Socks, guys.
Pure number 9.
Australia. What about Australia, bro? What about Australia?
Shout out to all of you guys who have tuned in for 6 hours. 6 hours of full-on content crack, man. There's 6 hours of content crack, man. So, guys, we'll be back in this week. We're rolling in back because CL is coming very soon. But, guys, this shows you that there is no football channel that brings you more content crack than these days. What channel will show you a rapping white football player?
Dempsey, Money Dempsey.
Top 5 of all time for USA.
Young Money Dempsey. Nah, he's not because of his rapping career. He can't
guys, I'm out. Peace. Become a Football Hut member and gain access to cool emojis on the live streams and get access to new YouTube content by clicking the join button here. And to view that new content crack, head over to the YouTube channel homepage and click on the community tab over here.